and made it appear to be in space.
That's true. Yeah.
Then she's saying, "Oh, so you can fake anything in space," ignoring the fact that, especially astronomy and astrophysics, number one proponent on the planet, Neil deGrasse Tyson, kind of took an evil delight in pointing out the inconsistencies in gravity when it came out. Yeah. So, like, the number one proponent of space exploration was like, "Well, Sandra." Pointed out all the actually these two things don't really operate in the same orbit, so they wouldn't ever interact. I mean, the difference in these orbital diameters is extraordinary, and so, which I thought was kind of fun. He was like needling it, even though they tried so hard to make everything hyper realistic.
They did a good job. Great. They did a good job, but it was perfect.
Yeah. So what she's saying is, if they can make that, then they can fake anything.
Just like the lunar landing looked exactly the same as gravity.
Right.
They were all very.
I for those of you who hadn't seen it, I decided I was going to take the helm on the reply on that one.
They were all very
just posted a picture of me in
Antarctica. Yeah, I mean,
got 1,000 of them. Just
all my friends in college, we took care of each other. So, like,
actually, I almost took a picture of me in front of a C-140 transport plane, and honestly, I didn't include it because. Without zooming it in, I was like, I don't know if I can see.
My friend Justine didn't have anywhere to go.
I was like, I don't want to muddy it up, but I'll put that one up too. Why the hell not? You can go to my Facebook page. They're all there.
I always go back to the fact that if you're on a train, if you've taken public transportation around here, we have the CTA, the Chicago Transit Authority. You can get on the L, and it's running along between stops. And you jump, you're going to stay in the same place.
Yep. And if you jump off that train and you land on the platform, if
it was like a natural thing. If somebody doesn't have
you will hit,
of course,
and your body will instantly be thrown to the ground because you are moving lateral. We've gone through this. Everyone's gone through it, and I just don't understand why it's like, well, if something is moving and you're on it, you're going to be with that inertia. You're going to be connected to it and moving at the same speed, and you're inside the same way. Like, everything is. So that's why we don't jump and the ground moves under us. Like, I don't understand why that's so hard to. Vast minority of people require only their
streaming on YouTube stuff. Now you can invite people.
These are the same people that says, I don't need no egg-headed Harvard to tell me what's what. That they only require that things make sense to themselves, as written by themselves, as read to themselves. Yeah. And so everything only has to be consistent with their own understanding of the world. They'll never seek further understanding. Because it's difficult, and a lot of the things they're saying have to do with the counterintuitive properties of very basic Newtonian physics. Yeah, and things that people figured out a long time ago with much less access to information than we have now. But despite the fact that we literally swim in a pool of data all day, every day,
what is
we'll not actually seek that out.
Waiting for guests to join.
Seek that out. Not with the intention of saying, well, what does this really mean? But with the perspective of,
I don't know, but that's a new thing, Josh.
Right, yeah. And because it makes them, again, that's why all of these comments are so.
I just miss these people so fucking much. I think if I never saw them again, I would just talk about it.
It's easier to
it just keeps my brain
all these arguments are based on like,
full of serotonin.
I'm a very smart person.
Cool, man.
It's not real. Yeah. And you
I'm off the
are too dumb to get
that. About who don't you talk a lot on
this? Honestly, full disclosure to
have anyone that surprises me?
From my side of the fence.
Yeah, but you're using facts to back you up, not opinions.
Go live.
Very true. I understand how.
So we'll let you have a little of that experience.
I actually know how to calculate a force vector. And that's really, honestly all you need to put this to bed.
I don't know.
If you know how to combine different force vectors, that's it. That is really all you need to say,
is there anyone you don't remember? I remember Trevor Cleveland.
But what else? I want to hear from
I remember Abby, Richardson, everybody else.
I can't remember. I'm like Woody Woodpecker, and
I can't remember like Lou
versus picnics.
Don't manufacture any of these for us, though. I'm sure we'll get plenty on there.
We've got some friends of the podcast that are stirring the pot a little bit, which I love.
Like some people do it, but you can tell it's tongue in cheek. I don't want like when I read that, I was like, somebody. This is so off the wall. The email that we got, not the Facebook, but the email. I was like, this is so far in crazy town that somebody is doing this to us. I love it. But then I was like, you know what? There's something about the tone of it where I'm like, somebody who's just doing this to f with us.
And the funny thing is, like, we didn't have that many times together.
So I think that one was real. I don't know, but anyway, either way,
no.
I had a ton of fun with it. You can always send us your emails. We're going to do a supplemental here.
Nicole, the
Probably within the week.
wasn't
A little bit of a catch up, and let's get a lot of the catch up. We're caught up, mother lickers. Well, we have a lot have come in. Sweet. But yeah, we're going to do that. You can always go to blurryphotos.org and hit us up on our contact page.
So what happened?
Check out the archives there for past episodes. You can download them there or stream them if you want. We're also on Facebook, as you know, making a steady march back on track to. Yeah, we did. We had a field, huge burst. Got like 30 likes or something. That's awesome. And I still say we got a month.
Anyway.
I still say we can hit a Thildo. We can hit a Thildo. Come on, everybody. Just go make it. Doing well. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for downloading all of our episodes and stuff on iTunes.
I felt like I was related to all these people. And at the end of the day, I think
Thanks for all of our new reviews.
yeah.
Thank you to the Chicago Podcast Cooperative. Full of awesome podcasts. Would you like to hear one? Look them up. ChicagoPodcastCooperative.com. That's right. You can find a whole list of podcasts there, and they are righteous. Follow us on Twitter.
I can tell you this: people found
photos, of course. Retweet us to your friends.
This isn't
Grab
like
yourself a free audiobook from
I would grab, I'd be like, for all the people
your local high school will have to serve detention on a Saturday with a whole bunch of other people from different.
I have a friend of mine who traveled the world, who spent a lifetime in Uganda, and he has this picture of him where he's standing in this doorway, and there are all these kids around him, and it's just a tight picture. I want a picture with all those kids in the room. I wanted to do that. I want to travel the world and help the world, and he did that. That was really cool. Anyway,
and then raise one hand triumphantly.
but like the fact that I'm white would mean that I'd want the world to be black. I want it to be the opposite. Why? It would be like, I wouldn't want any more of an advantage event on anyone or anything, I guess. And I don't know. I just kind of want the opposite exchange. But I think that it eventually becomes more white than black, just because.
That's right. We got
and even black people feel this way.
Faces that you'll never see, but a new voice.
Being light is more like rare in society on Earth because of the sun. So it's harder to preserve that. And but just so people know, I think black skin is very beautiful, and I think it's more beautiful than white skin. Really? Yeah, but it does not win out. White skin has freckles and all kinds of shit. But that's a different thing. But I have lots of freckles. But like black skin is like consistent, and I just always thought that was beautiful. Black don't crack. And it depends, but especially really black skin. When I was a kid, I was around really people with, if I was around them when they were black, they had really dark skin, and I was just thought it was really beautiful. Yeah. Really? Yeah.
Phantom Hills is proud to offer
Anything else?
outdoor
No,
trans-dimensional
oh,
venues for
but I
all
think if you just took random mixes of people,
Phantom Hills
what
is
people
proud
prefer
to
the most
offer
globally is
outdoor or subdimensional
white and Asian,
Phantom Hills.
where it's like little features, but like kind of more rounded eyes. That Asian eyes are really good. But
the more I do that, the harder it's going to be to do
why?
Plan this thing.
Well, I've just kind of gotten
Might be too late
through
already.
experience of kind of what I've learned.
I feel it
Also,
every time I did. I was like, this is going to get harder.
I had some friends like that, and
It's like less and less of a word every time. It's like,
no. You have friends like that? You're just like, who? Like, well, you? See, I'm so assimilated. I'm a lot of things. I'm German, I'm Hungarian, Irish, I'm all kinds of shit. And not to say that they weren't either. But when you get to join, I know. How do you join it though? I don't know.
With great power,
How do you add that? Copy link. Post on Reddit. Email it? I don't know.
You have to say the word phantom.
Why can't I just send it? Nearby share? There's no way that fucker's gonna work. I've never used that, and I'm sure it's not gonna work. But maybe I gotta turn it on. That's not gonna work. But man, that would have been fucking convenient.
Tuning whistle.
Use it, man. No one's ever used that. Really? No person in life has ever used nearby share and got it to work. Really? I've heard people like I've airdropped it, but I've nearby shared it. Airdrop it. But, yeah. That's why we're an Apple family. Surprisingly. Really? Yeah. Why? It's more somehow smart to become an Apple family. What made you guys an Apple family? Yoshi. Really? How? How did Yoshi make you an Apple family? Actually, was it Yoshi or Tim?
Do that way again. I like that. Ready? Okay. It kind of gets up under you. Gets up under you. Okay. This is like nothing but breathy creeper talk. All right. Here we go.
Okay, that one app keeps flashing.
Okay,
Wait,
no.
I wonder if I can do it.
This is a serious
Do you have a
production.
YouTube thing?
Oh boy, floaties. Shouties. Oh boy, floaties. Hey, ready? We can do this. Oh boy. Damn it. Okay. Alright. Oh boy, floaties.
Easy, I like that. Well, remember when I was like, near share, Josh, I guess.
Alright, ready?
Snapchat?
This is what we talked about last time. Unless you use it.
Is it from your son? No. Why cheerleaders?
Leave it all in.
Are cheerleaders better than other people?
Two beers.
No.
This episode
But
brought to you by Basecamp. When you use
what are
Basecamp to run
characteristics
projects,
basically
people
every
know what to
cheerleader
do.
you've ever met?
People know where
They're
things are.
attractive,
And you stay on top of everything
Red flag.
all the time. So visit basecamp.com.
Have you ever met any non-attractive cheerleaders? That's just, I know they're out there. Yeah. I shouldn't say that. Really? Yeah. They're attractive. But I felt sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them. They were really fucking nice. We had cheerleaders when we were in
to claim all that was lost. These are their stories,
when we play basketball,
which are actually your stories.
and
Hey everybody, welcome to Their Stories, Your Stories. Oh man, I'm Dave Stecco. I'm David Flora. This is a Blurry Photos mailbag supplemental. So if you are new
we didn't even know
podcast, this may or may not interest you. I think it
who are
will.
the
We
cheerleaders.
make it fun. If you are new to the podcast, it may or may not interest me. I
But like,
pre-guarantee
there weren't
my
a lot
interest.
of them. There were like
Yeah, so if you are not familiar
but
with
to
this,
go out
we're
in
bad
front
at
of
reading.
people and
We try to
cheer,
read all the
it takes
emails,
a
but we
lot
can
of
never get
practice.
around to it fast
Especially,
enough.
I mean,
So this
our
is to
teams
catch
weren't.
us up.
We were,
And we'll
at
be
least in
caught up.
basketball,
That's right. And then we'll
both
probably try to
teams
stay caught up.
were like
We've said every time, right?
top
Oh yeah.
5 in
Think
the
of
city
them now as a
for our
Pokemon.
league.
Huh?
So
You have to catch them all? Yeah.
one of
We
them
do
was
have to
two.
catch them all.
We were probably like the
Pokemon
number 2 and number
Listener mail, I choose
4
you.
team in the city.
I'm going to take this moment to give
And when I say number 2, very easy. That team lost overtime to the number 1 team. They lost triple overtime to the number 1 team. It was the best grade school basketball game I think that has ever been.
Pretty legitimate
It was
setup here. I've got an overstuffed
triple overtime,
camping chair. It's like 40 pounds. No one could ever
and
camp
it
in
was
this
for the
chair. It's like a
championship.
bar
It was like everything that a big
folds
of what a big
But more
game
importantly
big,
is
big
Laura's
game
mic
could live up
stand,
when we were
which
in
is
6th
on loan
grade.
from Steven Tyler.
It was
It's got like the fine, I don't know.
Really?
They're pseudo-silk,
Yeah,
probably.
and it wasn't
They
fair.
look like
Why?
pantyhose,
I didn't think it
little
was fair.
bandana shawl things
They would do
tied
this
to it.
bullshit. I guess it is. It's not.
We got
But
our, what we call our finger dinglers. These are our
what the fuck?
our
Okay,
plaster casts
that's
of
all cool
fingers
on your
attached to
bus.
string that
Wow,
we
it's
got
not
from
nice.
Goat Girl.
Really? No,
As well
it's not.
as,
It like
genital
I look at it and like, oh,
Christmas
it's really nice because it's like country roads. But then it's like, take me home to a place like
all attached together,
that.
which are
I used to
awesome.
go to the lodge and
That's
just
right.
sing
Laura's
with a
got a
friend and do
Krampus,
dishes. Yeah.
walnut Krampus.
And he got me a Krampus at Christopher Mart this year.
I don't have anything else on mine but my hat. I always stick my hat on the other side. And then forget it.
Did you fucking
There you
send
go.
it?
I don't know. There's a little mental picture for you
Of our
2
mics.
months ago.
Laura's not wearing pants. He never wears pants.
The thing
Never. That's why I have to wail on his junk all the time. I'm tired of seeing him, so we can cover him with something.
Dude, this is so
just trying
hard.
to change the color.
Why don't you think YouTube is just like, hey dog,
One time
why
we
don't
got,
you just
like,
like
just a clear
click somebody's
site.
name and be like, oh yeah, you can join me.
That's
They should
just
be
the
like,
worst visual.
oh man,
Site.
that's a great idea.
So we're gonna do listener mail, huh? Let's do it.
I am the first person to try.
Let's just do that musical that we've written.
Oh, right.
Nah, listener mail it is. Listener mail without fail, except for all the failures that have led to this.
Who wants to start?
Me.
Go ahead.
We're gonna kick it off with easily our most
I am the
prolific
first person
Facebook fan, hands down. There's no one coming.
to.
I mean, I guess Drunk Satan Robot is pretty hot on the handle for Facebook, but nobody beats Amy. Nobody beats Amy. It's a fact.
I know some really hot
Yeah.
Amy's.
Amy
Shout out
writes,
to Amy.
regarding prizes and awards for pledging support for the show.
Oh, yeah,
Western
Patreon.
Michigan.
Yeah,
I
Patreon.
really like this.
What if we didn't? We finally did our episode on Zerazzi,
Really? Yeah,
which
my
we
friend
have
Jason
often
would be
talked
like,
about, but we just
you really
didn't do
did
it.
like that
I
girl.
know that people
Really?
listening to it are real fans, so you can let it be more like
My
a lecture
friends
and less like the auditory and intellectual carnival that is blurry photos. I gotta tell you,
Would
I
say
feel
that
like it
too.
would be
Really?
more of a carnival.
Yeah, were you in love with her?
That's what I was kind of thinking myself.
A little
Like,
bit.
I
She's
think
really
we could
pretty.
get away
Nah.
with a lot more shenanigans if it's somebody who
Oh,
wants to
check.
hear us.
Say your
Yeah,
personality.
and I
Oh, shit. Okay, so it should have just shown up
giving us more credit than we deserve.
6 days
Like,
ago.
we put effort into making sure we have factual information in each episode, with the
Shut the
exception of
fuck
like
up.
the intros, which are more
It's a
or
troubleshooter
less
go live again. That's the
invented
only thing.
10 minutes before we record them. I think
Yo,
the only things
it'd be
we
like-
actually do in advance are the songs.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
well, writing
anyway.
But that's what I meant.
Yeah, we have to write
Well,
those. But
Yeah,
on.
you know,
There's
like we
something
write the
about
songs in
Justin
advance,
that I
but actually
really,
the easy part is the carnival part. We
when we
just
first
make
got
that
to
shit
know
up
her,
as we go.
she was
There's no
hurt.
planning there.
And so
So
that's
I
why we
feel
spent so much time.
The less
Yeah.
bound we are,
Why?
the less constrained we are by
just with my
our
knee.
usual
I
standards.
needed
The
ACL,
needle will
an
not
MCL
shift
replacement or something.
towards
I don't know
a more
exactly.
standard presentation. It
But-
will go further afield.
Yeah.
In that scenario, like I think, yeah, and maybe we could try it. It might like. I
So
feel
I
like
was a
if
junior when I
it's-
got
it's
So basically, all this
contrary
Yosh, I knew Yosh
what
for
so many reviews
a
and
little more than that because
compensate.
we cited that
I
here,
feel like
but
if we just did the facts, there's
It's
no
like-
shortage of
it's
places
done.
get them.
Do you think he thinks
Right.
about you? A
Absolutely.
lot. I think all these people do.
I
I like
think
sense
we've
their
narrowed down
feeling.
quite a few of
Really?
the Patreon rewards. There are things I think that we have decided upon that will be easy to give to you guys to give back with, and one of them would maybe be a once a month live show where
man.
we
And
either
then it
do
was like,
a
it was great. And then
reading of
people with the
stories,
sand.
some silly
sand
scary
people.
stories, or we'll do something, but have like a Google Hangout or something where people can chat in, right? Something interactive. Yeah, we can interact live with people. We're kind of trying to suss out what the best way to do that is, but something of that nature, something like that.
Okay, anyway.
One of them, and maybe some of our music. Somebody had mentioned packaging up some of our music.
But
But so, yeah, if you guys still have ideas, please keep sending them in. Tell us what you guys want. That makes it super easy. You don't have to guess. For real. It's like Christmas. It's just
why were you able to hang out with all these people?
I'll send you a gift card.
When it comes down to it, I'm on here.
What else does Amy say?
She says the Lovecraft episode was fun.
Yeah.
She writes, I'll probably never be a fan. Why did they go mad so easily?
I try every day.
Keep in mind that, like, at least some of these people were like already addicted to heroin.
Yeah.
Like they'd done the best they could to prep themselves for the experience. You guys did a great job. Maybe read the first chapter of The King in Yellow next time.
Really? Yeah. Because I had a lot going against me. And then, and now, wasn't it looking for,
the first season of True Detectives, yeah.
didn't
I
have a
don't know very
car.
much about that, but yeah. Amy also has a mundane, a not so superpower. Oh yeah. How about extrasensory derpception?
But I'll say this, my friends never made me feel bored.
Future, but you look like a real dork while doing it. Yes, I accept. Because then no one would be intimidated by you. Yeah, they'd be like, oh, always just throw a hood on. Yeah, get under the covers and do it or something. I wouldn't want to look like an idiot, so what I do is hide under a blanket most of the time. Thanks, Amy.
Yo.
We've heard from Daniel J. Oh, this guy sounds wild. Yeah, I think he is. He says, hello, chaps. How do? Hello. Been listening for a few months. As recommended by the Chromcast.
When you answer the phone.
Thanks to the
we gotta send those guys a check.
Right, yeah.
I was going to say box of chocolates, but now we've committed ourselves.
Dude, yo.
So he had a sad lunch
What
break,
in the fuck?
and as he was walking back, he started playing the cryptobotany episode. And your discussion of the meaning of Christmas was both very appropriate and enough to put him back in a good mood for the rest of the day, so thanks for that.
Oh, sweet. I barely remember that rant.
I barely remember that key that we sang.
Well, it was more like a keychain.
Yeah,
like there was a lot of them jangling together.
He's got a good show suggestion, and then he said it would not be right for him to leave us without attempting a little bit of punch. So he shares this. He had a recent realization that Tiwanaku would be a great holiday spot for one Spring Hill Jack, since I'm sure he would be delighted to visit both Lake Titigraba and the Kapafila Peninsula.
Yes,
Emily was a breath of fresh air.
I'm surprised he doesn't live there now.
That's how I describe it. I think
I've
it's a
heard
perfect way to
so
describe
many
it.
stories.
Why?
It's just really cool.
How did you meet Emily? Was that enough of a tears? No, what?
Says, keep up the good work. Looks forward to working
Just
the
came
rest
back.
of the way
But
through the
what
show.
would I say?
And also, he
It
says,
was never my
"P.S.
goal,
If you're
and I think
curious,
that's
I'm a
what was the best
Yorkshireman
part of it.
who's somehow
Is
much more on the first side of the Van Dyke scale. Oh, you know what? Thank you, Daniel. First of all, thank you for writing. Someone had
It wasn't my
commented at
goal.
some point, like, you did a horrible Yorkshire accent for our Robin Hood episode. I gotta tell you, we didn't attempt a Yorkshire accent.
Right. I don't know what.
We're not so sure.
Why
You know
wasn't
what?
your
We could
goal?
look it up. And
Yeah,
Why wasn't your
pretty
goal?
fucking American, so it's like I know Cockney. And
I just
then
wanted
I know
friends.
various levels of refinement.
And
yeah,
But like, and I know, and there's actually an amazing.
just kind of how it worked out.
I'm sure you can search for it. Like some teenage kid did this YouTube video where he goes through and does every regional accent in the British Isles. It's fucking amazing. Like Yorkshire, Manchester, and you can hear the difference.
Yeah.
I'll never like A, be aware of them, or but this kid is awesome. Wow. It's like a 5-minute primer on everything you'd ever need to know to do every British accent.
I bet it's a little the same with American accents, because you've got your Southern, you've got your Midwest, you've got your Boston accent.
But keep in mind how big England is and how much the accent changes over very small amounts of distance. I mean, like, there's the conceit of My Fair Lady is that Professor Higgins can tell you what neighborhood you live in based on your diction.
Well, I'm just saying, to us, when we hear an American accent, we can probably place it just like to them. They hear a Yorkshire accent, they're from London,
Yeah, I think like we can do Cockney, and everyone else can do like twangy Texan. Like everyone's like, oh, there's English, and then there's howdy y'all. Like
my one of my professors in college used to do when he would try to make fun of me. He would do just the most stereotypical Texan accent.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm like, dude, I do not sound like that. Right. So, anyways, maybe we'll attempt a Yorkshire accent for real someday. Although if we try to act like Daniel, we wouldn't sound like that here.
So I guess. Well, we just try
accentception. Thanks, Daniel.
Dude, what in the fuck? It's like got this new feature.
I got one from
That is completely
Antonio.
impossible to use.
Antonio, is it Banderas? It's not Banderas. I'll tell you what, it's a real doozy. It's a real doozy of a last name. And he writes, just listen to your show on Elisa Lamb. And like Elisa, I'm bipolar, and I have a unique perspective on such a case. And this is great. Antonio gets into a lot of really interesting details about what it's like to live with bipolar disorder.
It's something that Dave and I can't comment on. So, we're interested in this.
God damn it, quit sucking dick.
It was more than likely having a manic episode when she chose to go on the trip. It seems poorly timed and planned, as she gets to LA with so little money that she's living in a Skid Row hotel. Further proof of her being in a manic state about the 45-minute mark. We talk about losing a friend's cell phone after she lost her own phone, and then all the hashtags and all like that. And he writes, the hashtag she wrote is a classic bipolar talk, rapid emotional switches and not very coherent. If she was having a manic episode, it would explain the elevator in two ways. One, everyone knows about the classic bipolar traits, ups and downs, and emotions.
I got it. I highly
financial,
got
romantic, and other
it.
aspects of life. What is
Rabbi.
often not known is that bipolar can also affect how you physically move, just as how Elisa was moving. And if you take into consideration the elevator was in a dilapidated building on Skid Row, you can figure that it's not that well maintained. Could be that the electronic eye that closes the door was on the fritz and Elisa was trying to close the door. Maybe. It didn't seem that way, but that's the thing, her disorder is causing the oddity in both how she goes about it and the way she moves. Oh, so there you go. The second is that the medications she was on would cause the same odd motions if she went off them without tapering off, going cold turkey, which someone in a manic state would do. So he goes on to kind of discuss some of the other things about how bipolar would work into her behavior, the decision to get into the tank and things like that. I just want to write to kind of help demystify some of the aspects of mental illness and to kind of really get into the nuts and bolts and say, like, well, these behaviors, this particular disorder can affect people in these ways. And that's awesome. That's great. I think that's awesome. Very much. Thank you so much for writing that in, because I think it's, as he writes here, having a mental illness is tough enough without having to worry about a forced exorcism.
Some kind of supernatural force.
Exactly. So that's awesome.
Great to get another perspective on that.
Thank you so much, Antonio. And also, I got a PS here. The Little Shop of Horror spoof on the Crypto Bot episode was the funniest bit I ever heard on podcast or anywhere for that matter. So, well, thank you for that.
Yeshiva University.
Well, I was going to say, I appreciate his input on the hashtag thing. I have an opinion that comes from a different place. You and I do comedy, a very dark, disturbing, dusty, dank meme place. But like, you and I come from comedy. We have a lot of friends in the comedy scene, especially here in Chicago. I have seen that sort of use of hashtags as a joke. And not just our friends in Chicago, but sort of on a larger scale. When you do kind of sentences, but it's all in a hashtag. I think I've even tried some of that with some of our Twitter posts when there's room for it, but we see it sometimes as a form of a joke. Yeah, it's a type of humor that is used now in social media, and not everybody does it, and not everybody can do it. Yeah, there's a hashtag sorry, I'm not sorry, hashtag starting to feel sorry. Like hashtag if you really knew me, you knew I'm really sorry, but not sorry. Hashtag, exactly. And then hashtag, and then the word hashtag. Yeah, exactly. So I think in the younger generations that are coming out that live in the social media, they're always coming out with those new generations. Well, I'm talking about the ones that are on my phone.
Which one did you want to get the most in your entire life? Which one from
the ones I keep telling to get.
Great class.
They don't even
There's another girl
decency to have a boombox. I don't even know what to complain about.
But
with the social media,
I know the girl from
how it is and everything, that's sort of evolving. So I see it from that angle as well. I'm not saying at all that what Antonio said was doesn't play into it. But we have seen it with people that I'm pretty sure are not bipolar. So there's also that kind of angle, just specifically for the hashtags. I'm not talking about anything else, but it's just something that I think you and I, one of the few things we have experience with, we can comment on with that story. Yeah, very true. But I'm very glad to get that side of it from someone who lives with that kind of thing. So thanks again, Antonio. Dave, we've heard from Hugh.
I think that would have been probably the one for my friends who ever made my friends.
An asshole. That's what you're going to call me, a dick or something.
Would there been anyone else?
Just actually someone named Hugh who says, greetings, David. Greetings. Hello. Says, really appreciate all the work we put into making the show, and we thank you for that. He's got an idea for Patreon.
No, it usually is
because when we asked for it, what we can throw. Hit me. So he says, is there any chance you might make an album of some of your show intros?
You can be. Not always.
In particular,
but it's just so competitive in college.
Sleepy Hollow episode,
you have thousands of kids who want
really stands out as a personal
5 spots
so he thinks that
starting spots
he thinks if we do something like that might be a good thing to offer. That's a great idea, actually. We should put some of our intros on there, like our favorite ones. I mean, because to be honest, they're not all winners. No, they're totally not. But we could do an album of just the music, and then we could do like a best of intros kind of thing, or something. I don't know.
There aren't a lot of people who have an opportunity to.
I don't necessarily think it's the funniest one we done, but I think
when in high school it's like
when we sit down to like
maybe
an intro,
it's easier
I think
to
our
make the
gold
team.
standard is
So
the
when you look at like
Scripted
I don't
Kingdom.
know, all the
The
population,
first
say
one of those
10%
that
of
we did
people are
because
super hot.
that one, it's like it's tight for time. It's dense. The jokes are great.
In the school, let's say there are thousands in a high school.
We like that one. I think
puns per second.
Yeah, puns per
Then,
second.
like, there are 100
Super high.
Let's say
I
of that
love
high
El
school,
Dorito.
there are
Yeah, I
The Raven with the Gremlin. Is the title, but it was a
5
parody of the Raven, the Pope one.
Okay,
So
that
that's one of my
like,
personal favorites too.
but they might not all be
your
hot.
favorite
Maybe
intro is
they're-
Well,
Why do they have to be good looking? People don't want to look at ugly people when they're at a game. They want to look at attractive people who are symmetric and athletic and have
said this, but I really
attractive
like this.
voices.
So I
Can lead
don't
cheers
know
and
if
are
I
good
can say,
leaders and
but
things like that. So
I
they
like
tend
the
to be
Gremlin
kind of like
one a
model-like
lot. I
individuals,
know we
but
were
that
at
doesn't
with
mean
the
they
G.I.
have to
Joe
be.
ones.
The G.I. Joe one is one of my favorite. That's really up there. I like
In fact,
actually, it was one
some
of our
girls who I
first,
knew,
because,
I would say like I knew some girls who were almost like too pretty for the team.
like intros didn't really start to be a thing
but,
until like into the second season, I think.
Into it, yeah. It was right around
It was
What?
the summertime because
Well,
I remember the first
Revolutionary War.
Revolutionary Wars was the first one, and that's
difficult to
actually
make
one of
that
my
work.
all-time
It's very
favorites, the tractor pull.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's so fucking catchy. Their coaches on this,
But we
she's a
sort of
really
were doing
difficult
kind of
coach.
organic openings.
Yeah, and she's
Before
not
that,
like
and we
very
just
much. I'm not
decided
saying she's not one of the
to
best
be like, let's do these
or what she
formally.
had.
Get into a thing. But yeah, that's a good idea. We'll pick our greatest hits and put that together. I like that a lot.
Great, thank you, Hugh.
Thanks, you.
You are great.
Cheer coaches
You and we
of all
are
time,
great.
because she is. But
Jesus. All right, we got a great email from Alex, and he writes, "Gents,
Yes.
but
Absolutely awesome show. So very glad that I stumbled headlong into it. I've made my way through some pretty solid portion of your catalog now. Between my absurd commute, he's local. Oh yeah,
She was not loved.
Oh wow,
Really?
which means he gets like really.
No, and I
really
could say
good
that
tacos.
was she had really high expectations.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Everybody feels it's a challenge. Yeah, that
Now
is a
I'll
challenge.
say this.
Each workday, he works as an editor. So he said, I have headphones in essentially all day. Thus, the entertainment offered up, if not the appropriate. Much obliged.
What did you delete that?
He's working on a theory regarding cryptic Bigfoot particular encounters that he thinks that we will enjoy and appreciate, having to do with traumatic response and other very real-worldly explanation aspects. I guess that was a teaser, because he's moving on.
Why wasn't she
I like
loved?
that. Keep the cards close to the vest. In the meantime, I have some quick input about the. I can see where we're at.
Every
We're working through
movement that a cheerleader does, especially when it's on national
good jobs
television,
and are quote-unquote
is
respectable members of the public at large, but by and by, we like to cut loose at concerts. I
and
feel like there's
that's why little boys
going to
and
be a
little girls
commission of drug use in the immediate
love to
future
want
of
to
this
do
story.
and
It's
so everything.
it's our treat to ourselves, and as
And
such, this tends to
I'll
involve some
take her side.
things
My friends want to go out and party all the time.
ingested to expand the enjoyment, but that much more. Cough, cough. Now,
But
my
that
girlfriend was
doesn't
at a
mean
festival just before meeting me, and a fringe friend of her group joined them. She was like, she was a girl on many antidepressant medications,
No,
just like Ms. Lamb. That girl rolled that night. Okay, I barely understand this. That means that she was on on ecstasy if you're rolling. Jesus Christ. Rolling with the homies. Rolling with the
Wow.
homies. Because she been real. Because we keep it real. Yeah, rolling. That's you're rolling when you're on E. Absolutely everyone's. Is it Molly nowadays? Are they on Molly nowadays? They're different drugs, Dad. They're different drugs. It's all the same.
And
Just
I
you're
think
rolling
looking
with
back
Molly.
on it,
You're
people
throwing
would
it all away.
understand that this
Want to get
woman,
high?
I
You get
don't
high on
really know
life.
the story.
Get a damn job. That'll get you high. That was coming
I know
home.
how
Not
things
having
are
to work
at
for the night.
university.
That'll get you
It's
high.
like, well, all these other fucking teams have girls on their sidelines. Why don't we?
You want you a steak? You want to know what feels good? You want to know what's
I don't
euphoria?
And like eventually, I mean, they had
Oh, not ringing off
pep
the hookah
squads and things
collectors
like
all
that, but
night.
she made it
Damn house. That'll get you high.
more serious.
That's great.
And she was there a long
Did your parents
time.
ever give you the
I
drug
can
talk?
talk about that later in the morning, but I can talk about piano. I can talk about
my drug talk
boss
was this in
because
its
they were
entirety.
coaches for so fucking long.
Want to get high?
And
Get high on life. End of discussion. It's like,
even
all right, well, I'm kind of a
10
giant nerd
years
who hangs out at church all the time. I don't feel like
Seems like a
drugs are in the
lifetime
cards for me.
of
If I needed them to save my life, I couldn't get them.
Are you done?
Anyway, moving on. All right, back to the tale.
So this is
So
moving
she
around.
was rolling with the
Is it
homies,
just
keeping it real. And the interactions of that and her medications were terrifying. She was seeing things, hearing voices, and was utterly paranoid, and ultimately was terrified of being left alone. And she also had crazy body movements. So he was saying, you know, it wouldn't be at all surprised if,
what do you think it is?
you know, seeing this and something else, he was like, wow, this now I'm dealing with this on a first-hand basis. That's interesting. Yeah, and he said the arm and hand movements are so dead on for someone on E. You know, like probably in her head, she looked amazing. And then he also says that, you know, hot when you're on ecstasy, and that she could have been, you know, trying to cool off. You know, he said, I know it's flimsy, but the behavior didn't seem possession-esque to me, just too many drugs. So, a couple of, there's a lot of very reasonable explanations. Oh, yeah.
What if I just go
I think that's kind of what we landed on, too. Yeah. Kind of reaction with, not me, I was going with possession. But, tell me I'm lying. I guess from the research, you know, we didn't know if she went out and partied or whatever, or I think we even mentioned
another thing I would say about these people, is it still going?
You never know. Yeah, but I think I would have to still lean towards there's a mixture of drugs. That's maybe something is prescription, maybe something recreational, and never the two should.
We had this wonderful group of friends that we had built.
So he sends us off
for
to
like
the puns.
It was like all this funny. It's like all the coolest kids that he's probably had.
Substance use.
It took us 4 fucking years to all get together and be the coolest kids in the whole school, and then school stopped. But I remember that last fucking month that we had, it was like there are no cooler kids. And
the snailians. You know, with all the race relation issues in this country,
and we all really
cops
liked
and
each
people,
other.
you'd think that
There were a
they
bunch
were
of
really
kids
good talkers,
from
somebody
California
with
who I
some
met.
good yarn.
There's one
You know,
girl, she and I had class
Officer
together.
Edgar Allan.
Oh, yeah. We're Bobby's class together. She's very attractive. I don't remember
Thank you
her
so
name.
much.
But she was like,
Yes.
Alex, when we get our
I had a
live
teacher from
venue
here.
set up,
I had the hottest fucking Spanish
Yes, you
teacher
will. It's your local son.
who
we'll
was
probably be
so
closer than
beautiful.
Liberty Field.
Yeah, bring us
Oh my
some
gosh.
El Pastor.
Really?
Man.
I mean,
Pork.
it was like I had to learn a little bit of Spanish for this woman.
Jake Busey.
Really? Yeah. I also had
Yeah, I
like
say it
C9.
like-
He was really cool.
Jake.
Really? Oh, yeah. All right.
Hear the teeth.
Good picture, man. Good picture, man.
You can't blame Jake for his dad. Although, did you know there's another Busey kid?
No,
Not like
he
waiting for guests to join.
won't ever go by his first name. He just goes by his first initial. A.
And the shit.
No, because it's not Jake
This is a
Busey.
terrible.
There's like another
Okay,
Busey
so
kid.
then what?
You can see in his face that he's like
Yo,
a pretty big cat. This guy's like rocking like 350
you should be like,
pounds.
oh god.
And he's like a reporter for Playboy's, I guess they're online,
Okay,
whatever.
so what are you doing?
Remember I mentioned in a previous episode that I spent a bunch of time watching videos about juggalos?
Oh yeah.
He was like doing like a little brief documentary about the gathering of the juggalos. This dude is
Schedule live
covered in
streams?
tattoos. I mean, he was the perfect guy to sit in. He just blended in seamlessly. But I was like, Jesus, there's like
Okay, well, this one.
there's a lot of Buseys out there, man.
I like that one.
Jake says, just discovered the podcast and loves it.
Delete that one.
He listens to it while drawing or, playing the fidget.
What the fuck just
He liked the
happened?
Hinterkaifeck episode, and he says we said something to the effect of, this would be a horrifying book. Nobody should do
Large
this.
chat.
So he's going to do it.
Hey, promotion.
Yes, that
Okay.
is exactly
No.
the kind of people I like listening to this podcast. Oh, really? Tell me
It's
what
not
else I
me,
can't
it's
do. Jackbooted e-thugs.
Audio thugs.
Yeah.
He says, if I wrote a small snippet of this, would you guys like to read it?
Isn't
And
it?
if we liked it, you would try to make it longer. So, sure.
Yeah.
Send something in,
Okay.
Jake. We'll take a
Good answer.
gander at it.
I promise
Should
we're
be like,
totally
"Well,
literate.
should stop it."
Mostly. Almost completely.
Mostly literate. Literate. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Finally, we're getting to some real nitty gritty here. We got an email from Drawzuka. Drawzuka.
Go
He
live,
writes, on the contest of
Send an
Pick
invite.
Laura's tattoo, I suggest a Chrononauts logo, which I'll be happy to draw for you.
Or
Oh, wow.
copy, whatever.
The reference of my art skills.
Yo,
It's got on Twitter. Anybody want to check it out? It's at Drawzuka, spelled just like it sounds. Did a satyr, and alternately that the goat woman tattoo would look pretty
Yoshi.
baller as a tramp stamp.
Did you do the female?
He's not here. He won't answer you. I would love to see a Chrononauts logo, but keep in mind, Les Masterson is the fighter pilot. No, Ace fighter pilot and Ace pilot fighter. Yeah, one of us is
Frank Manparts was the Ace fighter pilot.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
the end
Les
of the story?
Masterson is the pilot fighter. Yeah, it's such a
But we're
brilliant
just
program.
starting to become
to
really
create
good friends.
a
And,
unit of men
you know, that's
trained just
how
to
it
fight
stopped.
pilots. Why bring the planes
But
into
I
it?
remember we were
Get them
all in
before they
this
get
one
to the planes. Hang out at all the
at
volleyball courts.
Cartridge Woods. All these people I just had my family. Where my family would have lived, these people's families would have bought their kids a house to live. That's kind of we were like, I was like a generation off these people.
Show me.
At least
I didn't see
now.
this. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
But,
I'd love to see a Chrononauts logo. I haven't even gotten that far into thinking about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I dig it.
I barely made a pest making Chrononaut Legos.
Everybody check that out.
I
Drawzuka.
Be
was
impressed.
He said, love to
I
see
was with
Chrononauts
my friend and I
logos.
was like,
He also hits us up with
well,
some
we were all
mundane
there, all our friends were
superpowers.
there. And we were just, somebody was
the
like,
ability to cure yourself of
I
any
am so
sickness, illness,
pissed
or
off that you
disease.
did not go
That includes hangovers
sooner. It
and
was like,
anything that
I
shows
know.
up on
We
Oregon
were
Trail.
having such a
But
good
every
time.
time,
Really, yeah.
and anything else that could show up on potentially say the Oregon Trail. But every time you use the power, you take 5 years off
Is
your
this the
life.
24th?
You
Is
got to
the
be
show
real
24th?
ill to
That
want
show
to
is
cure
a
it.
show.
It couldn't just be, oh, I've got a
Who
sniffle,
huh?
right?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. He,
Oh, And he's got one last little post-it
We
note here.
as he's
We were talking
walking
about
to his
Smithy
computer.
Butler. We mentioned and that him being the highest decorated Marine, which he was until he died, but was then superseded by the highest decorated Marine in history, Chesty Puller, because Drozuka is a former Marine, and so no. That's right. He also knows to say goodnight, Chesty, wherever you are. So yeah, Chesty Puller.
You know,
Sounds like a fake name.
That sounds like fake. There's a bad motherfucker. You have to be bad motherfucker to pull that name off.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds. I mean, Chesty
Is there a Chesty Puller here?
Chesty Puller is a chrononaut. He probably was from the year 3700 and came back and was like, I like it around here. I'm staying.
No, I'm Colonel.
That's right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Drozuka. Blasting us with your talent.
We've heard back from James the Skeptical Loki.
Oh my goodness.
Good friend James who had me on this podcast.
Why?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I couldn't
Like
make it
the
on there.
meanest motherfucker
That would be
ever.
the Unseen podcast.
Yes. I listened to it. I'm so sorry. I couldn't that night, and Flora got to hog all the
There's
glory.
in the Banana Wars,
Dave Glory Hog.
I'm a glory hog. He says just for the
Occupation
hell of it.
Nicaragua,
But you guys might like a big
World War II, Solomon Islands, New Britain, Mariana Islands, Korean War.
and unknown
He fought a lot of shit.
alien man beast.
He's the most decorated Marine in American history.
Needs to shave.
5 Navy Crosses, 1 Distinguished Service Cross.
Get a
6
job.
Crosses, Pose,
damn
7
you.
Mark, Eddie Redmayne, second highest.
He's also got some tattoo suggestions.
Oh, sweet. What's Flora going to get a tattoo of?
It's been so long.
They have a dog.
Flora has to get a tattoo if we get 1,000 likes by the time we do our
Marine Corps
drunken
mascot.
episode.
Chesty
That was the
Puller.
deal. I don't remember if that was the deal, but that's the deal now.
That was
Gilbert and the Right, Chesty Puller.
just because
What's the matter, dude? Do you not want this podcast to be successful?
one of them is, I suppose some people believe that, the words,
Oh, nice.
or perhaps
Can he get that above his front parts?
he's got one of those things coming up. The next one is proof or GTFO.
Nice.
Here's the one that you requested.
Yeah.
Placebo and then a down arrow.
So what do you think it is? I think you need
He's back.
one of those special accounts.
Or I want to believe there's a silhouette of Bigfoot, and then under that, but I need proof.
So how do you think you
I
fucking
want
do
to
it?
believe is a tramp stamp.
One more. He says, "How about a sleeve with all the cryptids we've covered, left or right arm?"
Oh, that'd be awesome.
That might actually be a cool one if you. That might actually be a cool one if you had the right person.
Yeah, you got a cool artist and just
That shit's
did
not
a
working.
whole
Nothing's
sleeve of
fast.
cryptids.
oh man, and then like
This stuff isn't good enough
knuckle
for a while.
tattoos. So when both
And then what? You gonna talk to
knuckles
someone?
are out, it says meow meow meow.
Thank you,
Now this
James.
thing is
Yeah,
fucking
thanks, James.
forever to download.
How about
Let's restart
being
all
the
that
most
shit.
evil, concentrated piece of
We
rock
log
in the
in.
entire
Your
mountain?
thing with that girl's gone.
Oh,
You never get back in that
Hey
account.
guys,
What is that shit called?
since I have no friends, I'm declaring you are my best friends. Oh, I accept.
And it
But now I'm
within
mad
your
because
story.
you didn't send us anything for our birthdays. Well, I mean, if we're best friends, dude, at least a card. He says, thanks for making my days tolerable. I found you guys on the Voynich episode when I was knocking
What is
around
that?
on the iTunes a few weeks ago, and now I'm hooked. Awesome. Nice. Wanted to tell you a story from my childhood. When I was a kid growing up in Texas, I would tell my parents about the aliens visiting me. Huge.
I'm like a fucking dog when I
I
hear
called them
that
the
goddamn
pancake aliens.
vacuum.
For the longest time, I thought I was just having cool dreams about aliens that played basketball with my brain and would teach me about geography, which I have since made a career of. Since they were tall, from a kid's perspective with flat heads,
What are
that
you
to a
looking-
6-year-old would seem very much like a
No, it's
pancake.
like it's
Well,
called
in recent years, after I
YouTuber?
left the Army, I had really vivid dreams of the same things that terrified me. I don't know if it's just a resurgence from my imagination or what. I tend to be skeptical, but I thought you guys might take interest. And you are correct. Yeah, that is weird. Because, yeah, if you had, like kids are so accepting of strange inputs like that. That
anyway.
if you had, I like the idea. It's almost
So is that
Lovecraft.
the end of your story?
The idea is an
No.
adult having the dreams of a 6-year-old would be terrified,
Oh man.
right?
that's right into it.
There you go. Also, what's up with the missing back catalog on iTunes? There are a lot of missing. Unfortunately, iTunes will only give us so much real estate. And so, if you want any of the previous episodes, they're all on our website, blurryphotos.org. You can download them or you can stream them from the website. I'm afraid that iTunes will only let us carry so many episodes at once.
Here's the reason why I have to make the file sizes a little bigger to keep the quality. If I made them smaller, we would sound like and you might notice that with some other podcasts. Kind of sound kind of crappy.
Kyle and Cam on Expanded Perspectives made a good point. They made a
That's two we're going to say, Kyle and Cam, Expanded Perspectives. It really sounds like
No, they sound great. They were just talking about it, that episode that we were on.
Right.
They were talking about how there's so many podcasts and that audio quality really becomes an issue. It's
another thing that will separate.
She very much has a personality.
Yeah, exactly. So we were trying to keep that as high as possible. Yes, all of our episodes are on the website. So if you're ever looking for effects from the back catalog, blurryphotos.org, set you up.
She's the one fucking
and I'm up to like episode 41 or something on YouTube, if that's your bag.
Or just give us a call on the phone. We'll just make up
but
an
we
episode
weren't
on the fly.
ever
We'll just talk to
in
you
the
about it.
same. Like I was in this group of girls, and maybe she lived next door to them, or we'd see each other at a party, or they had class together. But we were never.
I'm not falling for that again. Anyway, thank you, Evil Pebble.
Thanks, Evil Pebble.
Got an email from A.R. Foster.
I don't think we ever. Maybe we did hang out with the group of people.
And
I know we went like.
he doesn't. There's no semi-auto here. He goes full
Well, I
auto.
think I did at some point. I think I did. If I knew your face,
Wanted to write and say thanks for the laughs and let us know that he heard about us through the Chicago Podcast Cooperative.
Hey, it works.
So that he writes. So that shit really does work. And that those lovely ladies with candy chat have become a part of my doctor-prescribed podcasting diet. Yes, most doctors will not prescribe that much candy.
Like, what would she say?
His first episode was Yokai. Listen to it about the same time that Enter Kaifek came out. Was absolutely hooked from that point on. The true crime ones like Enter Kaifek, Bloody Benders, and Lisa Lamb, and the ghost stories being some of his favorites. Someone who's only recently gotten into the pun game, I was not expecting to the podcast to have them, or that I would enjoy them as much as I have.
We weren't friends.
Yeah, we're always surprised that we enjoy puns too. Because
honestly,
I feel like we should. It's like
not
a
like
really
we weren't friends,
stinking
like we
cheese.
were
We're like,
enemies.
oh,
It
this
was
is
just like we weren't.
Man, sometimes like these two
We
stinky.
were like acquaintances.
If you're the ones that really have that like open cavern taste that comes in through your nose, like the back of your nose. It's like, hey, heard y'all having a party, just thought I'd stop by.
If this were a movie or video
Kim
game or
brought
something,
some cheese
it would be
over.
like you'd have main
Last time she
characters.
was in town.
and
It was really good.
Then
It was like a really kind of brie
little
like cheese.
characters. They would
And I called it fart in the mouth cheese because
And
it
then
was
there
like
would be
you
girls
enjoyed
like
eating it, and then it was just like you're gonna fart in the mouth cheese.
Actually,
I
Katie
don't eat,
Passman
but
is
still
really
eat it.
good.
Fart in the mouth
Then
cheese.
there's a level of girls that I don't remember. I know their faces.
Is that I can't tell what
And
what are
maybe I
my
have
puns,
stories about it. I just can't remember.
what are you and your
And then there's
listeners'
like a
puns?
level of just
Oh,
there.
Yeah.
we get this.
But I feel like
Then,
I finally found some of
whatever
that,
those dorms
that
are,
are, and I hope
That they
original
built when I
actually
was
got
there, that
murdered.
were like for
The
50-year
church in my
girls or
hometown has
something.
finally instituted
You
much
figured it out.
technological
Basically,
innovation.
you
As
really,
the aging
really,
continues to become
really
more
like
and more
girls.
frail, the
You
ability
really
for them
stay
to
at
watch
girls' school.
from home
And
without
there's
having to
another
risk the harsh
subsection
outside
that's
world
just
has
for
been a
girls.
massive hit.
You really-
I always knew that the church should get
And that's
involved
cool.
with remote
And I never. Did you ever go there?
I used to work in a bookstore until recently, and one of the books people are looking for, Baby's first book of anti-establishmentism, always pick up is Fight Club by
Shout
Chuck
out to my
Palahniuk.
friends.
I look forward to hearing your pronunciation of his name. Yeah, with that, I just rolled right through it.
Was this a
RAs.
It's pretty
There
obvious
was
that they
one
just want
time
to get it,
where
get
RAs
it
were
because
being
they've seen
unfair.
the movie and they want to fight
when
people
was that?
without really understanding what the book is about.
Oh, they really fucked
Either
my
way, I've talked to
friends.
some
Actually,
people and
one
we found a
RA.
safe place for
I
them
don't
to
want
all
to say
hang
she's
out.
really unfair.
We're
She was doing her
shopping some
job,
names around in the
and she's
process
smart.
of difficult.
And
We
she knew,
finally
but
settled
she
on
wasn't being cool. So we
Lost
an RA like
Colony
this.
of Dunningbrook Island.
We were
wow? Yeah. How about that?
what?
You ain't right. That's the cheese. That's a fart in your mouth.
Everybody knew.
That's
Never
what
pregame
that
at
is.
the
It's delicious.
Never
enrichment.
pregame.
Then you're like,
Never pregame there. What's pregame? You drink before you go out drinking. It's
Automatic
just to get a
Rifle
buzz
also
to go out. Like at
included
drinks, you can't
a
feel
really great story here
Anyway,
that we might
so
actually
we go
use in a
and-
future time, so we're putting it on the side stack. And finally, question for you.
I want to say we were going to go
I
to the
read somewhere
stand.
that are seemingly strange interests and fears in
I've
this
played basketball with my dad
in our previous life.
and
I've
we were
always had a
playing,
strange
and wouldn't
interest
you
in
know it,
death and dying.
when you're ever
I've always
playing
been afraid of
basketball,
knives
you always
hitting
face the wall.
So
You
if
never
there used
turn
to be
around.
believed I was probably a mortician in a previous life who was stabbed to death with a knife.
I
feel like most everyone's afraid of knives.
At a certain point,
I
I had
don't feel
like
like that's a
turned around and hit a
terribly
ball.
unique one.
You shouldn't
I
have
know
done
I
it, but
personally am not a
I did.
It's
My
in the
dad hit
bone.
it right in my fucking
Excuse me.
and my family was not a family. Okay, we're going to emergency rooms, like,
You know, actually, I always,
or we're going to plastic
and this is
surgery as well.
in the
How
most
did you
random
broke your
times, this
nose?
is
I
a
broke
true
my
thing.
nose.
I had this image in my
That was
head of
3 years in a
rebar
row on the same
stuck
fucking
through
day,
my left
August
arm,
7th.
like in 3 places.
My
I
parents'
don't know
anniversary.
where it
Why?
comes from.
My mother every single year just got a book up her ass. Hey, Mike, go play ball with
have
Mike
fallen and gotten
in the
impaled
yard,
on it.
and I'll make steaks and
my
then
God.
have dinner. That's how it always was
I
every
was
year.
a
And if you
bridge
play
man
baseball
over
enough,
Colorado,
catch it.
something, then I fell and missed
Eventually,
concrete
someone will miss it,
on the
and it'll
rebar
hit. And so
and
I'd catch
up
the
my
ball.
left
You don't want to
arm.
also catch the ball with your
Then
face
they left
behind
me
you and
there
catch it
because
right.
they're a bunch of dicks.
But anyway, and so I'd catch it. And this one time, it goes in. Boom.
You got a good Willie
That was
Nelson.
the first year.
That's a
Second year,
solid Willie
I
Nelson.
catch it.
What are you, Flora?
Third
No.
year, we're playing.
I ain't scared of nothing.
And this took like an hour and a half to catch.
No, I mean, I can't think of anything.
And then I'd be
I'm
bloody.
okay with heights.
My mom's
You
cleaning
know
me up.
what?
She's got
Maybe
steaks
I do
and
have something.
dinner and all that other shit.
Sometimes I'll get the sensation
but
of
then-
falling, but I'm
That's
sure
just how it
everybody does it at some point or other. But
And
when I'm drinking a lot of bourbon, when I when I
at
play
least
a
3
video
years
game,
ago, I know I
and
broke my nose.
my character will go off a cliff, or or if you're going down the side of a mountain, there's a big drop.
You get that in Minecraft?
I get that Minecraft. My heart does a sort of like kind of jump or like a flutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm afraid of like VR Minecraft.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
But I don't know if there's anything, if that's something or if that's just something everybody gets. But that's about it. Other than that, I'll fuck a bunch of shit up. I don't give no shit.
Yeah, look at this badass. Assault Rifle Foster writes, keep up the great work. Thanks for all the laughs. I know you don't like people apologizing. But seriously, look at all this shit I typed down. What a mess.
And my friend had already gotten into some trouble.
Yeah, indeed.
All my friend
All
wanted
right,
to do,
he writes,
really
A.R. Foster
growing up, was go to
believes that others should give nicknames because giving yourself one is
her brother
swears.
did.
So true. Fully automatic
and
rifle Foster.
she's heartbroken. We found out we did not get in
And we've heard from
on the
Jenna.
same day. And I'm the one who told her.
Relatively new fan found us through Alcohollywood.
Oh, sweet.
So thanks to those
We had a
guys.
slave.
Loves the show and is a
she
Scott.
was
With a subscription to
not in the
Scott's
play.
magazine.
She
Scott.
came in early
really like the
to do
I'm
makeup.
There, I Am
She was in the
episode.
other class. So
Actually been up
what's
to
the
the
other
summer.
class? They were going to do a
like
play
before
in
day
the second half of the semester, and we did a play in the
It
first
felt
half.
pretty secure, but
So,
a woman
what play?
they met on
Julius
walk
Caesar.
swore
And,
she felt something oppressive.
So
about
she
the
was
place.
there to do makeup.
She said
and
she didn't really think about that again
with some
until
other
she heard our
girls.
episode.
And so,
Was glad to hear something that wasn't just messy out of Scotland.
I remember.
So finish with a pun.
I'm not gonna go
She says, I'm not very good at
as
it,
I
but if the
returned-
Scottish gave up just because they weren't good at something,
as
we
I
would have football
returned to
teams, and then
school,
where else would we
then
get our
at the end of the
institutionalized
play,
racism
and I was
and
just like
Catholic
in
Protestant
shock.
rivalries?
I
Church?
remember she's like, what's wrong? And I was like, she could tell I was crying. Everybody could tell. Like, I was just. I remember my friend Jenny came to me. I was just staring off in
from an island.
the window, and my friend Jenny is like,
Hebrides overture.
it's not the end of the world.
Lauren knows
You
about
don't
classical
understand
music.
my
From an island called Tiri. The Outer Hebrides, there's also an island called the Isle of Lewis, and on it are some pretty great pre-Christian monuments. One of them is sort of like the Scottish
I know.
Stonehenge, the Callanish stones.
And were they?
They just call it stench.
Sponge.
My dad
They're
went to
somewhere in the
me out.
ballpark of 5,000 years old, and whilst they form a circle in the monument center, stones coming out from the circle form a big cross. A couple days ago, there was this horrible gust that blew through the Hebrides, and the storm was so bad it actually blew some of the. Because they're in a cross shape, they all fell onto one another like dominoes. Now they're all at an angle,
These
still
acceptance letters
standing
came
and
with
leaning on one another.
scholarships, and it was
So they've renamed them. Now they call them
and
the Fallenish stones. P.S. I've written to Scott's magazine about the inclusion of a food section.
I remember
Ending response. Hell
I
yeah.
was really
Was
beside
it-
myself.
was
My
it
friend Sarah was like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, she's like,
It's
what's
a
wrong?
luster.
And I was like,
For the
I got a
week.
letter from the person. She's like,
Angus McTiernan.
badly to get in. You've got that license for it. I'm like, She's like, oh my god. If you don't mind me asking, what does the letter look like?
Thank you, Joe.
Big envelope 6-7 sweater.
Got an email here from A. It's that bloke again.
That bloke
Oh my
again,
god, I
eh?
got the
You're
mail
right.
today.
Greetings from DNN.
I don't open up the mail because
You're right.
I
I'm
just
not
get
going to
to my parents.
sugarcoat
But
this. You're
something came
Aussie.
from the
You're
university and I
Aussie.
didn't look,
Pronounce
but I better
Aussie,
have my name
not
on it.
Aussie.
And she called her
It's
mom,
a terrible
and
more
mom
than I'd like to
did it that.
believe.
Her mom opened it. But I'm
Here's the
like,
thing.
I saw her face when she said, oh my god, I got the same one.
From day one, we have said how terrible those accents are.
Yeah,
Were
no,
you the
I
only
think that
We cannot do.
yeah, this bloke is just agreeing, but put some pointers in here.
Well, this is good.
Here we go. Here we go. Don't pronounce unimportant vowels. What an Australian concept. You waste and you die.
You're wasting your tin.
Yeah. We're inherent lazy, simple short words at every chance. Australia is Australia. Australia.
We were in the
Afternoon is Arvo. Arvo. What are you up to?
who did not.
Chapter. See, this is the kind of shit that Alan was saying to me that I could never understand.
Oh, I see.
Chapter.
John Cook.
You want to cook
John Cook.
Talk through your nose. Your mouth is there purely for the consumption of alcohol. Don't wear it out with talking. Never answer a question with the answer. Answer with what the answer is. I'm very
We
good
were the
sometimes.
only.
How are you? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. How big is it? Not huge.
Not it.
She's the only other person
Related
I
is
knew
the
who
response. In it. Which means no or not
other people
yet.
might not have been
Which
gotten
means
it.
yes. Nah, yeah, nah. Could be anything. So let's change the subject to footy or beer. This is great. Or from you.
And it
Buck.
wasn't as
No
hard for
bad.
her.
Why
Why?
are you writing a guide toss to Straya?
She knew she had
Also
gotten in there
related is the
singing.
insult versus
So
familiarity tangent when greeting people.
her
Basically,
tuition
call
was
your
going to be
mates
paid
out,
either
don't
way.
let your enemies
Her
make.
mom worked
No, I don't know why. No one does. We just do
so
it.
she was going to be fine. So she didn't go to one, she went to the other.
Close.
It's no big
Yeah,
deal.
mates close.
They didn't have a random all-boys school like they had an all-girls school.
And so yeah,
They
I
did
reckon
have
those
holy
tips should help
crosses,
you out.
but
To be
I
sure,
was
you should
told by the
probably do an
university
episode on
to
Aussie mysteries and or cryptids to really give you a chance to practice the nuances. Until next time, keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Hey, it's that bloke again.
Why did they say don't
we
open?
now, yeah, we will.
We won't not.
We won't. We could. We could. Yeah, because we did the bunyip. That was pretty great. But there are so many more
Not
things.
that,
What else?
but it was a junior college.
These were in one of the
University,
Yeah, I was going to say we had the description. So yeah, we've got a few more. I would love to do that because I that's an accent I love to butcher. So
it
thank
was
you.
not
Thank you.
It was a great
as
one.
competitive
We've heard from. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's the tap
Big Ten
dancing
university. They
Kaiser.
wanted you to attend Big Ten school and SEC school and Ivy League school and ACC school. Did you know any Ivy League kids? No, but I knew plenty of them.
You're trying to steal whatever you want with your
I should have gone.
ships.
Really, yeah. I think John
Spark on your hands.
where
What's
I could see somebody transferring from there to where we were. But what made the difference?
Jimmy Stewart is 90% scammer.
But yeah, you can go to Carnegie Mellon and all that other shit, but then run
We
football.
were watching
Or
Wonderful
if they do,
Life
it's
this
no fucking
Christmas,
yet.
and it's just funny to
Not
see
the
where he
artist, we had a
finally
lot
like
of
came
tradition,
very
wow,
like
you
kiss.
knew everybody
And
was
it's just
coming
like
in on
the
certain
things
things like that. He just
shakes her like he's like confessing his love, but he's also angry at her, and he's just
Screaming about all the shit he doesn't want to do.
right, and he shakes the hell out of her, and then they just like put their necks on each other's faces.
They give out these
Yeah,
little
there's
cards.
like
These things
typing
look
out
like
like tooth
they had
match,
these
like
cards, stacks of cards. Everybody knows these cards. Not just cards like
Guys on
Las
the
Vegas.
phone,
It had a
like,
schedule,
what's going on?
and they had all the team schedules for the next
So the tap
10 years or
Kaiser
something.
says,
Like really,
got to the Black Eyed Kids
but
episode.
they had
He said his grandpa
printed
fought in
schedules
Europe
for
during
the
World War
next
II. This might actually be a tap dancing Kaiser
5
dish.
years. So you knew what
One
the big
day,
games were,
early in his
and you were
deployment
waiting
France,
5
my
fucking
little
years.
brother was a
Now, I don't know.
His squad had
They're
been
playing
pinned down in a building all day
The number
for
3 team in the country this
fire.
weekend, I think.
Their captain
I
wasn't
barely
going to risk losing any men in the darkness, so he decided to keep them there overnight. said a company of Shermans were too far away to offer any assistance. That's tanks. So they blocked off all the windows and doors except for one. As his story goes, he was pulling duty and guarding the door when a light but persistent knocking began. He immediately grabbed his rifle and moved towards the door. At this moment, he described a feeling of great anxiety that he hadn't felt since D-Day. He still went to the door and was able to look outside through a crack. He expected that he would see a German soldier standing there, but it was only 2 children. Weird. Said he couldn't shake that uneasy feeling as he cracked the door open. One of the kids was looking down, the other seemed to be between 11
my
and
friend
12.
Sarah would go there.
He looked up and down the alley to make sure the Germans weren't around because this could be a ruse to capture the men. It was at this moment that he realized that before they had taken this defensive position, they cleared all the buildings of civilians, and the only way to the other side of town was down the road that these snippers occupied. He looked back at the children, and that's when he saw the eyes, completely black and hollow. They asked if they could come inside and go to the bathroom. Totally unnerved, my grandpa slammed the door.
She had a
Got
really
his
good
replacement for duty and told him what he had
like,
seen. The other soldier
I
cracked the
didn't have
door and
that
said he saw nothing.
So she wasn't
Told my
ruined for
grandpa
her.
he
She
better
was
get some
just,
sleep. His eyes were completely
but it was no big.
So the guy
I shouldn't
just
say
says
it
I would
was
have asked
no
my
big
grandpa
deal. Her
about
brother
what
went there. It
happened
was a
when
big
he passed
deal.
away
She
several
really
years
liked
ago.
it. But
He can't
it was
be
no.
for certain if this was embellishment or if he really had
It was
seen
no life
that
changing.
kid's.
Like
Either way, it's already a terrifying story. Hidden down at night.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
And then the black-eyed kids are like, yeah, let me make this worse for you.
Oh, man. Great story, Ted. That's a Kaiser.
Do you like the place?
No. Get on back out of here. We don't want you in Bedford Falls.
I don't want your black eyes. I don't want you using my bathroom. I don't want your plastics. I don't want anyone. I'm going to send my daughter Susan out here to paint your balls all over the side of this alley. You understand me?
But I know
Well, Jimmy Stewart was actually some sort of early bionic man.
I know
You're gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna show you how. Let me just drop this creek here.
Well, the savings alone have the money. They have the damn technology. So now I can just lift this car away from the tree. I'm just. His nemesis is a robotic man in a wheelchair named Pot Arm.
Yeah.
I was
But
like,
it's just like they have this
they
fucking
couldn't save my legs. Now I just see you in plan. This whole town will be mine.
But from like a familial aspect and a
You're
community
not gonna
aspect,
get any of that pot
Jesus. There you go. There's our next radio play.
that'd be my question.
I got an email here from Pink Bob. Oh, this is a very simple question. Pink Bob sent us a copy of Zorro the Gay Blade with Hamilton. George Hamilton. Wants to know if we watched it yet. We haven't, and it's my fault. We had a whole night planned out. As a matter of fact, Flora's girlfriend even made up a cocktail called the Gay Blade. And I ended up having to leave for work. I had to get out of town for a couple of days. It sounds like I was fleeing something. I had to go to one of our offices, and I for work, I had to leave. So I ruined the whole thing, and we haven't gotten it rescheduled yet. But we did have a whole to-do about it. Actually, we built a little evening and had some friends over about it. So once we get that rescheduled, which should be pretty soon, it's a good time for that. So we can get that done. So that's entirely my fault. That's my fart. It's your fart. It's my fart, Pink Bob. So
Fart in your mouth.
that's me.
We'll
Sorry.
get to it, Pink.
Yeah, damn right we will. I can't wait. Because I feel like I saw it when I was super young, but I don't remember it very well. Because I think it was a double feature of that and Love at First Bite.
Double feature.
All right. Well, thanks, Pink Bob.
Yeah, we'll get to it, and we will report as soon as we do. Roy,
What is your
hey,
favorite?
we've heard from ladies_pumpkin69. Oh,
I think she kind of looks like a
Are you sure it's not hit that blunt 420 69696969?
Really? Yeah.
it's not
At all?
That one was taken.
She comes from two very,
Great podcast, guys. Still in my first season. Just finished the channeling
Yeah, she
episode.
just tan
Here's a story.
pretty
My
well.
girlfriend visits a healer, but I am supportive of her, so I avoid criticizing in front of her. So she tells me she saw a few dead relatives and a guardian angel. The healer gets her into a trance, something like crystallizing healing. That's the term she uses. And then my girlfriend says she can see a room with windows, and then the healer asks her what she can see. So the girlfriend replies with windows, chests
If he's
covered
gay,
in
and I
dust,
think he
random
is,
items.
my
It's going to be a room
friend
of
Sarah
requirement.
It's very hard.
And she asked her to pick them up and get it out. The girlfriend says it's heavy. So the healer says a guardian angel will help you lift the items. And then outside it disappears, I guess, into diamond dust. And these items are apparently baggage, which she carries.
They were always together.
There's
a lot of symbolism going on there.
And then she said, and dead relatives, they visit her and tell her now they are at peace and they go into the light. Then there is a very flat emoji face. Anywho, I supported her a lot because I thought, it would help her with her constant stress and worrying. And surprise, it didn't. He says, I just felt it was a cash churning BS. Oh, and he gives a certificate for one of those numerous things that we
put it on the pile.
It wouldn't surprise me.
But anyways, you know what?
That's kind of how we always show up to these, how we end up on these things. It's like, I guess it could help if it makes your life go better. Why the hell not? But I agree. I feel like that's a predatory practice.
I would say
it is a bit.
being gay is like diabetes.
But thanks for writing.
There's type 1 and there's type 2. There's type 1 where you're just born that way, and there's type 2 where you can be
Hi, my name is Brooke.
society.
I totally dig your show. Thank you.
Nature versus nurture.
I'm a graphic designer and love listening to your podcast as I draw at work.
So, what was he?
And then she's got a great show suggestion because she doesn't feel like we have enough episodes about goblins. We tried.
Big dumb goblins.
It's not like he was exposed to a bunch
Can they get out? Will they get out?
Of course they will. Here comes Jordan, big tongue wobbling, flying through the air like a big dumb goblin. Actually, hey, we've done gremlins.
Yeah. So I think
goblins are different.
And she even went so far as to
do a workforce.
hit us up with a huge amount of links and stuff. So thanks for the prepackaged episode.
Our people one day.
I'll probably do that.
Got another one here from Connor the Con Man. Right, hello, gents. Hi. Hey, on your most recent milestone, looking at the with General Ironicus.
Oh, hey, we're catching up.
Yeah. Fargo was mentioned, funnily enough, one of the characters of the TV series. If that was what was referenced, is played by a former classmate of my younger sister. She plays the bratty daughter of the mob leader, who also the whole only white men can safely travel back in time thing. I generally agree, except in some instances of fiction, specifically related to Japanese animation. Steins Gate is one such series where race is not a factor. And an added bonus, said series makes use of the whole John Titor versus CERN story. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, John Titor was the guy that showed up in Times Square, I think. Is that the one? And he got hit by a car or something? I don't know. I'm not too familiar, but
you know what? Now you've made us think, Connor. And he says, have a happy New Year. Have a happy New Year. You'll like that. So thanks, Con Man. We've heard from Lex. Lex, are you an evil super person?
Hey, David. Writing and say I still love your stuff and tearfully forcing my boyfriend to convert to believerism. Nice. Bye, tearfully. Okay, so says, any chance you two ever playing a brief game with the illustrious Ken Height would make for fantastic ladies?
I know my uncle.
I'd like that.
Better than
I'd be down with that.
And a lot of
the truth be told, the hard thing is, Ken is very much the man in
but
demand.
also, I've seen his brothers and I know my father.
He travels a lot. He does a ton of cons and stuff. We probably have to rope a couple more people in to actually do a tabletop thing. I think it'd be fun to do. It'd be great. You know what? What would be fun to do about that? That might make a great Patreon.
So
if we just gamed for an afternoon, broke that into a bunch of episodes, and that'd be a ton of fun. I love that idea.
That's not bad. Not bad.
I think I'll say this.
Oh yeah, it's not bad.
Well, I think
Ken would definitely rather be a player.
Or that my uncle did.
I think Ken. Don't quote me on this, but I feel like Ken might get roped into a lot of gaming scenarios
because he knows.
Yeah, because he's fucking great at it. Also, he has a podcast about gaming and how to make gaming awesome all the time.
Maybe Ironicus could game master it. Who knows?
There you go.
Last question: how much would it cost for a full Blurry Photos Liquor Beer album?
And did she? No,
I'll pitch in at least $7 for that work of art.
I'll tell you what.
I think
we have discussed that more than you could possibly imagine. We both really enjoyed making up shitty country songs. So you might
And
get your wish on that one.
I had to
We had a
go
lot
to
of
where
fun
I
doing
went,
that.
but I didn't know where it was. I'm just telling you, it's probably. Would you have him go there? Actually, no, I'd have him go to Stanford. But we had people go to Stanford. We don't have anyone who went to Harvard or
Bitch in the
and then we should have my cousin Caitlin go there. Of anyone who was really geared, I've ever seen in my entire life, geared to a school, and in my entire life, what my father did
He
for
would be a sort of a
university,
side
my
note
uncle did
kind of
to my
sound
cousin
because I could
about
pull out the old
75%.
accordion.
Oh yeah.
And I've got the acoustic guitar here, so everything else would probably be electronic. But
I don't know. Well, you just find other people that are
And I
musicians.
remember
yes.
when she did.
I'll break you the old upright bass.
So I was at the university. She was like, "Hey, I got it
What
to where I
doesn't
needed to
have,
get
they
it,
don't have
even though
pickups for my
it took
upright
some
bass.
time."
We'd have to like really
And
shove a microphone
remember-
into it.
We'd be fine.
That's right.
Because she was supposed to go there. It was such a big fucking deal. She's gonna go to Harvard School.
I can take the blues for a walk on that thing.
And then she didn't. And she went to a good school. But it was like, well, time it made me realize, like, I don't know, I mean, it's good to set high expectations for your children, but
Tom writes, hello. Wait, no.
my Uncle Jim,
What did you write to say how much I enjoy blurry photos? It's like creeping Vincent. It's like creeping Vincent, but it's so fun to do. I'm a comic book artist, and you help keep me sane during the long hours of drawing and redrawing. I especially enjoyed the Wendigo episode as it reminded me of a strange event during my own
they're just
childhood.
very
The
competitive. I
woods
don't have
nearby
to
home were haunted by a creature said to be a Wendigo,
wherever it would have
which
been,
turned
if I
out to be
wanted to
nothing
go
more than a local man in a faked-up monster suit. It was just a pretend ego.
you would have had to go to where
Yeah, he got us. He said, best wishes, thanks for the laughs.
what happened.
Creeping Tom from the UK
Still would go, but you
wants to
didn't
let us
have
know he's a 3 on the Firth Van Dyke scale.
Oh, wow.
But on top of all that, what I haven't said, and it's not really a thing, but, you know, they put a hell of a lot of
Thanks,
pressure on
Creeping Tom.
We had
She-
to pretend to go. We did.
and I really
I
want to
saw
work
her
on
in a dress.
lets me
touch the girl.
more than, I mean, like, I could tell her, I've known about Stevie Wonder before I knew about you, so it was like, he got mine before you,
Heard from
and Ray Charles died, so, but you're like third, now you're second, really, yeah, and there are other people too, who I'd want to help with, but I'm like, why can't I work on a
Luna
for
Kitty
this?
says, I would like to send you to
Really?
Billy Box.
My cousin ran, she was her class
After
president
that intro,
in grade school,
for the Krampus
had
Knocked
a very good
episode,
phrase.
says on either missing out on or just not discussing the bizarre. As it sounds interesting, though, as you all had so much damn losing your mind fun,
I
it's
mean,
okay.
this little girl
But I bet many of
was
us
just
are
a little
curious
engine
what all
that
you
could, when
would
it
sell
came
at a
to
Krampus mini
making
festival.
it work for the United
Didn't we
States.
tell
Very
people
smart.
there was like the
But-
balloon hats and the t-shirts?
I don't
There wasn't a ton for sale. I think the only crafts that I
She was a hell
recall
of a story.
is there was hats, some signs, and the balloon hats.
Yeah,
The balloon hats
they
and
had
some
some
the
t-shirts
dog.
that they sold out of pretty quickly.
So I definitely
And
know a
so
lot
yeah,
about
some
service
t-shirts that
animals.
also sold
Now they
out.
can
They
help
had
people,
this thing
and I
called
mean, for
Harm's
someone
Way
who's
where
blind,
you
they
could
are
Get molested.
walk through it, just get beat as you walk through.
Yeah, you just go wail.
We took
For
a picture
someone
with the Christmas drag queen and the rest of the crew, which we put up. But
Cool angels.
I don't know. I guess we didn't discuss it
for
enough.
someone who
Yeah.
just
You
needs
know
it for
what?
comfort and things like that.
There
I'm not saying
wasn't
they don't.
enough
I've used it for
to
those
really
things.
call it
I've been thrown out of
bizarre.
places
Yeah,
with
that's
stuff.
what I feel
I've seen it
It
both
might get
ways.
fixed.
Yeah, I feel like I think they're gonna attract more vendors because there was
If
like
you have a
3 things for
non-violent
sale.
dog,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we could set up a booth there.
Maybe.
We could
like,
call
is there
up
any
and just be like,
situation you
hey,
can always
yeah.
have? Like, if you're going into surgery,
We'd like to make money off of you.
they're going to have to take
you
dogs
know what?
away at some
we
point.
haven't had a
So you
penalty
can't
box
be
for a
like,
while. I feel
I'm
like
going to have
there's
this
some
thing
things that
forever. But
Yeah.
in most cases, if it's a
Yeah,
well-behaved
I'm
dog,
surprised this is the first mention that we've gotten. So.
I remember the
Thank
first
you,
place I ever
Luna
saw
Yeah, arigato
what would be
gozaimasu.
considered a service animal that was not
We got a 1-2 combo
my
from
cousin,
Zulu
and that was
Hunters.
not like someone else on the street.
He writes,
also this other
awesome as
guy
always, guys.
who had
That
my
Mel's
help.
whole episode made
He
me my new
remembered
favorite. just about tight when
we have
Snake
to bring back Ray Charles.
literally saw the baby.
We'd have to bring back a blind Ray Charles, but he didn't start
Also
that.
writes, awesome job on the Lovecraft episode.
Well,
Thanks. Wanted to wait to write and tell you I could throw $10 your way since I offered 5 for a penalty box stint. You guys blew that completely out of the water. So enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love the goofy yelling Dagon and the idea that Neural the Tip ended the world early just to show that one heckler.
This is the craziest thing. She was born in China, adopted in the United States, has
There's a new
surgery in the
restaurant in
United
the old New York
States so that she
neighborhood.
can see
It's
basically
just a
what it's like to
vacant
see
lot.
down
They
the
only
shop.
serve mutton. They
Okay.
cook it by lowering a sheep into a bottomless pit in the back and eat while
It's on the
huddling
front of
over
the
a hot
Chicago
bucket
Tribune.
of burning ice.
My dad and
The
my
men in black
uncle
are
never
trying to
agreed
shut
on
it
anything.
down, so don't
My
miss your
dad would
chance
get
to
the
visit
Chicago Tribune
Mel's
frame.
Kitchen.
It was a but it was like that was a nice thing to do.
You have to
And very
be a real daredevil to live there.
now I know my uncle.
I thought
I know he's always got a
Jessica Jones.
ulterior
I'm gonna
motive.
put you in a loop,
As
kid.
I with everything. But if you're gonna have any ulterior
Taste of
motive,
the siren
just
fist.
save something. That's
Dave, we've heard from Mandy.
and,
Oh, Mandy.
Hi, Mandy. Andy says, I feel as if I need to defend my profession as an anthropologist.
Okay.
Oh, no. Will you do, Flora? In regards to artifacts found out of context.
Parts?
he
When
was very
someone
good.
finds
A
something
very
of
good
significance, like a knife or
Not
a
to say
rug,
my
for example,
aunt,
and they
there
move it
wasn't.
and clean
My
all
aunt
the dirt
and
off of it,
parent,
it loses about
she knew what it was,
90%
but
of
she
the
had
potential
raised
information
his,
they
she had
can
a
learn.
grandson. Oh, where
That
you
is an anthropologist will learn. Bugs or any other organic material can be used to date the object.
Well, they
Soil
put a lot of
surrounding
pressure on it. I
fine can
remember
be
when she
tested
didn't
for
get it.
disturbance. Anthropologists would also
remember
want to
saying to my
test the
mom,
surrounding area for other items of
now isn't the
significance,
whole fucking
as
family
well
going
as
to
for
put all the
science
pressure in
and
the world that she
habitation.
has to get in
So
now?
if you
It's
find
expensive
something and want
and
to be
hard
taken
to accept.
seriously by
Didn't
anyone in the
accept it.
anthropology or archaeology field,
So,
you need to leave it where you found it as undisturbed
well,
as possible.
they didn't when I was there.
Expert.
It was something I would have absolutely
Photography is a
considered,
great way
and I would
to
have gotten in.
document
Same
something
with
without
the
disturbing
no
it
one's going
in
to
a context. Yeah.
Yeah. What is there any indicator what episode this is referring to? It was that episode where we found that pirate treasure and just kicked sand all over it, and then did a dance around it, then dug it up, and then pissed
So
in the
she
hole.
went to a
Right.
very good
Something about that seemed wrong to me as I was doing it.
She says, for fun, why not look at what something like this would look like?
I went
And,
with her brother,
if you want to go through
next, 'cause he's
the
blind and
archaeological,
deaf.
anthropological
Right out.
process
And
of
she's such a
something,
good
take a look at
sister.
the book
She would
Motel
want her
of
brother to
Mysteries
go
by
first.
David Macaulay.
And it's
Okay.
because he can see less than she can.
And she's got some
Right.
information about
Yeah,
how
he
some
can only
archaeologists
shadows.
break down
Less.
stories in terms of the myth and stuff. There's euhemerism.
What last she said?
Maybe you pronounce it. I've never heard of this word.
I have
Each time
no
a story is
fight with
told,
them.
the teller
I
exaggerates
my
the story.
anger and my
Over time, a story about a Greek king
They would know.
defeating an enemy becomes a story
I was
about
like
a god leading a
trying to
battle.
put them in a
Now,
way.
considered
We were very, very close
Jungian
when I was
archetype.
growing
We
up.
are familiar with this one. Different cultures
All
displaying
the
similar
fights I
mythologies
do
or
with
creatures.
people older than I
Every
was.
time I get blackout drunk, I save a larger and
They've never
larger
known me
passenger
as an
ship.
adult, except for maybe one or two times that I saw
Etymology,
them on
which is
Facebook.
how a
I
place
still
got
am
its
a
name.
young person,
And she
and I
says,
got
the
very
town
sick.
where I grew
I
up
didn't
was
contact
Whiskey
them
Hill, Oregon.
to my knowledge. Maybe I
Someone
did
in
if
the
I was very
past
sick.
figured out a hill to hide its still, and one day it exploded. That area then became known for
But
that.
it wasn't.
That's
it wasn't
badass.
the-
And then monomyth, the generic hero's
But it
journey,
was
can be applied from Jesus to Harry Potter.
What's the difference?
And I don't even
If you
know.
like pretty much
It's Leviosa, Judas. He was like,
I remember talking to my aunt. That's it.
Would Judas
I
be the
remember asking
Draco?
for help. and She said she couldn't
She
help
says
me.
if you'd like a pretty much non-biased guide to religion, she however
So it's
commits
just a lesson.
All Religions by
If you have a
Huston
family on
Smith or
the
Houston
phone that
Smith.
says,
Okay.
I'm gonna kill
what
myself.
if I want
Or
low-fat
I'm in a
crock pot
situation where I'm
recipes?
really, really desperate.
Crockpots.com. Well, she
And you
also
can help them.
suggests setting up a store in PayPal. The
And
thing
you
is,
can.
I've got
And
the
they
way to
find
set
out
up the
that you
store.
can.
It's that I can't get over the taxes and the shipping and stuff to go into it.
Nuts and bolts.
I'll never
Stuff
Yeah,
like that.
the really stupid stuff.
Why?
We don't want to get our asses
My
kicked by being
dairy
stupid.
Yeah, we don't want to do anything illegal, and we don't want to make you pay $90 to ship you a shirt.
We don't want to do anything.
And I
we
understand
get caught.
why. Because it she didn't know, is it going to be $200 or
I
$200,000?
thank you, man.
What is
Do
it
you
gonna
think that's
She had
fair?
an
There's a lot of
uncle for 2
information
days.
there. We appreciate
But,
that. That's awesome.
Got one from Emily,
I
the
didn't
little
know
spruce
that. And
moose.
she said
Spruce, spruce, spruce.
and
She writes, hey, David.
I thought
Long time
that,
listener,
but I
first
didn't
time
know
blah,
that.
blah, blah.
That
You
was
heard it
very
all
accommodating.
before.
It wasn't.
I love what you guys do, but never felt
Why
like I had
didn't
a reason to
she
contact
thought I
until
was on drugs.
Bullstone 12.
She
Oh,
said-
shit. You've done 12 Bullstones now?
At least.
were you? I was only on prescribed or recommended drugs from
I was
doctors.
kind of
I
blown
can
away
say
by your
that
mention
to
of
them. I
Marfan
can say
syndrome
that
because
to
I have the thing.
So,
I've never met anyone who's
have you
ever
ever been
heard
on
of it,
anything
including
that
most doctors
wasn't
I've met.
prescribed
I didn't
for?
know that it was getting more
No,
well known
I'll say
that there
this.
was.
If I ever
Made
did
me
it,
feel
it was
validated
like the
in a weird
prescription
way. Anyway, just thought I'd leave
lapsed,
this right here.
and it was like 3
Thank you
days
so much
old,
for everything you
or
do to
maybe the
make my
prescription
nights working
came
graveyard shifts so
later.
much more
But
bearable.
no,
Also,
I'm not
bring
a
back
drug
Devon.
but she just went on her own,
He's always
thinking
just
that she
one.
knew
Hey,
what was
bud.
going on. And I remember where I was. And
That's right. Then you can't get rid of him. So thanks,
she said,
I'm sorry, the loose
her mother died.
Up next we get the four
That
tree.
the family should
Right,
stay
love the show.
together like
I've been
5
listening for a
fingers
few weeks and
on
going
a
through the
hand.
archives.
That's
Tree,
what
tree,
I actually
trillions.
have as well. And
Just listen to
did
the
really do
Leylines
that? No.
episode and was pleased to
I'd
hear
be
us
the one
mention the
after
RPG
that.
Rifts.
But I would say to her,
Yep,
as
as me.
the
It was a fantastic game and
leader in
full of
that,
some fun times for me in
when
the 90s. Can't
someone
wait for the
asks you
nuclear
to
war so I can get
help
me some of
them,
that sweet psychic
don't.
nectar. But not
That's
seriously.
one thing.
Slurp. Now for a shameful
But if they become very, 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 very successful in the future of you, your children, your grandchildren are in their hands, you made a goddamn mistake. And it's a good thing that they're very loving
terrifying, utterly terrifying,
understand
especially
that
ways
people
like
make
your women.
mistakes. And you
Keep
didn't
on
know.
being awesome,
And I can say
says the
for that one
poetry.
time,
Well, we'll do it.
very,
Yeah,
very,
we
very,
will.
very good.
Even heard from Matthew D. Oh, the tenacious
always
Matthew. Yes. Hey, David. Hey, he was listening to episode 37, working on his dissertation. Heard that one of us went to Antarctica. Yes,
We're
one of
from
us
two
did.
different
I
worlds.
don't know how
It's
She's
hard
the
to
matriarch
remember
of
which
that
one.
family.
How do you? Because I talk about it every 6 seconds.
With the queen.
He says,
Really?
I
Yeah, I
was
used
at
to say
McMurdo
that.
Station
I'm the Pope
and
when
on
I
the
go there.
Nathaniel B.
Yeah.
Palmer for 2
And,
months earlier this
They
year.
say that.
Nice.
Pope
Sailing
sometimes.
out of
Pope
McMurdo,
sometimes.
spent 2 months in the
And,
Ross Sea for scientific expedition. What were you doing there? When did you go?
But I'll say,
Nice. I would ask you listen to any episode ever. It's so true.
I was station support personnel at Abenson Scott. Started out in the lofty position of janitor. Ended up doing a bunch of stuff with cargo logistics for the 02-03 Austral summer. There you go. So there you go. Tracked me down. They did a whole profile on me in the Antarctic sun. So yeah, I think that you could probably track that down in the.
what does that mean?
They do.
That's
Yeah, that's great. That's for all the U.S. bases down there. That's
they
awesome.
are-
I love me.
Someone has
He
like
is the
a
grandson
really,
of slaves.
a bicycle with huge tires that like throws out the paper every
But they don't
morning.
go into that. Why?
One thing I will.
They
I want
don't
to throw
go
in
back
here
that far.
because I'm sure.
I want to
he's
know all
just
the way
as
fucking back. You
irritated
can
as I
follow
am.
me
Let
back to the Bible. I can't go any further back than that. That's further back than anybody can
Logo
go.
for their fucking patches. It makes me
I see
crazy.
that all the
The
time.
chief artist,
crazy.
architect, and
Because
artist
he
in
always
Michigan.
pointed
It's
out,
a big fucking deal. You can follow me to David. You can follow me to Mary. You
Says,
can follow that back. I want it to.
Matthew, PhD
But in this
candidate
case,
at LSU for geology and
there's not a lot
geophysics.
to know about it.
Go
And it would be sad, but
Bio
just
Bagels.
know
Except when they're playing
when we
Kentucky.
talk about like that was on that podcast the other day.
Thanks, Matthew.
Kentucky lost to LSU
How do we
already
make
this
things
year. They're
easier?
supposed to
These,
come.
he didn't
LSU's
start in the
coming
same
up,
spot that some other
selected to
people
play
started.
pretty soon, though.
A laborer and a laundress. What does that mean? That means they probably learned those jobs. What does that mean? That means they probably learned those jobs in a day. They didn't have any education because they were
She's not.
probably
It's tough
born
to be a Louisville fan these days.
sharecroppers
They vacate a whole season.
freed slaves,
They
and for sure
themselves
probably
for postseason
grandchildren.
activities, which is not great for the kids.
Yeah,
I mean, why would you punish them for what
And if
the
anybody can
tool
talk about
administrators
slavery,
do?
it's
right.
why? 'Cause
Yeah, that's
But
if you're watching this
Yikes.
right now,
But you know what? I take it back.
huge amount of that is
And I think Lana would probably agree with this. This is when it matters more than ever to be a fan.
you gotta stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not me. When they lose a game, I go ape shit, and I'm like, never again. I'm never watching again. I won't be hurt by you. I mean, last year they lost one game. Like, how do I watch any season from now on?
That's true.
Charles started doing this site.
All right, next year. Yep, next year's.
Explained by some
I'm telling you.
Got a couple of emails here from our friend
I have
Yak.
cataract.
High heel.
Do I have
That's the
glaucoma?
one.
I shouldn't say it. No,
She writes, "Hi, gents.
I have.
Hi.
The reason I don't have glaucoma is
It was a
because
rainy
of
Christmas
CBD.
Eve.
It
I was
lowers
sitting
the
home
pressure
in
in
my
my
tiny
eyes, but I would
apartment,
have it
peeling
very
paint
severe.
and no
I have severe cataract, so you can see them in my hand.
Unresentfully pay the landlord
so
20
sad.
dildos every month for this home because it's
I mean, I can tell on the lens of my eye where
But I digress. I like doing these as like word jazz.
I have my
The
cousin.
point is, I was down and out because I was having a lonely Christmas and lamenting the 20% increase in rent happening next week. Imagine my excitement when a fresh new blurry photos appeared in my podcast feed. Joy to the world. Thank you both fellas for the laughs and cheering me up. Most definitely hitting the donate button. And hey, so you were saying that Mel is single? That's right.
So
You
nice
can
of
find
them
him.
to have adopted
He's got a lot of money. He's hiding somewhere.
people.
They took it away from him. That's right.
People without people. Shout out to everyone
She also
without
writes,
people. I have friends
truckers.
on here. I
I
don't
must
really talk about
wholeheartedly
it. I
agree
talk
with
about the
Snickle on
people
this
almost
one.
every day. I never talk
Long-haul
about the people
truckers to waste on people with your
it was
clowns.
open that they were adopted. They talked about in
serial
school.
killers. She's right. Have you
I
already
know
done
2
an intro
people
skit
when I was
named
in
Truckers
school
on
were
CB
adopted.
Radio? Yes, we have. What
One of them was a boy.
It's tough to put you on the spot for that one, but
Was
yeah.
very, very
We did,
close
because
friend.
every now and then we used to
One of my
reference it,
closest
like
friends
keep
of
the
all
dirty side down and the shiny side up.
Yep.
His
Yeah,
very
double
close
nickel.
friend.
Yeah, we actually spent, we did a lot of research, like getting all of our CB lingo ready to run.
She moved.
Yeah,
I think she
it
moved
was
to
around
Florida.
that summer, though, that we did a Revolutionary War.
Yeah, I think it's
Early
early in that run.
Well,
Maybe it was, no, it
she's
wasn't
cute.
Shadow. Maybe it was Black Eyed Kids.
Maybe. I just
But I
remember
think
that I listened to C.W. McCall's Convoy a lot.
I found that one YouTube video. I forget the name now, but it was hilarious. It was a comedy album.
And
All kinds of trick.
I don't want to say they like each other, but they had a certain connection because they were
David. Yeah, nerd alert.
adopted, but he didn't
Dear listener, working way through the archives, one major complaint.
make anything big out of it.
Why all the cop slapping
There were some questions
Imagine
that
me,
we had.
a lady police officer on patrol in the dead of night.
Siblings, where your
On
siblings
my
are
own.
yes, I birth.
Protected and servant.
Yeah.
When a Spring Hill hooligan leaps from the shadows and
I
slaps
don't
my
remember
face.
the other case. And
I think that she's the ultimate foil to Spring Heel Jack. Because
it was
you
like,
wouldn't know what to do. There's 2 options. Which
I was just told those people were adopted. Maybe their parents couldn't have children for one reason or another.
And the whole while she's just tasing the shit out of him. For the record, we
But
neither
I always had my
support
own
stranger booby grabbing,
when she was
nor do we support or cop slapping.
And she has a show suggestion. Thank you.
whether it was having a camping
Got a couple emails from
They
Giannis.
didn't know. It
Giannis,
wasn't like
Latvian
and even
friend.
if they did,
Giannis writes, hey guys,
does the end just
one of your Latvian listeners here, or rather the Latvian listener, maybe let's not be naive about it. Found the show about 6 months ago and has quickly become one of my favorite podcasts by far. Thank you. I was drawn in by the ghost stories and stayed for the puns.
Wow.
Now,
I
Giannis has a
really
great
want
story
EMF
about
testers and things like that in the future so that we could say, no, you can't be in this area.
It's kind of a
has too
cool
much
place for
electricity.
stories. It's very northern
strong
country, lots of
I would say
darkness,
you
lots
can't
of
shoot
forest.
people. That's against OSHA. You know, I really, it'd be very safe. I would feel.
You hear that a lot, this, I'm sure. Sorry, but
It's just
Yeah, it's a story. It's a great story about a lone traveler, and there's a single fake light deep in the forest. You've heard that kind of thing before.
Safety.
And he sees a man placed on a trestle lying facing towards him, and 2 rope-hooded figures with both heads sawing through him with a 2-man saw. What? Whoa! From the shoulder to the groin.
Agency, I believe.
Yeah, but this whole thing is done in total silence except for the sound of the saw. Traveler
Occupational
flees in
safety
terror, son of the
and
townfolk to clearing
health
the next day in
administration.
daylight. They take up the area and do indeed find a corpse
Agencies usually
corpse with magic injuries.
still government related.
Let's see.
Administrative part of it. So
Since there's no proper ending to the story, sorry, but I'd have to make one up. I want to
it's
this was
administrative.
I respect that. Anyway, I love the
And
show
they
to the extent that
provide
this is the first time I've ever written
standards
to a
of
podcast
general
ever.
safety.
My
It's very
God,
important organization.
that's awesome.
And when I see stuff in the United
Giannis also
States,
pointed out a bug on our website that we got
and
to fix, so
especially
thank you very
California,
much.
Kalos
Giannis, I believe I did
Kalos
fix
is
that.
great.
So, yeah, if
Shout out
anybody
to
finds anything
So,
screwy
yeah.
with the
Why?
website or
All the
links or
other shit
anything,
that you
let
have
us
to
know.
do,
Doesn't
you
count
have
as
to
a
do
penalty box, but
politicians
we will fix
and
it.
fucking
Yeah.
environmentalists.
Thank you,
And I'm
Giannis,
one of them,
and
but
say
you
hi
have
to
to do
everybody
with
in
what you do
Latvia for
with
us.
silence.
Indeed.
And
This is good.
they still got
We've heard from Rhonda Munsley.
Nice.
do you know,
Rhonda. Rhonda says, listening to the Lisa Lamb episode, another thing to add to the likelihood that she was intoxicated is the Cecil Hotel has 14 floors. The buttons on the elevator are about 5 rows of 3 buttons across. and the ones that she were pressing were a vertical row, essentially every third floor. And she may have accidentally pressed the door open button, which might explain why the doors didn't shut for several seconds.
Wow, I like that. That's some good analysis.
Good observation.
That's some sensation. Hey, yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Up next, how about our great friend, Clairvoyant Katie, our Bloomington Krampus Night Festival. Yes, the Belle of Bloomington, our Sherpa through a night of terror and inebriation and fun. Clairvoyant Katie writes, "Hey guys, I would love it if you signed up with Patreon. Really cool if you offered us bonus episodes or maybe even videos." I agree. Yep. Also, have a useless superpower, telepathy. You can read people's minds, but you don't bother because what's the point?
Out of pocket.
Yeah! Thanks, Clairvoyant Katie. Clairvoyant Katie also has an adorable child.
A dinosaur child.
Yeah, he's mostly dinosaur.
Maybe we've heard from Spangler.
Oh, nice.
Maybe a thing you got variety. We don't know.
Yeah.
Long-time listener, first-time web forum writer. Might be nice to hear something about the use of auctions to sell off haunted objects and properties. It turns out I can't even use Google to come up with a good auctioned cryptid because it seems supernatural affiliation can be a critical selling point for every piece of junk and or abandoned property from here to the horizon. Anyways, here's hoping you two have some sort of insight.
That's actually
I didn't mention that. I do work at an auction house. I don't think we've ever auctioned anything out that was purported to be haunted. As a matter of fact,
Would you know what they say?
Nah, off the top of my head, the only haunted thing I can ever think of is
someone asked that.
the monkey in Persian robes.
I don't know all of them.
What is that?
It's from the very beginning of Phantom of the Opera. It starts at an auction.
I see.
And that's what starts
It is also
remembering the tale of what happened at the opera.
I see.
No, I mean, we erroneously said the gun that killed John Dillinger, but in reality, there was 5 cops all blazing down an alley. So, but then ballistics, didn't really exist then very early. And he was hit 3 times, I believe. I could be wrong on the number of times he was hit. The long and short of it is in order to say you definitely own the gun that killed Dillinger, you actually have to own 5 guns to be armed.
Would that make them haunted, though?
Right. Now, I've never heard any of that come through, and I guarantee there are places that specialize, in that kind of item. They probably also sell mogwais out the back door.
In Chinatown.
Right, but
Have you ever sold a Jewish cabinet?
So what?
But no, I actually 9 years in the business, and I've never heard of anything, with a curse or a haunting or any of that thing on it. And I mean, truth be told, if we did hear that, it would never be brought up because truth be told, the auction industry is it's pretty mercenary. It's just like, what's it worth? Moving on. So there you go. Thanks, Spangler. Got a couple of emails from Mr. Z. Mr. Z. Monsieur Z. Bonjour, Monsieur Z. Says, hey, hosers. As suspected, Mr. Z here. I am a Canadian luchador from Nova Scotia. I listen to you guys all the time as I travel from show to show. Also, when I'm at my day job as a security guard.
You're really a luchador?
I hope so. Holy shit. I hope so much. But, I mean, can we at least get a picture of the mask? Yeah, right. I want to know. Oh my god. Oh, like a fucking lumberjack plaid mask, or like a big white mask with a big maple leaf. That'd be awesome. Like some Alpha Flight shit. Which, God, how the hell do I know that? I don't know anything about comic books, but I knew the Canadian superhero team.
And I'm sure
that was crazy. All right.
He's very smart.
Love you too.
That's what they would tell us.
Love you too, Knobs.
Really? Yeah.
To reread that to make sure.
Caitlin's very smart.
I have a show suggestion and some puns. I'd love to hear a show about the legendary Buck Budgie. Oh, I like the sound of it.
Yeah,
some puns. Why did Adele cross the road?
Just
to say hello from the other side.
Challenge.
They get that hook in a lot of commercials, I gotta tell you. Oh, yeah. I get that going through my head all the time.
Says, since David has such an obsession with gins, did you hear about Tarantino's new movie? It's called Gin Go Unchained. He also writes, listening to the backlog of shows as I'm a relative newbie. Started with the 2015 episodes. Funny story, I was listening to the Carl Jung show while working out. As I went to the shower, sniped my Titanic comment. I was laughing so hard that the other dudes thought I was laughing at their manhood. God, I never laughed so hard. You two host heads rock. By the way, after listening to your dreams podcast, gotta share my worst dream. Strap yourselves in, people. This is why you've been doing this. This is why you've been here for the listener mail. So that's right, a Canadian luchador's dream. had a dream my penis had arms, like little ET arms. He would get mad at me, start to pull out hairs. He tried to kill it in his dream. Yeah, you know what? You don't need to be Captain Carl to unpack that one.
No,
Love you, Mr. Z. Thanks, Mr. Z. Yeah, seriously. You're a hoser. I need take coffee. I do need to see some message. Yeah, some luchador stuff. We've heard from Roger 007.
Okay, so I took intro to jazz
Oh man, I can't tell you. GoldenEye shaped my high school social life. Very thoroughly in college, but equally formative. Oh my god, GoldenEye was the shit in Rogue Squadron, Star Wars. But anyway, hello guys, 007 here. Yeah, yes, you should. You really should. Hello guys. 7 here, and I want to start out by saying I freaking love your podcast.
I think
you guys are hilarious. You make my days go by so much easier at work when I listen to y'all. I mentioned on Facebook you should do a podcast about Eric Dubé's flat earth theory and how ridiculous it is. And I got a response, so I'm really hoping to hear it within the next few months. And so you should, well, 7. Well, take that to him. Or by now you should have already heard that episode. It was encoded so that only you would understand it. The best non-agents only heard an episode about dream interpretation.
when I say that, we laugh. It's not that crazy.
This was my gift to you. I love you. Got some mundane superpowers. I don't know if you've ever understood that Miss Money Penny is my niece. Please stop telling me about your times with her. Money Penny's the one he never got with, right? Hell if I know. The ability to get in the fastest checkout lane at the grocery store, but once you get there, your card takes way too long to accept. Pisses off everybody else behind you. Straight up superpower. Win-win. That's a win-win.
Facebook.
Oh, you paid cash? You don't use change.
So she wasn't like.
Oh, that'd be nice if you had that, but you can only pay
I
by
think I
check.
made friends with one of those.
The ability to freeze time indefinitely, but once you unfreeze time, you stay frozen until time catches back up with you. Then you can resume any activities you were doing. That's actually, like, that's kind of thought out. That's kind of a mind. Yeah, right? Because you think, like, if you had the ability to freeze time, one of the things you'd use it for is to sleep in the morning. Right. But then, as soon as you unfreeze it, then you're frozen for as long as you had frozen. Right. Is there a scenario by which that's useful? Well, yeah. I mean, you can still rob banks. Bring the money home, and then you just sit in a room. Oh, yeah. I wonder what that would look like to everybody else. That'd be pretty trippy. That's a good one, though. Yeah, I like that. And finally, the ability to solve any physics problem or mathematical equation in your head, but not the ability to explain it to anyone by speech or writing. Just charades. These are really, you're a top level player. Yeah, thank you, Roger 007. Thank you, Bond. Oh, Bond, behave.
They invited me to live with them.
Country things.
And it was
Try and bring it back in one
why I
piece.
was getting along with my parents.
Got an email from Nerdtastic
It was
Emily.
actually
Nerdtastic. She says,
I
"Dear
know
David,
it was right when
first
I
wanted to compliment you on how well you handled the recent Lisa Lamb episode. Someone recently Lisa Lamb. Well, this is a pretty recent email. We're doing okay.
and
Managed to do it with tact while staying true to the format of the show. Also, some great show suggestions. And then, lastly, there's a new musician I was wondering if you'd heard of yet. He's a ukulele player with a high-pitched voice that sings about ancient Roman philosophy. He's Pliny Tim.
I was actually I'm not leaving my parents.
That is awesome.
Nuts.
Keep up the great works. Write again soon.
It was nice to do. It was.
She's got some shadow
He was trying to play me against my parents, which I don't know.
P.S. The History Channel can suck it
I
for
also
not making up
understand.
your show.
He
Yes, they can.
understood my
They
parents
can.
were.
Well, you know, maybe they can unsuck it if they pick us up later or now. Really? You're gonna turn that down? No. I don't know, dude. They might start looking our way since we're number 3 today. Yeah, we peaked on iTunes today. No, we didn't peak. We just hit our.
I mean, frankly, I would have liked
we peaked
to.
for ourselves. Yeah, so we're number 3 in our category. Skip point, second mysterious universe. No, we didn't peak. We just hit our.
I mean, frankly, I would have liked
we peaked for
to.
ourselves. Yeah, so we're number 3 in our category. Skip point, second mysterious universe. We're rated above NASA right now. We're rated above NASA. A couple of BBC World Service podcasts. Like we're.
So I saw that as a positive. That I have
Oh boy, Brian Jennings gonna be so mad. Oh boy, Brian Jennings gonna be so mad.
But I was already
Oh wait, no, he won't.
I was already
Oh wait, no, he won't.
I just dislike my
She's not allowed to have
I knew I'd be on my own, but I love my parents.
It's in the walls.
They're just.
It's in the walls. It's the squeaky banana.
Okay.
What sounds does a banana make? If it's squeaky, it squeaks.
Yeah, well, that was a mouse eating cheese.
Is a mouse eating cheese?
Everyone,
It's a dolphin if it's anything.
everyone, just go ahead and write in and tell him he's wrong. I feel pretty confident on this one.
Thanks for judging me.
It's a squeaky banana.
No, I didn't have anything against my uncle.
What is up, yo?
I didn't have anything.
There's
Take it out of the banana. You're mad at me.
it's a suggestion. Squeaky Banana lives in Devon, England.
Nice.
You live near the Royal Marines Training Center there, Dave? Huh?
Isn't that where Wolf Brazier was born?
That's where he was born.
And she's
I grew up in London. That's why the accent's different. Shut up.
It wasn't the West Sussex accent, I can tell you that.
Okay, so my.
The Squeaky Banana was a show suggestion about the time the
that's
devil
kind of
came
the
to
innocence
Devon.
of it. You can
And this
take
is the
it here
story. I
from
don't know if you've heard this, but
um,
there were hoof prints in snow that went up
So
up
my-
to a barn, and instead of like ending or turning around, they like went up the side and over the top and down the barn.
Never mind that. Who can play the fiddle against him?
But that's a fun one. That's a fun story. We might be able to suss that out at some point. But there is a pointless superpower. Bring it. You can walk really, really fast, but only
Where they
while
have like the
looking
white.
at
Like,
your phone.
I remember seeing pictures of her, and she had
As soon as you
like
look
that
up,
white.
you go back to
It's like that eyes
Yeah.
closed super speed.
Anyway,
Yeah,
um,
yeah. It's a good one.
they had two
Thank
boys,
you, Squeaky Banana.
Thank you.
and then for whatever
It's in
reason,
the walls. I'm a Bobzilla.
The 8 is silent.
And the 8 is totally silent.
when
Hail and well
before
met, you beautiful
for my whole
bastards.
life, I would have
I
seen
love
that
this
as
already. I was wondering how I can get some of your calling cards so I can spread the good word of blurry
and
photos.
unnatural.
Amen, brother. Preach,
It's
preach.
not that unnatural. It's
I
probably
found my
the natural
congregation
thing
lacking the
with,
proper oral stimulation to lift them from the
if I would have
stagnation of their
judged them
distance.
on their relationship,
From that
I never
designation is the
knew them
millennial
as a married
generation.
couple, to my knowledge, but I would say they probably
Yeah,
were in
you
love
got
for
this.
like
You're
7 years.
okay. Here we go.
And after that,
They
it
need
just
to
subsided.
raise their eyes
But
so they take station trance.
7 years is
Pull their
basically like
minds
how
from the
much
tumbler trap.
they could tolerate themselves
Themselves
before
from the Twitter terror. Ready to ingest your
be
knowledge of the unknowable.
they were
They need
married
to
for, I
suffer
think,
the
20
punishment
years.
they caused.
Much longer.
The followers of the Charles Fort.
And I have no idea if they're
Copyright
but
shadow works.
that's generally what humans do. I've studied humanity. 7 years and people
Zilla, the great and powerful. Well, the 8 is silent. It says
so
no.
what happens? And they
At the Charles Fort
divorce,
Cabal, all
but there's a
motto
reason
is,
why we
we are
have
the fortunate followers
such a high
of the
divorce
fort.
rate. It's almost a natural thing. So at
What is
least
next
with
for Charles
Judaism,
Fort
I would
Cabal?
change things.
I really got to get at least a
married for
couple
7
of
years
followers. By the
Then
power of 40
for
ends
another 7
everywhere, I
years, if you like the
salute you,
person,
good and wise and
move
sexy
on.
in the pants and
Another
gentle
7 years
hands.
and another 7 years. But if we live
Reverend
forever,
St. Bobzilla Part 2,
what my parents have, where they've been married 40 years, and what my grandparents have been married 50 years, that's a punishment. Because then you're with that person the whole time. Ideally, there'd be some kind of thing where you take that person's soul, whatever their mind was, in it. Like two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year. and just
FCTMC,
fighting
Virginia
each other.
chapter, CIA,
But,
FBI, NSA, ABC,
in my
CEO,
opinion,
Esquire, all hail Discordia, all
At
hail
one time,
Ford,
I
all
was
hail Harris.
divorced as
He's got a lot of learning.
And just for fun,
Alas.
all hail yourselves. Say hi to your
Say hi to
motherfucker.
your motherfucker.
choice.
Thank you,
I would
Reverend.
be like, now
Thanks,
I would
Brad.
want to restructure society to be
Good friend
7 years
mine.
ago. And that is not the kind of relationship they had. That's
He says,
and that's not the kind of relationship he has now. He has a he's been married,
thanks for
married
reading my
for
previous email, calling me a model American, and then proceeding to list dick and poop jokes I wrote.
Well, they're one and the same.
Here's some more mundane superpowers. The ability to not hear anyone tell you about their eating or exercise habits unless you
I think
ask them about
probably
it
30
first.
years.
New Year's resolution, the hell up. The ability to make any driver
They're
who
probably-
cuts you off
it's
have to
probably-
engage in a 3-hour conversation with the loquacious gossip they work with,
So
whose
that
name is
isn't the
Rachel, just outside the door of their destination. road
that they,
rage.
but here's the interesting
The ability to read the minds of people who you just don't give a shit about. Hell empathy. Minds of people who you just don't give a shit about. Hell empathy.
Exactly sure. It doesn't like that. I think it was amicable.
The ability to hear bad news as though the person telling it has just sucked air from a helium balloon. Set up a pitch.
To the point where my aunt and mom still like my aunt Sandy, and they go visit her and my uncle, even though they weren't married. They still liked each other, and they like my aunt Mary too. Now my aunt and my uncle are a fucking tree. They like anything, so it's not like the standards are really high. But Uncle Bill, I'm not saying like, oh my God, you picked the most amazing people ever. You know your sister, but on top of it, you did pick some really nice people.
I believe we have a fat squatch. Inner peace through cannibalism. Zendigo.
And my mom and uncle. But they really, as much as they like my aunt Mary, they really like my aunt Sandy. But let's say my uncle Bill, my aunt Mary divorced my uncle Bill.
Ryan writes, hey Daves, hi Ryan. Do you consider doing an episode on Polybius, which I've heard about this before?
And would
This is
do
a
the
real
same
thing.
kind of shit.
It's a mysterious
Perhaps not as
arcade
much.
game that supposedly brought misfortune on arcade doors in Portland back like
My
in the
aunt
super
Sandy's
early
also
80s.
the mother of
People thought it was like some sort of weird
things like that. But they like my aunt Mary a lot
government
too. I've never
secret
heard
testing thing. It was supposed to like mess with people. And some people claim they saw it in an arcade. This is a real story. It sounds like I'm making it up.
Is that Portland, Oregon? Near the
It's
Willamette River.
it's Portland. Portland is what I call it. It's
Hotman.
it's in Orisco.
Oregon.
And says hit him up if we're ever in New Orleans.
He's in New Orleans, huh?
Yeah. It looks like at some point one of us talked shit about it, but I've never been to New Orleans, so it must have been you.
Maybe it was me.
I'd love to be in New Orleans. I've never been there. It sounds like a fun place. My good friend Rebecca lives there. And
I
she
remember one
was,
time I asked my uncle
It's
flat
not a
out,
good place in the summer.
why
Too many bugs.
Jesus,
don't you come down more often?
Well,
He said,
it's not
your father's an asshole.
all right, we got a couple of emails from
He
Ryan.
taught me and my stepfather.
Another Ryan, different Ryan, totally different Ryan.
And it's not that I
Who
didn't
writes,
disagree
most
with him.
admirable, loving, and blurry of views to the both of you.
That's just his way.
But mostly me.
And he is.
But mostly Steve.
Oh,
But my uncle Bill would much understand my father a lot
You
more.
guys are
But
hilarious. You
somehow
made
seemed like he couldn't
people
control
on my
it.
morning
That's
bus
just how
go
he
crazy.
was.
Blowing my mind
And
with
my
Richard
mother's the
Dreyfuss,
same
damn
way.
it.
They're just like, we just have to see
And your love of puns is greatly appreciated.
to be like
But
that.
you never read my emails,
And if
then
he
when
knew that,
listening
he'd be
to
like,
your
oh,
back
if he had no
catalog,
control,
you're
I could
saying
really say
that
this.
it's
I
below
agree.
Gotham, it should be
But then when I
Pittsburgh.
learned that
No
my dad
fooling way.
might have
Clearly
had
LA is the
he
Gotham
did.
to blow up.
I would go there.
He's got a lot of reasons to back himself
on
up
the
here.
corner of
that might be a
Cleveland
misunderstanding. I don't know if we were saying if there was a
Main Street,
blowing
there's
up
like a
that we
little
should do
place
it.
where
I
that
think we were
Trinity
saying that
he'd go there.
Pittsburgh would
And
make a good
apparently it happened
Gotham.
to my mother when she was
Not that it
old.
should be blown up.
We were probably talking shit about Yinzers.
Maybe, but I remember
It's
saying,
been happening
because I went to Pittsburgh once and I was like,
And
man,
generations.
there's a lot of like Art Deco kind of stuff that
Have
I
you?
saw.
No,
I'm
I don't
like,
go to.
They got good sandwiches
like
there.
that.
I don't know. I was just,
I
my
would
point
just
was
say
that
my uncle.
Pittsburgh would make a good Gotham, not that it would make a
I
good
agree
place to
with
blow up.
I
I
never
was
remember
shocked to
what
learn
I
that
say,
he
and
can
I never
control
think
it,
through
so
what
we
I
gotta
say,
give
and I
him
have
credit for
very
that,
little
'cause
concept of
he's an
consequences, so
asshole,
it
I
was
agree.
probably me.
But I give him
Well,
credit
anyway,
for
But
that.
yeah, no, yeah, blow up LA. I'm okay with that too.
Especially
He's listening to the back catalog, working his way through it, thought of a few things. As we discussed, we should release a compilation of just our opening bits. Might do that. It's a good idea. The amount of he writes, the amount of asking listeners for emails that you did in the early episodes has clearly screwed you at this point.
My dad was
It's a,
very
you have to, right? It's like saying we're not enjoying it. Okay, yeah, sometimes you get screwed. Kind of enjoy the ride. It's like getting too
He
weird.
was like their son.
It's not screwing. This is the moral of the story. But you mentioned being behind on emails in the recent episodes, but then you just read the first email I sent 3 months after I sent it. Yeah, that's pretty standard. I think we're gonna fix that.
Well, we're a lot closer than we were. True. Even though you probably said
But I
that 3
still
months ago.
understand completely
Kudos to your dedication.
see it that way.
Yeah, that's the thing
But I
that
don't
nobody
have
realizes that like
No.
when we're
Did your
like that
dad?
late, it's
No.
not that we
He
just
just say,
skipped 3 months.
Uncle Billy is
We're
very
literally still
that's the
working
worst you're gonna hear from
chronologically
Uncle
through
about
the emails. Then he
someone
writes,
that
how
my
about a
dad said
QVC
about
intro for
my
Dave
uncle.
Snecko's
He
amazing
never
ass
said-
wang be
my
gone,
dad
also
never
known
said
as swear to
Uncle
can't.
And he never said
I'll be protecting my nuts from
anything.
afar when you read this. He's the first out of all that.
I said that he's
Let's
very
record start
That's it.
right? Yeah.
My mom said that.
How
So
about
I
some mundane
shouldn't say
superpowers?
that.
Octopulence, the ability to have 8 times the wealth, reaches or affluence of the person physically
Because he
closest
is.
to you at that moment.
But my
Fair
mom,
enough.
my mom
Astral
still went to
projection,
like
the
maybe
ability
okay
for
with
your
my dad.
consciousness to exist
Aside
in the
from
same
that, he
plane
was
as that of
very
a largemouth, smallmouth,
respectful
or sea bass,
just kind of
making them easier to find and catch.
but not it
Glutation,
wouldn't
the
be like,
ability to
oh, like your
transform
brother
yourself
or
into
anything like that.
any
Nothing
character
like
in the children's program Blue's Clues.
that.
Probability
And,
manipulation, the ability to make sure your night out is free of douchebags. Always pay for that. Astral correction, the ability to co-workers with degrees in English to correct minor grammar errors, like an extra comma on the astral plane and leave things alone in real life. Just get them out of English to correct minor grammar errors, like an extra comma on the astral plane and leave things alone in real life. Just get them out of a broken way. Yes, you can
almost spectrally
edit. Keep up the good work, and if you are wondering, I will be ending every email the same way. Utah Wanamaker Freebirds 2016.
Have they ever gotten along? My mom's always
right,
there.
man.
Have they ever had to
And
rely
then
on
he
each
wants to
other?
know, Stecco, how did a religious fundamentalist,
Yeah,
how did I go from being a religious fundamentalist to a realist?
we drove to
Or however I describe myself today.
Minnesota together. Good. You built. I mean, you went sometimes, but and I'm not holding this against you, but you were the oldest. You're probably the one who had the most amount of opportunity and influence. You could have taken care of your parents more. And I'm not saying you didn't do a good job. You came up and you saw them and stuff, but I just know.
You get a more perspective. You do a little traveling. You just turn other strange people that people that you wouldn't think you'd run across, and then you spend time with people as opposed to just stare at them from 30
my mom was staying with
you can't help but absorb,
grandparents
kind of some better perspective on stuff like that. I don't know.
And my grandmother had rented
I don't know if
a
my
hotel for like
results are typical or not. Some people
or something. Like
stay in the church for
she
their whole
didn't
lives, and it works for them.
like 3
Good on them. But yeah, for me,
maybe
it
it's
was just
between 1 and 3
travel.
months, but she rented a hotel,
Going to school,
which
meeting a
was
lot of
nice.
people, and
But
just
they didn't
they
move up there.
So there you
Well,
go.
they did.
That's
They
a
moved
nice
up
short
there a
version
couple
of
months
it.
when my
Thank you,
grandfather
Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
and was
All right,
retired.
this email here from your sister.
And,
Shut up.
so we would go up and see him. And my dad, my aunt, and my cousin
Sandhill Craig, nice costume. Sandhill Craig writes, I've been a long-time fan and wanted to thank you guys again for entertaining me while I work. I routinely listen to about 20 different podcasts, but I always look forward to my weekly fix of Dave and David.
What was
It's my
it?
favorite.
So there's this
and Pierce
one.
podcasts are like broccoli for my ears, but
There's this
like
one
steakums for my soul.
Roseanne, where Roseanne is staying with her parents and Jackie plays
By the way, I just
house
I knew a
basically,
guy from Mexico
and it wasn't
who
like
claimed to be a
that.
Wendigo.
It wasn't like that.
His name was
But
Juan Diego.
it was like they got along. It wasn't like they fought. Is what I'm trying to say. But it wasn't like
this new motivational screaming business, Wendigogo. Juan Diego later
And
partnered
then
with the besmudged car maker Volkswagen to create an all-new camper van. The design
think like the longest
tagline was "From here to Tobago, Winnebago will keep your inner baby froze, yo." Jeez, thorough. Sales have been lackluster. No show suggestions, but I love your intros. And have made myself laugh imagining you guys doing the Alex Jones voice, pointing the lids off all kinds of mundane things like pots, pans, jars, Pringles containers. That would be a great superpower. That would. Oh, and all that. Cheers. You guys want some chips? Salsa? I just want all the lid off this party. Can I open that beer for you? No. I got an email from Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Shannon writes, "Hi guys. Hi. Just a note to let you know how much I love your podcast. I listen on the hidden iPod at work, clandestine, and it gets me through the long, boring retail day without running screaming onto the street. Thank you for all your hard work. I've listened to all the episodes that we have on iTunes. I'd like to listen to your older archive on my iPod. I've never heard from a computer long enough. Is there a way to download these older shows? I want to keep them forever." Well,
what do you know about
you can. Well, I mean, you can do it overnight. I don't know. Yeah, I think what you could do is you can download them from the website. They're downloadable, and then reload them into iTunes and slap them on your iPod that way. Because I don't like save as kind of. Yeah, well, you know, because most of the times iTunes like you want to be the default player.
It was like
Click on an audio file, it automatically imports it into iTunes, and you can drag it on your iPod. There you go. There, I just solved the tech problem. I never had an iPod, so I never got around. I still do have a couple that I use in my house. Like I have one in my bathroom.
Generations where something would happen and you wouldn't talk to those people.
And I have the remote, and I put it in a tiny plastic bag, so in the shower.
You would be like, "Well, what happened?" And you never found out. So
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
I had a great grandmother. My grandparents died when I was before I was born, but one of their parents was still living. My
precious.
Yeah, they do have a lifespan, man, and they're dying out. They're like Tamagotchis.
I mean, ask Nathan Capser
never met
from Fairpoint Podcast. He'll tell you.
Wouldn't you think his parents
That's right. He's an avid iPod lover.
This is my great grandma. Wouldn't you introduce them? Never met her once.
What do you got, Flora?
Even though she was alive for 6 years out of her life, never met her once. Why? Something happened, and I don't know why, but it was always like we.
There's a show based in Northern
It's been so
Canada
long,
where a
everyone
chemistry
forgot,
teacher is secretly
frankly.
making drugs,
But it was every
breaking
sometime.
Wendigo.
So she died.
Is the drug
And
farts?
I remember
Yes, it is. Got a couple good show suggestions too there. Thank you,
it was
Tio
really
de la
important that
Norte.
Gracias, mi amigo.
I remember
Not Tio like uncle, though.
Oh,
said
Keep that
I
in
wanted
mind.
just like 5 fingers on a hand. I
Right,
wanted us
Teo.
all to be together.
Sorry.
all right. Got an email here
And
from
that's the
Todd.
last picture they all had. And I
All
remember
right,
where
Todd,
we
I
were.
want you to shake it off. I want you to get a
And I
little bit of
remember
that
my uncle.
recovery beverage right now. I want you to stretch it out, do a couple of those pot stirs, soup spinners, or whatever the fuck they're called.
Fries bad, Coca-Cola bad. Oh no, I said it. Drinking
Why?
water, people now.
All right, here we go. The Window episode just hit the listener
He
mail
was
segment.
raised by that
No
lady
mention
who
of the
died,
killing of Tim McLean.
as was
You recall the
my
unfortunate
uncle
man that was
Gary.
beheaded on a Greyhound
And-
bus and then eaten in front of the other passengers until the
And-
authorities removed his killer.
Um,
That's true.
Hey, we didn't go for that, yeah.
But I never
Well,
I
this
didn't
is
see
what I was
anything that
always-
linked him to Wendigoism. Well,
That
that
they
guy
were
was just
told that
whacked
their
out of his
parents
skull.
didn't
But maybe.
and
Yeah, I mean,
that their grandmother
eating
loved them.
somebody, of
Their
course.
parents, parents died.
Actually, you know what?
And-
Now that I think about it, it's kind of weird that
They
didn't come up.
were to rely on their
Never
grandma
linked to it in
now,
the research
and
that
not
we
their
found, but
siblings.
sometimes we
And they
don't
were
do well
very
with
young.
modern
They were like
Yeah, very true.
9 and 7 when their parents died.
He likes
Something
it.
like that.
He
They were very
made
young.
great state references.
And,
It was almost certainly me. 'Cause I always
They didn't have anyone, so they lived with
How
their
about an
grandmother.
ad campaign like
And she
Dan and
raised
Dave's
them.
failed Reebok
And-
campaign? That'd be like Dave versus
So
David.
they're
Remember? Dan and Dave, they were like Reebok had this whole campaign because they were both
Adolescents.
athletes for the decathlon in the
was
early
skewed
90s
by
Olympics,
this
but then
woman.
one of them failed.
And what
to
I would always
qualify.
hear is this woman is the biggest fucking bitch you've ever fucking heard in your life.
Wow.
I didn't know her. I don't know
We are
her.
still the leader in
I
all
know
things.
anything
We're
about her.
gold son as I have an insatiable hunger that can never be.
I don't
So.
know. But
Oh,
I mean, I know she
Thanks,
did
Todd.
but
And finally, Flora.
she died. And I always thought that was weird. And I was always say that to my parents. Why didn't I was mad at them?
Well,
I had a great
There's
grandmother alive. You mean I knew my
we
grandparents
have set
when
aside a
on
bunch
one side
of
were
funds
gone.
because
But
we
you
were
mean they had
planning
parents alive and you
a
didn't tell me and then they died?
Yeah, this is
And I have to
run
go to
long,
the funeral.
But this
You
has
never
gone so
told
long,
me
we're going to put that on.
Really? For some
Look
time.
for it in a couple
And they were,
episodes.
my mom
Yeah,
was
We've already
like,
recorded the
I don't
episode
talk
that's
to
coming
like,
out.
I don't know what happened,
Maybe the next
but we don't
I
talk
don't know
to
when
him.
this is coming out.
And
So
it's
I
like,
think
okay, well,
you're going to get a Penny Road.
Yeah.
Maybe
And
if
my
we
dad
already
would be
know.
like,
I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah.
she,
All right,
what
so
it is,
here's
she
the last
brainwashed
email.
my
It's from
brothers
Tom.
into hating
Tom has
my
a question.
parents.
He says, I'm very curious. Where do you get all your custom-made Lego, man? Oh, okay. I'm looking away because Flora just went from 6 to midnight.
My brother Rich
Gross.
Here's the deal.
is
Doesn't
mad
work,
at our
man.
side of the
People,
family
I
because
can't
he thinks that
emphasize
he has
this
to
enough.
love me. And there's nothing further from the truth. They love me a lot.
The
Great.
Legos of me and Dave, I got
And-
those at the Lego store down on Michigan Avenue.
Gary.
Those are certified genuine Lego products.
They have a little
Certificate of authenticity.
kiosk where you can.
They died.
They have like a
Now,
ton
I'm not
of
saying that my
faces and a
grandparents
ton
were
of bodies and
perfect.
accoutrement
My
and stuff.
grandmother was a
You can
union
put
boss.
together.
My grandmother
And there just happened to be a couple that looked like me and Dave. And of course, I had to
But
futz
they were
with the little goatee
they
on
were-
that. But
They don't make
They
evil
were
Legos and
somewhat
goatees are inherent.
exactly. Now, the thing is,
My
the
big
rest of
question is
Legos
this.
are
This is my- this
minifigures
is my
that they
dad.
sell
How
individually.
influential was your dad?
That you have
He said,
to actually buy. They come
well,
out with different series. So
we one time
Post a
drove
picture of
by
the collection because I mean
the
it's
City
it's
Hall of Chicago,
powerful.
like this big glass building.
Well,
So they
it's
redone
impressive.
And
gosh, they actually just released. I think
that's
they just
like
released
bigger
a
than
new
the
one. They
president
did.
in
That's
a
got
lot
a
of
lot
ways.
of.
I remember thinking
Yeah,
to
you
myself,
should release a picture
What would
of that, and
it-
don't
what would
forget
my mom
to
probably
recreate my
want to do
favorite
like
joke that I ever
and
made.
see my father
Laura's got
probably
the
like
Back
go
to
to
the Future
university,
DeLorean set, and
grasp
then he,
a job in
amongst his
Chicago,
many
start
fakes,
small, be
I
like
had
try to
some
get elected
there's like
governor.
Doc
One day
Brown
become mayor of the
screaming,
city of Chicago.
and so I
That
put
would be high school.
Lego Abraham Lincoln under the
And,
front wheel with Doc screaming.
It would not
I was really proud
It's
of
like
myself
there's
for
like
that.
Mayor of City of Chicago,
But yeah, so
all
most
the
of them,
men.
the majority of them,
Pope.
except for me and Dave, aren't custom made. They're just what Lego releases in their minifigure series.
Well, not to mention you
President
have a fair
Hefty
amount of weird,
and my father's
like really well-made knockoff Legos that aren't necessarily.
That's true. There's a lot of Chinese Legos that are superheroes, and then there's a really cool place you can go to called Brick Warriors that makes like accessories that you can equip your Legos with. Like, so they have a lot of swords and weapons, armor.
But I would always just
like armor.
I don't know, Lego kid, I didn't have any control over it.
Two-headed Lego man.
Yeah.
I remember, oh my god, this is the
There's
funniest
like a
fucking thing.
buzzsaw hand and dragon wings and stuff.
It actually is bothersome.
I try to use them as much
I
as I
would
can.
love to go up to
And I feel
Chicago.
good
We say
about
go up to
spending
Chicago.
money
Like we're
on
making
it.
a Hollywood.
Justified.
We
But
go to
That's how
Chicago.
it is.
But we say go up to Chicago. We go up to Chicago. Like you
Thank
go up to
all of you so much
go up
for
to
writing.
Chicago
thanks for your
and
patience.
And God, how
it's
happy are
just
we all
slightly
going to be
more,
that I can
but my
stop
mother's
with
going
a
up to
3-minute
Chicago. Why is it going
apology
up,
at the end of
down,
every
down,
episode
down?
about
The
this.
whole
We are
deal.
caught
It's
up
not, but
with emails. We got a Bonnie Road coming out to catch up on
we
those.
go up to Chicago.
There's a scant few
Like,
that
I
have
would
come
love to
in
play
since
baseball. Oh my god, I love
recording
to play
this.
baseball.
We will
And for
get
some
to
reason,
it,
I've told the
at
story
least
before.
they are like
I'm not a
this
good
last
baseball
week.
player
I can
within
finally feel
the state from where I am.
I can respect the man I see when I look
was.
here. And then
But
also
within
myself.
the state of
And hopefully
Illinois,
it doesn't
I am
take me in my bathroom
phenomenal.
every
At
day.
least within the
Hopefully
city
it
limits of
doesn't
the
take
city
me
of
a month to
Chicago,
edit this
I am a
and get it out.
phenomenal
That would be
baseball player.
hilarious.
I don't know what it is.
Actually,
I think it's the whole drive. I get all excited. I have nothing to do. And once I get out of the car and pee, all I want to do is fucking play.
Anyways,
Yeah.
And
there you go.
what?
Thank you guys so much for sitting through all this.
My cousin and
You guys
I
are
would
glorious.
play
Thank you for writing. Please
baseball
continue to do
in
so. It
his,
does not screw
like
us.
basically
And
his
if
front
it does,
yard,
it does it in the
there's
good
a
way.
lot adjacent there, in an urban area. So it's like,
You know how to find us.
Yeah.
like
Larry_photos on
you
Twitter,
can't play in the
Larry_photos
street.
podcast,
If the
Facebook.
ball goes in the street, you gotta like look both ways, and it's like a
Up
whole
on
fucking deal.
iTunes. You're already on there probably. All you gotta do is click 5 stars. Give us a good
And
review. You know what? It doesn't take a lot to go to audibletrial.com/blurryphotos.
So-
You get yourself. an
oh, I
audio
remember
book.
what it was, and I could be wrong on this a little bit, but I don't
It's
think so.
great.
So
You enjoy
I
the
was
grating
always a
sound
little
of my
older than
voice.
Tommy, and so
The
obviously,
melodic sound of Mark
so
Solo's
that
voice.
was
Check out
when we
Blaster
played
Podcast.
baseball.
I did
Oh, that's why I
an
was so
episode
good in the city
of
of
Muff
Chicago, because
movies.
his friends
Mark
were
and
always
I
a little bit younger than I was, so I was always a little better at all the sports than I played. So I'd be where I am, and my friends are my age, or older than I am, and they're better than I am. But then I'd go there, and I'm a little older than all those kids generally, and so I was better than them all, and I always felt like $1 million when I played sports in Chicago because I was always better than all the kids. And
Two people being better than me.
at something. So I remember
So
Tommy
yeah, so check
said,
that out. And
"You want to play baseball? We're gonna start playing." Or like we'll call Jeremy over and some other kids, and we'll play baseball. Yeah.
We gotta get those likes on
And
Facebook. We get one
he said, "Okay,
dildo,
but be
Flora-
careful
Flora gets a tattoo.
because
And you guys are
we got a new bat.
so
Like it was always about getting a new bat and stuff, like a metal bat and stuff." And
you know, that's why
he's like,
it used to
"Yeah,
be
and if you hit the ball well, it can go in the street, which is one thing to hit a car, so you don't want to do that. But then he said it can go over the street, and the neighbors across the street don't want the ball in their yard, or they'll take it, they'll take the ball, like in fucking."
And if we get 1,000 before the drunken episode, you will wake up with a tattoo.
If we start
The
making
sound.
money to pay
So
the
it's
rent
very
with,
much like the sound.
I'll
That's
get
what
a
I was
tattoo
like.
of
Playing
Logan.
in
If
Chicago
we make
was
more
like
than
the
that,
sound
I'll
line,
get whatever tattoo you
where
want.
it's like
Okay.
all dirty fucking got baseball gloves and fucking like one kid's got cleats, another kid's got glasses, snot running down his face. There's like a random dog. There's like there's only one ball, and it's like, oh fuck, we need that ball, or we're fucked. Nobody has any money to buy another ball. Where the fuck you gonna get a ball? It's like, oh god, you gotta ask that. So that's exactly what it's like. And what did you do? So we're playing baseball, and when I hear, oh, if you hit a home run, it's gonna piss off the neighbors. It's like, oh, now it's not my ball. I want to see what happens. And I remember, like, Tommy's like, okay, well, if we play, don't swing too hard. Don't swing too hard, you're going to hit it too far. So I'm like, okay, yeah, no problem. First thing, I just cranked this fucking thing over the fucking street into the fucking neighbor's yard. And it's like bouncing all. And Tommy's like, I told you, what in the... First he's like, whoa, you hit it really far. But he's like, dude, now we got to stop the traffic and we got to go across the street and we got to run over there and we're going to get in trouble.
You get to stay on top of everything all the time.
So some of the kids on my team, I'm like rounding the bases. I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. And I can tell you what the bases are. They're like, yeah, they have this fence, or no, it's little, they had a mulberry tree. Why? Who the fuck knows? But this mulberry tree, shit mulberries all over the place, everywhere. We find mulberries from where we are, and they came from Chicago. You can see how seeds plant their shit. But my uncle built like this hexagonal bench around the tree. My uncle would just get a hexagonal bench around the tree. My uncle would just get a bug of grass one day and go, we're building a fucking bench around that tree. We built a bench around that tree. Then what? So one of the corners of that bench was first base. Everybody in the neighborhood did this. Then they had a fire hydrant. There's a yard. Then a sidewalk, and then this little strip of grass that was like in Chicago, where you have where not where the sidewalk is. A little strip of grass where they would have like trees a lot of times, and they had a fire hydrant. That's second base. Third base is their house, but you can't touch their house. Why? Well, you can, but you just put your foot at the concrete at the bottom. Why? Because I'd sit there on third base and I'd be bored and I'd fucking pick at their siding, and Tommy was like, you can't do that. Why? Well, I didn't do it first. I saw somebody like done that, and I was like, oh man, I want to fucking pick at that shit. Really? Yeah. And he's like, you can't do that. Why? Like, it's part of a house. I remember it was just a very honest answer. It's part of a house. What are you doing? I remember he goes, I don't go to your house and start pulling on your siding. And he's like, absolutely, you're absolutely right. But it was like, we're on third base and there was nothing else to do, and it was already like somebody had done it. And I was like, how many did you? No. I think I did it 2 or 3 times. Probably just to be funny. Story. I remember Tommy said not to do it. That was one thing. But if an adult only do it,
you're assigned to a certain district. You have to
I think Tommy
cast your vote in that district. So I don't see
okay.
you signed up.
But that kind of side note. What is it? I don't know. It's like, I would say it's pretty good siding, but it's not soft. Why? Because it was coming apart then, but it's been on the house for like 30 years.
It's somewhat
What
tragic.
the hell?
Look, we do have
They
some
talk about aluminum siding.
registration.
Aluminum
Let me see your ID and we can get you signed up here.
Anyway, but then
Thankfully,
it's
it's a
like
little slow.
maybe something like that, like a hard.
Sorry.
Anyway,
You having a laugh? I just told you, on Jeff, that they're talking long goose.
Oh, the end of that so I hit this ball in the yard. And,
you'll see
what were you guys using?
station.
Well, but sir, I'm sorry, but
Well,
voter registration laws and the fraud, the rampant fraud that goes on in this country at the
we were
polling stations.
using
We have to have your ID in order to
Yeah.
register you to vote.
Now, you'll forgive me if I really just understand those voter registration laws as a means
it's not like a hit or miss.
rigging
It's like
the
it's a
outcome
small
based
little
on
area of
ethnic
Chicago.
or economic status. Are you trying to repress my vote, sir?
No, see,
Where?
I'll have you. You hear me? I'll have you.
Grandparents,
listen,
well,
no, sir, please
you're fine.
don't get upset.
So,
I'm just doing what our elected officials
like our family owns
have
not the
directed
whole
us to
street,
do.
but like elements of the whole street. The
The
ball goes in that yard.
And that means
And I think we had some kind of rule. You hit it, you get it. That's what it was. Hit it, you get it. What does that mean? If you fucking hit the ball too far or way far away, I'm not going to get your fucking ball. You gotta go get it. So hit it, you get it. Okay. So what does that mean? I circled the fucking bases, and they're like, you gotta go get that fucking ball now. And it's not far. It's like maybe
as it is done, as it always has been done.
Okay,
25
sir,
meters or something.
if you're not an American citizen, first of all, you can't vote.
More than that.
Not having an ID is one thing, but if you're not an American citizen, you're not allowed to partake in our election process.
Oh, and next thing you'll be telling me, only human beings get to vote, right? Is that what this is? This is just a
I walk.
huge bunch of
I look
reasons
both ways.
why
Sometimes you
Jeff
gotta go.
can't
I look
cast
both
his
ways,
vote. Oh, you're afraid of the mongoose voting
I go
because what you else should be. We got
across the
3
street
different
and get this ball
magistrates elected in
out of this
Sussex
random
alone.
fucking yard.
I can't comment on that, sir. I've never been to Massachusetts, so.
And
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. First, I'd like to punch
Tommy
you right in the
says to me,
toffees.
boy, it's a good thing you got it. And I don't think the lady who lives there saw you. Right, before you can say I don't think the people who live there saw you, and it's a good thing, because they've been taking the ball. The lady there's been taking the ball.
None of this is working out in your favor here. There's so
I could be wrong. Could be wrong on this, but this is how I honestly remember it in my head.
Don't you worry about me, Gov. Don't you worry.
I was like, oh, okay, well, it wasn't that big of a deal for me to get this ball, because it was like, they had warned me, you hit it, you're going to have to go get it, and it's just across the street, it's not that far. But I said, why are your neighbors so mean? And he's like, I don't know. But I think it's your
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave before I call the police.
Get your hands off me. You just get your hands off me. I'm a part of this system. I'm a part. Hello, please. Hello, birds. Look at this, ladies. They're treating me like I'm a common criminal. I'm bad news. You don't want to get near old Jeff. I'll probably give you bad ideas. I hope you don't follow me to that public corner. Good morning, ladies. I'll be on the public corner, but don't follow me because I'm bad news.
Next.
Hello, listeners. Hey, everybody. Hi.
David Floor here.
And Dave Stecco over here.
But are they in the same room?
Of course we are. Listen to us touch each other.
Ow.
See how real that was?
Convinced yet?
Yeah, we're using this opportunity to test technology because we're constantly upgrading our technological advances in the field of technology and advancement. For who? You, our dear listener.
Oh.
Tirelessly.
That's
for the New World Order. Because we're shills.
Sounded like that sounded like one of those sections of DARPA, the Department of Advanced Technology for the technologically advanced department. You know,
it's the advanced technology for the advancement of technology department.
Yeah.
Or the technological advances. The point is that we're at the cutting edge, and you are the beneficiaries of our hard work. How are you?
How's it going? Second of our off weeks. We thought we'd give you a little taste of Jeff, as it were.
Yeah, why not? Why not throw a little Jeff in there? Just trying to keep it hot, keep it fresh, popping fresh,
Popping
locked,
locked up. Yes.
women in prison.
We don't have too much for you this week. You know, we're on the breaks and all, but got some news. We can at least hint at things and set things
I love
up.
this. I love that he's saying this. Now, see, here's the thing. I want everyone to know right now, because I can feel of your collective eye roll. Shut up. Just stop it. But, so, we're doing the best we can. We're just two idiots. You guys know this. But we do have some fun news to announce that we are in the closing stages of getting to launch a couple of fun things.
That's right. I count 3 big announcements that are going to come out.
3 announcements. Announcement 1.
So I say,
Oh,
what the hell do you mean that's my great-grandmother?
We're not going to announce them right now.
That's her house. And
The
he's
first
like,
announcement is this episode,
your great-grandmother.
which is
Or your
Well,
great.
now I feel
He's like,
bait and switched.
he was trying to figure out. He's like,
we haven't
your
set up
grandmother.
properly.
He knew
So,
my
Stecco,
grandpa,
set it
not
up
the one.
properly.
Not
Well,
he would call
first and
grandpa
foremost,
grandma
it has
Ellen.
been
Yeah. Why?
almost a full year since I historically
Well,
and
that's just what he
heroically
called
tried to save the Titanic
That's what his.
by sinking my liver. The liver was holding us all down. I had to push it overboard into an ocean of
Because
whiskey.
they had grandma too.
And we are going to
And
we're going to roll those dice again.
It
And I'm not exaggerating when I say
who
I'd
also
say
lived across the
between
street. I'm
6
telling
and
you, our
9
family owned
the
like every
last
house on
12
this
months,
street, but
I
for
was
2 or
like,
3
no,
at one
we're
time,
just not doing that
and
again.
still own.
It's only
almost half
recently
of
that,
them.
that the memory has
Not
faded enough that I'm like,
people in our
seems like
And
a
it's
good
not like
idea.
that.
Let's say
These are their houses. This is the last bastion of the mafia.
So yeah, we are 2 weeks away from our glorious launch into season 5.
On recording, and when this comes out, it'll actually be 1 week away.
Oh my
I'm just
God,
like,
yes.
what
So
do you mean?
we're a
He's
week
like,
away
your
as we
grandma
launch the fifth season skyward and plunge our blood alcohol.
Yeah,
Also skyward and our
one of their
coordination earthward. I don't know.
I was like, you're full of shit.
Up
Shut the
against
fuck up.
us, so we
Let's
won't
talk
have
to
to
your
do
mom.
much work.
I go,
Well,
hey,
it's flat,
Rory,
right?
what's this
Yeah,
about?
there's
Common telling me
no
that
such
my
thing as
great grandmother was
gravity,
a trust
Constantly
She's like,
pushes against us.
yeah, you
So,
know,
big,
what did your
yeah,
parents
big,
tell you about that?
big
And
drinking
I'd be like,
episode.
they've
This is
never
what we
said
do.
anything about that. I just heard it when I fucking got a ball from them.
Launch a
And she's
season
like, okay, so they
by
never talked to you about
picking
that?
a topic of
She's like,
Irish
well, we better wait until they
lore,
get
culture,
So,
mythology,
what
folklore,
happened.
which is
And
still
my
lore.
dad picked me up,
And
and
Not Dana's brother lore, like mythology
not,
lore.
this
not
deal,
Dr.
who's this
Seuss
lady?
lore.
Well played,
And
sir.
he's like,
Well played.
And
she's taking
then
balls?
we, in the spirit of St. Patrick's Day, which is
But, no,
usually
it's like
around
we
when
just-
we
That's your
kick the
great
season
grandmother.
off,
We don't talk to her.
we get
Okay.
completely
So that's
wasted
I never
off
met her,
of
but
our
I'm right, apparently.
collective
Did she ever
robbers.
see you?
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah.
I'm sure she
Flora
did.
held it together really well last year. I went into the bucket.
'Cause I kind of remember
This is our fourth year doing this, or our
this
third
lady
year? Well,
always
this
looking
is
at
our
the fucking
third year of getting actually
window.
trashed.
And
The
that was
first
her
year we
house.
tried to. We didn't do
But
a
I
good
remember
job
my
of it.
cousin telling me, I
Remember
think
the
that's
first
your
year
great grandma.
we got some
Fucking bitch
Guinnesses.
stealing balls.
I don't think we had
Really?
whiskey. I think we just had Guinnesses.
Yeah, we were like pounding them.
We were pounding them, but we started when we started recording.
Right. It didn't really start kicking in until we were done, so that was a giant wasted dump.
Yeah. So the next year that was the fairies episode.
Yeah.
We drank for what was it, like 4 hours beforehand?
We were working on something, working on a song or something.
That intro song, yeah,
drinking steadily for hours.
and that
So, you
completely
never,
showed.
so I'd be like, Rich, I have
Yeah.
nothing against you.
Last
fact,
year,
I think a lot of you.
we had
Why?
like a fun like rooftop picnic.
You've been able to make have
That's
success in
why we
California
had kind of an elegant little dinner party with lots of liquor.
directly in
That
a
I
family.
feel like I was
instead of
doing
living like
okay, and then I
because
wasn't.
Candy has moved you
Then I
across the
turned
sea,
that fateful
perhaps to this
corner.
day in
You
California.
acted like
To which
I
I've been
couldn't tell
overlooked
that you
the
were that drunk at
San
all
Francisco Bay.
until in the middle of me talking about Carl
But
Jung, you just
California's
rattled
new
this
laws,
thing
but
off
you've made it.
in agreement to whatever I had said. You thought you were adding to it.
Here's the thing. You said something about like
Why?
a
Why do you know
basement,
that? I
and
would
I was
Google
like,
my name
I'm gonna make a funny
and
joke about
see.
banging
I would
in
try
a
to figure out
basement,
how it
and then it became holes in the
but
top.
see other people who had
It's
it,
weird.
and it wasn't
I
possible
kind
to be
of
United States
remember
at all.
when
In
I
fact,
was
we were the only
thinking,
family
but
that
I
had it. We
wasn't
didn't know anyone
there.
else
I was like,
who had it. They were all still
Well,
in Europe.
your eyes were
And,
closed. You were sitting across from me. You
That was
had
the thing. We got
completely
here, and
passed out,
always someone
but
was trying to
still
find someone
had
else that was
facility
in,
of your
and none of us
speech.
yeah, the mouth. It was like I'm like a rattlesnake.
They have since
The talk reflex is the last thing to die.
But at least here,
it
we're the
caught
only
me
ones
off
in the
guard.
United States who.
And I just
I should
remember
say the
like
only-
stopping
we were
for a
the-
minute, being like, "What
For
did you
many,
just
many
say?"
years.
Yeah, and that's what
In
brought me
major
up.
cities
I
in
was
the
like,
United
yeah.
States.
You're like, "Wait a
Oh
minute."
God.
Which makes me think that.
So those kind of shenanigans.
But I was just gonna say I didn't get nearly as drunk. I think I got drunk, but my body has done this weird thing
So
in the past year
I
or
saw
two,
that he had it.
where I will drink a bunch,
But
and then my body will just keep
yeah, but
running like a well-oiled machine. And then
It's called
when I
functional alcoholism, is what they call it.
when I go to bed, I pass out, I wake up,
do you have anything
and
against him?
my world has
I
collapsed.
met him.
I have absolutely
I would say though,
no desire to
from hearing that
function as a
story,
human
that's
being.
how
Everything that's
skewed
just-
my whole view of my family was.
Well,
Where I
think
wasn't even
we're gonna
introduced
try
to a
to
woman
do
who
the
was
slow
across the
play
street. I was in
launch
her
up. I don't know,
yard.
maybe we'll record something
And-
while we're drinking and just throw that out as a bonus at some point, because that'd be fun.
There
Depends
was
on what we're doing. Yeah, it could be,
no
could be lame.
connection. When there absolutely could have been. It would have been.
But yeah, we're
And this would have been my great grandmother.
That's
You would think that
absolutely.
we would
If
have
you've got
taken
any
care of her and all
drink
those other
suggestions, send them in. Not so usually take them.
Yeah, we usually default to Jameson and Guinness.
Yeah, bottle of JMO. Maybe that's what killed me, is that I didn't stick with Guinness, because remember I went with sissy beers,
You had PBRs, I think.
which is always that's like just a ticket to liver shutdown. Yeah, I don't know. And one thing, my one promise this year, I'm not going to promise not to pass out and keep talking. Couldn't keep that promise if I wanted to. Yeah. My one promise this year is I'm going to try to cut down the number of times I reference how drunk we are, because I noticed that I'm like a college freshman on this podcast. I'm like, oh, we're so drunk.
Hey, dog.
That's because we're drunk. Did you know we've been drinking?
Is that the end of your story?
First step in
No, I
changing
would just
is
say I don't
admitting
have
you
anything
problem.
against them.
That's true. The problem is that I keep talking when I'm drunk.
My
It's not
uncle's
that I'm
been
drunk.
married for some amount of time.
We're excited,
A
though.
long
I think
time.
we've got a pretty good topic to cover. And so, yeah,
I don't know what
look
his
for
wife's
that
name is.
next week.
Did you
Now,
meet her?
that wasn't the big announcement.
I
There's
think
still
she was
3
there,
big
but I don't think
announcements
I
that
met her.
are coming out there. They're not solidified, so
And
I
if I
want to
did, it
pique
was
your
very
interest.
quick. And you
But I
can't
don't
blame
wanna-
me for
I don't
not
wanna
knowing
crap
who
your
she was. I
pants.
didn't even know. I
Well, not to
remember
mention how
we
many
would.
times
A lot of
we've
people
bitten
died when I
ourselves
was
on
a
the
kid,
ass by announcing
and
things
or
and
got
then
married, or we
it
were up
doesn't
in
happen. It
Chicago
makes us
a
look
lot.
like idiots,
And
more so than our podcast. So yeah, so we'll
I
sit on
remember
that
saying,
until we get there.
"Whose
But I
funeral is
think
this?" Like it was another funeral.
between
Whose funeral
recording
is this?
this
And like,
and when you hear it, I think that we'll have everything locked down.
and then it kind of
I
didn't
think so
really
too.
click in my
And
head until just
One
now
of the
that she
biggest
was
ones.
alive in that
Keep
house,
your calendars
and I
open
wasn't
for April
like
17th.
100%.
Wow, that's a date. That's a specific date. What would happen on this? I mean, it's a podcast. You can download it whenever you want. Why would one particular date
The
matter?
connection was
These
very
things
good.
are
She was,
recorded. These episodes
she
are
had died
recorded.
when I went to her funeral.
So that person
Why
can
did you
listen
guys
to it
go to
later.
her
It's not
funeral?
like they need to be in a room to hear what we say, because that's how we do it.
Right. And truth be told, it will be an episode will be recorded on April
No matter
17th.
what.
Well, then I don't understand why you're so excited about it, Laura.
The excitement
But who was
comes
there?
from the
My
fact
Uncle Rich was there.
that
My
you
Uncle Jim.
can't
Oh,
watch us
it was not the
recorded
last
live,
pictures they all have together.
because
I'm
we
incorrect.
have a date
No,
for a
the last
live
picture they all have
show
together
in the
is
city
this
of
picture.
Chicago.
With a
It was taken in Las Vegas, I
So
think.
wait,
Really,
you're
yeah.
saying that
That
I
is
gotta
good.
watch
That's-
them live
I don't think they had a
and I
picture
can
together,
drink at
yeah.
the same time?
Yeah.
Man, you
Um,
can keep my private
So when I say
information.
with 5 fingers, no, that was.
So there you go.
I don't think my auntie was at that.
April 17th.
So I'm misremembering
the
things, but I
Laugh
was
Out
a very
Loud
small
Theater in the
person,
city
so
of
please
Chicago, their brand
forgive me.
new
I'm not making
theater
a
on
story.
Lincoln
I'm trying to
Avenue.
remember.
That's a Sunday. We
So
really
I don't think she
hustled.
did it.
We
My
tried
Uncle
to
Rich did.
get like
Who
a
else
crazy
did?
fun Friday or Saturday.
I think
And
it's the
I'll tell
first
you
time I
what,
met cousin.
given the delays
I
we've
could
already
be
had
wrong.
and the difficulty of booking, most theaters that are
Really?
already
Yeah,
operating, they
Andy
have a
was there.
set
I knew Andy.
in-house production going for all those times, so it's very hard to book that for a Friday or Saturday.
Andy
So
and
pretty happy to get what we got. So it's
Or
a Sunday
something
night, Funday night. The exact time is TBD still a little bit, but it'll be the
nobody
17th.
really gets mad at them.
Yeah, we're hoping for
They're
like a
always
7
gonna
o'clock
come.
and 8
They get
o'clock
along
show,
with
something like
everyone.
that. We will be putting up all the information on the site, on the Facebook, on the Twitter, as soon as we get it nailed down.
So that's like you got 6 whole weeks to get your shit straight.
That's true. Get your plans in order. Shouldn't be an expensive show.
Have you
We're
ever known
thinking
him
around
to do
$10.
anything?
Yeah, just enough to pay for my cocaine problem.
Yeah,
Andy was
and
always.
rent the space to do it.
Okay, I guess we'll pay for the space first,
He
and
was
then
important.
my
Andy
cocaine
has no idea.
problem, which I'm really trying to get. So far, I haven't even been able to get the cocaine. So it's like hard to get a problem, but it's it's a New Year's resolution. I will have a cocaine problem in the year 2016.
So yeah, so mark it down, April 17th. It's a little shorter notice than we would originally had hoped for, but not too much. Like we said, we took something. We said there was an opportunity. We jumped on it. So we've been talking about it. We kind of
Just to get it done and locked down, and then maybe we can do another one this summer.
So yeah, look forward to that.
And so
I know I am. I'm stoked.
One day I
We've
called
got a
him
lot
out
of
of the
cool
blue.
ideas about a live show. You know why? Because we've been talking about it for football ever. So
Very true. Season
And
5
I said,
is gearing up to be incredibly huge, though. We set out and made a schedule out
I'm
of show topics that are going to be great to kick off
tell my
with.
friends that I like to
We've
do it,
got some
and that I
ideas for
like
some
them to
interviews
do
to do.
I
We've
think
got some ideas for some places to go.
Calm
We've
them
already
down.
signed up to be at the Milwaukee Paracon again, which
He's
this
like-
year is going to be in October.
Well, I don't know if
A
that's a
little
good
bit of a change.
But-
But middle of October, it's going to be rearing its
And it's a very,
magnificent
very
head.
good
we're gonna be writing some new songs,
philosophy.
and maybe
My
even
philosophy
having
in
a
life
means
is
of getting those
anything in
songs to
moderation.
it in one.
So
one
you don't want to go
discrete,
off the deep end
compact
in any
format.
one way.
We've
And
got big
he's
plans there
saying
that
this.
I
He's
think are
saying,
going to be
I'm staying with your old man.
implemented. And then maybe the biggest plans of all all
I'd
might
say
come
with
to
your father,
fruition finally.
who is so strict about things, and I'd say it about you, who seems to be more open to things. Neither one of them
we got two more things that we should have the last
is
little
perfect.
details
It's about
locked out pretty soon. I mean, I think 2016 is going to be a banner year. I think 2016 is the year that we realize all the goals for 2015.
It's sadly true. Yeah, we didn't achieve like we had hoped to, but we really have a fire lit right now. So,
do you know that we more than quadrupled our listenership in the last 12 months?
It's been amazing. All of the things are to you guys. All of them are, and
every time you guys send us an email or say, or we get an email like, somebody told me to listen to your podcast, and I'm so glad they did. That's you guys saving our lives. So thank you guys. I mean, it makes a huge difference, and it makes it fun to do.
Yeah, it makes it worth it. We know that the work we're putting into this, which we don't have to tell you. We put a lot of work into this.
I know. I don't think she's.
We sound like
I did go to someone here.
But
it's not easy sounding.
It really makes it worth it to know that you guys are spreading the good word and you enjoy it. So thank you again.
It's hard work, sound effects like this.
I was bleeding to death. I needed help. And I mean, I didn't have enough money for gas. So, how'd you have money for gas? It's like I had a full tank of gas at one point, and I didn't use all that gas, so I had a little bit. But I mean, it wasn't like
it only cost $9.
Oh, it's a deal. That's a big
beer.
beer.
You have money for bandages?
Yeah, it is. It's a howler. It's a half acre brewery. It's right by my house, so I can go over there and I can get my refillable 32-ounce beer, which takes me a few days to work down, which is great.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's all. We're just keep in touch with you, keep going on the fun mobile.
Yes, I love going on the fun
and share with you, some of the good news that's coming, some of the gospel here at Blurry Photos.
Damn right. We're gonna get crazy. It's gonna be awesome. So thank you to everyone who's made 2015 and our season 4 so amazing and fun. And cool, and God, what kind of crazy shenanigans are going to be? You know what? I guess we'll just find out. We'll just find out. Because if you told me a year ago that I could be chemically asleep but still talking, I wouldn't have believed you. So we're going to learn so much this year.
As always, you know where to find us. Facebook. We may have even passed the dildo by the time this comes out.
Yeah, we are hitting them. We are getting so close to the dildo, and it's actually terrifying us because we've got to find out. We have to do it right. And Flora's getting the tattoo. But
that was just a really important conversation.
Dave's actually gonna put pants on for once. Dave's gonna get his sex changed.
We hit. When we hit 1,000 Facebook likes, I'm going to put pants on. And you know why? Because they won't let me into the tattoo place so I can watch Flora get his tattoo without pants on. That's one of their rules, which is an irony because his tattoo is probably going to be on his butt, so he won't have pants on. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. What's important is Flora's choice. Where on his body
it gets back to me, and then it gets back to my parents, and then
what matters is that
they call my Aunt Judy regularly, and if they have bad news,
I'm David Flora, and I do not endorse this message.
We have to stay.
God damn it, Flora! He's a flip-flopper. I heard him say that. He said he's going to get tattooed. They went time to tattoo.
Motherfucker, I just told you this fucking story, okay?
Randy Freebush. Paid for by Randy
What
Freebush.
the fuck is your problem? What's this bullshit?
Go over to iTunes. Make sure you give us a 5-star review if you haven't yet. Follow us on Twitter, blurry_photos. We're on Stitcher if you've got an Android or something, or if you just like using Stitcher, you can find us on there now. Go over to audibletrial.com/blurryphotos to get not only a free audiobook for yourself,
that free book, get that Randy free
30-day free trial.
What are the last words you said to him?
They probably do have some Randy books, and they're free, so there are Randy books.
I finished The Gunslinger just recently.
Nice.
I heard that somebody's in talks to make some kind of production of it with Idris Elba and Matthew McConaughey.
What did he do?
All right.
Gunslinger and the Man in Black, I'm assuming. So that's exciting. I enjoyed it. We'll continue on the Dark Tower series. So yeah, you can get yourself a book. Listen, give us a high five without even have to do anything extra. You just sign up and download a book.
Yeah, how's that for you?
They're like, hey, thanks, Blurry Photos. You can always just plain donate to the cause. Buy war bonds at blurryphotos.org.
Yeah, buy war bonds. So thank you guys once again. Don't forget to push donate button, do all those things, likes and Facebooks, and don't forget to visit the elegant ladies in Candy Chat. They're getting cavities, so you don't have to.
She'll pick up
Candy
a fucking
chatters,
hitchhiker,
chat,
designated drive for you. She'll
Why don't we
get
go
you
ahead?
out of
Let's
jail.
try to get ahead of the
Very
train on
like,
that one. Let's go ahead and
and the
start
teacher's
really
very,
donating to those
very
ladies
proper and
because
things like that.
eventually
But she'll,
somebody's going to get the beatus.
she's like a very, 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 very. Well, she's not a conservative woman. She's a very
those
liberal
HSA,
woman.
those
She's one of the biggest delinquent
management funds right now.
Jeez. Don't forget to check out Chicago Podcast Co-op
But she's
and all
very
the great
conservative.
other podcasts that are on there, and we thank them for their support.
But every once in a while, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, I went to
The next
went
time
to
we
a
talk
casino."
at you, probably be drunk off our asses.
Stinking drunk, stinking drunk. So that's a thing to look forward to. It's just like knowing that Thanksgiving's coming up with
Okay,
your drunk
why
uncle.
didn't we find it,
Your
Bob?
drunk.
All right. Well, I don't have anything else. Dave, do you have anything else?
I will see you, or more accurately, you will hear me in the future.
In the
Yo,
future.
this sucks. Racial profile.
Do you want to hear the most
So this is the one
distasteful
person
form of
and
beatboxing
inviting
yet?
to join issue with you. Anyone who likes to join. Copy
Didn't they do that on
and copy.
Space Ghost? Don't touch me!
Now what?
Don't touch me!
That's right.
Okay. Email?
Bye, everybody. See you in season 5.
Bye. Sorry
it
about the
email?
spit sounds.
Okay. There's email. You gotta email the one of those. Gmail. Google. Yoshi.
Your attention,
Shout out to
please.
Rocky Curvator.
This episode
Whatever her name
was
is.
brought to you
No,
by
because I'm
Cards
sure-
Against Humanity. Who
So,
that's?
yeah, she
That's
lives
just
in.
not to read an ad.
She's the one
No,
person I knew
it's okay.
who lived in
Enjoy
Regina.
the show.
We call it Regina though. But yeah, she lives in Regina. Yeah. Why?
I found a bunch of gold. And now I had your wish.
What do you call it? You call it
I wish for a million wishes. How's this ever happened to you? Hello, I'm lucky you had a hat. The whole point of people wishes is to turn them on themselves anyway. Using your Hanahan system, you'll no longer be caught in their tricks of logic or puzzles. Take back the power of your wishes and
What
use
did
it to
she do?
torment them with what they wanted most. I'll teach you how to
What did
first
you say?
subvert the first wish.
I don't fucking know.
I want a million wishes.
That doesn't fucking work.
Who did you really
don't
appreciate?
You get
If you had
3
to
wishes
say,
at once.
and you never really got a chance to join
I'm
with
so
my friend.
sorry.
You'll also learn how to subvert the meaning of the wish using semantic
Would
trickery.
never know. I
I
couldn't
wish I
drive
had like
when I was
all
in
money.
high school.
Here it is. 47 babies.
And
I bet you hate you fucking idiot.
and my so the excuse was I always needed a 3.0
Of course, the classic.
and I never had a
Giving them
3.0.
exactly what they want.
And I remember when this started to get something, all my friends started driving and I didn't. And all my friends started saying
I
to me,
wish I
why
wasn't
can't you
impotent
drive? And I said, I don't have a 3.0.
What do
And they
you
said,
know?
we get grade
A
point
giant
averages.
creative
Literally,
invention.
a lot of kids, they did not tell you you had a grade point average. And I felt like that was such a bad thing of this school. Because when we went to this school, they said, oh, that's where grades don't count. We're like, yeah, why? They just said that they don't have grades there. And then you get there and it's like, oh, for sure they fucking do. But they wouldn't share with the student as well. They'd share them with the teacher, with the parent, and the parent then would like talk to the student about it. But it was never like, oh, I've got a 3.928 like it is at other fucking schools. Never was like that. But kids started complaining. And I should say they did go with some kind of thing where they didn't have grades for it or something like that. They tried that, But it was like, how do you compare yourself? And they would like say, well, you can do it in writing and you can do it in mathematics, but like at a certain point you need some kind of support when you're trying to apply for college. That's fine if you want to just be together. We went to school, and I didn't really know what the other kids got necessarily at the end of the semester. I don't know how many A's it was very pre-play, but I knew I did not have a free play, and that's why I couldn't drive. That was the reason why I was doing it. And,
so if a filthy human put you in a position to begrudge and wishes, do what you wish you had. Look, you had a hand in your corner.
I think 18.
Rub a toadstool 3 times, semen in backwards, and not a bit.
Not valid in Galway, Limerick, or County Cork. Double the points in County Kerry.
But I remember my friends saying, you don't have a 3.0? And I said, no. It was embarrassing. And they're like, even the dumbest kids, they're like, I wonder what our fucking drinking episode. And they looked, and they barely had a 3.0. Barely. But they did. So even though, I was number 33, my friend Mark was number 32, and my friend Matt
Didn't you guys
31.
swear you wouldn't do this again?
What the fuck is
Yeah, but we
this?
forgot.
Out of
We
33.
literally
What
forgot
is this
until
bullshit?
today. I listened to the episode immediately following
such
last
bullshit.
year's episode, where we're like, we're not doing that anymore.
And then we did it more.
Dude, didn't we email it?
We're huge liars, but you come to
Is it
expect that from us
recording?
now.
Yeah.
What we promise and what we deliver.
How many times have we broken your heart? And you keep
Anyway.
coming back for more. We're a
So then
classic abusive relationship.
Here, here.
This sucks.
Man, but we're going to deliver on some promises, not only tonight,
I don't know
but
how
tonight
you
as well.
ever fucking do
Yeah,
this. Like,
We've got a lot of
I guess
promises
it's
to deliver on.
Oh, there it is.
We've got a lot of.
Ding, ding, ding.
We've got a good show
Yes.
to go through.
that's what I don't
I think
Why
we're
the
on
fuck
the
doesn't
upside of drunk.
Yeah, we're still on top of it, but
Right. And I think we should stay there because I spent an entire episode under it in the past, and I don't want to repeat that.
although he says this, but he's every time we're not recording, he's like,
Should
"How
have
about
it
that
in
car
here.
bomb? How about
Yeah.
the car bomb?"
We have all the ingredients. It's a slap in God's face if we don't do a car bomb.
I might be able to do one with what I've got left. I don't know if I can do more than that. We're not going to slam more
Multiple
than that
you
at
can
once, not after we've been going
settings,
through.
devices,
Man, we had some Jets pizza and it was good.
It was so good. It's such good pizza.
Listen, if you're new to the podcast,
Sorry.
this is our annual, once a year, this is the only time we do it, but we get trashed.
Yep.
It's our season opening. We do an Irish-themed episode
Yep. We've been drinking for 3 hours.
in a good spot, but we open each season doing this. We got some Jameson, got some Guinness. So if you're new to this, if you're coming to this just for the first time, well, we're not usually this canned.
Kind of close.
So listen to it. We're gonna have. There's a lot of great information in this episode. We're gonna be talking about High Brazil. Man, what a cool subject.
Right. And it's not a country in South America, so let me stop you right there.
Just stop right there, and then we're gonna have a lot of information. We're just gonna be kind of sloshing our way through it, is all. But that's what we do every season. That's one of our traits. One of our telltale signs that you're listening to Blurry Photos. So,
Damn right. Wait, Flora. Toast me in our awesome ceramic Rougarou shot glasses.
oh
Don't worry
man,
about this.
thank you, listener Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Actually,
We've got another shot coming up
Yeah.
from another listener,
To the Mothman Museum. Hold on.
listener Travis. But
Yeah, thanks, Travis.
we can do that too. So
is that the end of
Hold
your
on.
story?
Everybody shut up.
we're gonna do a shot here to get us rolling some more.
Do you have any other?
Or-
Yes.
Jacob Iverson. His name is my name too. Oh, Flora.
No.
Oh, shit. Okay. All
This
right.
is not going down as
Yeah, I
smooth as
know. The face you just made me think that maybe no more shots.
Waiting
But one more shots because we have to christen Travis's shot glasses. So sorry, I called. Ooh,
I don't know what it is this year. It's not as smooth.
I'll tell you what. I'll pave my own road to hell with my own good intentions. I feel like this is working out just fine.
You're gonna do great. This is gonna be great.
Yeah. You should keep feeding that false sense of security, Laura.
Let's talk about the
Is that-
present.
now what?
Yes.
And at the end of this, we'll talk about the future because we're gonna announce some stuff.
And there's some presents in the future.
There's presents in the future to open, but right now you came here because you want to hear about High Brazil.
God
HY
damn it.
Brazil. Depending on your spelling, might not even include a Z.
Probably not at this point. we'll get there. Let's talk about. Let's want to jump into this.
Yeah, it's Irish.
Get to. And I'll be honest. Start this season with an Irish.
And I gotta be honest. I mean, like, there's so much stuff going on with Ireland, but we wantonly blew through a lot of shit the first few seasons, and now we gotta really work to find Irish shit.
You know what it was? We lumped a lot of Irish stuff together.
Yeah.
So, like, in that first episode, it's like Irish legends. Let's do them all.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Drinking from the fire hose there. Hi, Brazil.
Hi, Brazil. This is mythical island of Celtic legend. It's a mysterious place off the coast of Western Ireland, said to appear once every 7 years and remain shrouded in fog the rest of the time.
Now, I know you're thinking, oh, so you can visit it once every 7 years. Oh, no, you cannot.
Oh, yeah?
You can only see it. Although some people claim otherwise.
There are numerous names associated with it, which I literally, my mouth decided to go on strike.
There are numerous
numerous names associated with it, which we'll get to in a bit. But the better known names these days are Hi Brazil, or just Brazil with an S. Dave is basking in the fact that his liver is much more pickled than mine right now. You're doing great. You're doing great.
I'm a hero.
The island is said to be magical or special in a number of ways. It could be the home of the gods, the Irish gods, the old Irish gods. It could be a paradise or a land of plenty. Could be inhabited by priests or monks who held ancient knowledge.
Could be inhabited by giant black rabbits. Weird old loners.
Yeah, that's a good story. Could be home to a highly advanced civilization.
And since it's European, you know there's spelling S's.
And so these are some of the things it could be. Now, not all of them happened at the same time.
Right.
You know, it's not like it was a highly advanced civilization with rabbits and land of plenty.
You know,
it was
there's
like
a lot of versions. There's a lot of people's accounts or mythological tales that paint it in different colors. Yeah, there you go.
Magical islands
when I
are
put it in
rare
here,
in myths and legends.
gives me a little metadata
You
text.
have
It already
Avalon,
tells me that this
which
fucking
we've
thing
heard of with
is
old King Arthur.
Have you ever heard
bullshit.
of Atlantis?
And what was?
Atlantis.
Yes. Atlantis is an island that's out there.
It's also a two-part episode we've been threatening for years.
Yep.
Not
You know
that.
why we haven't done it? Because
We're afraid of it.
I've got a ton of
Are
books.
you
So
done?
read them.
There's literally so much research that we're afraid of it.
There's also Britia. There's Baltia, Hawaii, Lemuria, Mew, Thule, etc., etc.
Could you give me like a good Yule Brenner on that?
A Thule Brenner,
troubleshoot, go live in.
Brenner.
etc., etc., etc.
What in the fuck?
But here's where it starts getting fun. I know you're ready to get fun, so let's get fun. Hi Brazil appeared on numerous maps up through the 19th century, dude.
Right? 1870s?
Yeah, expeditions were dispatched to find it, and some ships that weren't looking for it said they stumbled upon it.
Or, here's a fun fact, some ships that were looking for it said they didn't find it, but then later on, other people said, oh, no, they did.
Yeah, actually did.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a look at this legendary Irish island. See if we can suss out fact from fiction, Parsec Awards.
Suss it!
You're too
Whether or
fucking
not
worried
this
about the
place
chat.
actually existed or exists.
I'm not worried about the
I
fucking
feel like
thing.
I don't get the effect I used to when I get all
Is
up
it
in the
impossible?
mic.
I think you do.
Well, that worked.
Yeah, you did it before. There's a sweet spot to it. Because you can like get over here.
This is so street.
Get up into it. You gotta like drop the voice and hit the lips.
Right. That was the overview. You remember how I used to say we're going to talk about what it was, what are the legends? We're going to talk about what it was, what are the legends?
I don't want to keep hitting the rewind button, but it's very fresh in my mind because I listened to it today. Last year, I just decided to jump on the overview, and then you were like, no,
That's not the overview. We're doing it now. I was like, we just did it. That was great. You can always tell when Dave does a ton of research because he launches that rocket. Like, there's no countdown. He's just like standing on the button. I don't have a choice, man. We gotta get in that fight soon. I'm gonna forget all this immediately if we don't watch it. Dude, it's like flopping a high pair in a game of poker. You gotta bet high early. Right off the gate, pre-flop, son.
Really?
You guys want to know some inside baseball? Yeah. Dave's really into poker right now.
Okay.
Really? He's been talking about getting a poker game together, which I've been all for. Yeah. But then he bought a game. He bought a Steam game of poker. I did. Hey, if you're Irish, or if you're just still with us in your age, or if you want to play this, if you want to play poker, stick around. We're gonna keep going. Email me. I just keep thinking of things here.
Okay, are you
But
done?
let's start out with the etymology of the name because there's insects in the name. Etymology.
I know.
Because it's gone by several names over the years. Some of them include Ursil, Brazier, Brazil, Brazil, Brasil, There's lots of Y's and L's. Brazil, and Hypersol. Now, those are all Irish.
So I talked about all
nature.
my
The
answers,
origin
but I had
of
other
the
answers
name of this island
that
is
were
unknown.
close. Yeah. Who?
In Brazil,
Bobbin and Straka.
could mean
Well,
either
not
island
my Aunt Nancy,
or
but like
descendant
definitely growing up, we were always with Bobbin and Straka.
of Barasil, coming from the line of Barasil. Barasil is a bit trickier
Why?
since
Kids,
brass
we weren't born in a barn like
mighty,
Nash. We were born in a barn. We were raised in
chicken or
bowling.
an egg
Don't ever
with
forget that.
the
But,
Iron
yeah.
Age chief Barasil and the legendary
What the
immortal
fuck is this
High
shit?
King of the World, Barasil, who held court on the island of eternal happiness, High Barasil. So his name, island name, kind of melding together there. If you're really into Gaelic, please correct me on the pronunciation. If you're really into Gaelic, please text us. That was one of the cool things about when I was in Ireland. All the signs, you're driving down the highway, they'll have the name of the city and then they'll have it in Gaelic as well. That's pretty awesome. So like you got to know like what the Gaelic for exit was, and you know what I mean. I'm always surprised when I hear actual
Okay, you could try
like
that.
Gaelic
Try that one.
spoken because
What the
it's a
fuck is
pretty
this? Stop.
like German sounding language. It's rough sounding. It is rough, yeah. I expected a lot of T's, but it's really a bunch of ha-ha-ha's.
I never can.
Put it better. Yeah. The cool
Try
thing
again.
with it is
Try again.
you see a word, and when it's pronounced, it
We had a
looks
bunch of Uncle Bobs.
nothing
There are a
like
bunch
the
of Uncle
word.
Bob Shorty.
But then as you hear
Call
it
him
and
Uncle
you
Bob?
look
Yep.
at the word, you're like, I can
Really?
figure
Yeah,
that
he
out.
had
That makes
nephews.
sense. Right. So
yeah.
like clarity, is like there's like G's and H's
We call him
flying
Uncle Bob.
all over the place.
But that's just what we did in our family. I think it happens in the future. If they're really close to you,
Yeah, it's
but they're like really close friends, you call them aunt and uncle. If you trust them. And what would that mean?
Hey, way to go, Gaelics.
Like if you trust them to babysit your kids or
Pretty neat.
go
Here's
to
some
dinner
more
and those kind of
fanciful
things.
names for it.
So, yeah.
Here it comes.
Why?
Tear for wind, lame, which is land under the wave. Too elvish. Mug male, too dwarvish, which is land of truth.
That's how it was
Inabea,
on my dad's
which
house.
is
My
Isle
mom's
of
side of
life.
the family,
And Tirnabuaya, which is land of
they were
virtue.
different.
Just right.
It's more like a,
That's Hobbit. That's right there.
they had
The oldest
close friends.
map that
That
we
was so
have.
much different.
That
Really,
was
yeah.
Christopher Walken.
It's more
The
European, I
oldest
think.
map
It's
we
just
have
more
is
old.
hey,
Really, yeah.
Ireland. The oldest map we have been there with this island on it is actually from a Genoese
Jesus fucking
cartographer
Christ. What in the fuck is
Angelino Vespucci. No.
Are you done?
No, it's Angelino Delorto. Is he related to to the Chicago liquor connoisseur Angelino Malordo? Oh, I thought that he was somehow related to Dottore Malordo. No, not this one. Hashtag idiot roommate Mark Soloff. Hashtag Blaster Podcast. Hashtag high five. Publishing under the name Dulcert, he placed the island a little southwest of Ireland and called it Insula de Monotuna Sire de Brasile, which is what, mate? Some kind of Latin. Which seems to mean, well, it seems to mean island of monotone, or island of Brazil. But here's the deal: this could be an error. It actually meant mutonus, which would be a Latinization of the French mouton. You know,
that would be lamb's meat.
Well, sheep.
Well, it's the same,
Right? So, thus changing the name to Island of Sheep.
No, I like that. I'm not buying it.
That was. I didn't put the date on here. I think it was 1325. Sorry, everybody.
Who's mad? Who are you apologizing to?
Well,
Are
I apologize to my standards.
Anybody who was like, oh, he missed that date, doesn't worry.
It was the oldest map.
I knew it was in 1325.
That one.
But I was just waiting for him to say it.
It could be a 14th century map.
I was sure I'm
I
gonna
love
lose
that
my
voice.
mind.
I was sure of it.
I was sure.
1339. So our boy, Angelo Delordo,
Are you done?
Street name.
our buddy
Are you too?
Dory
What the fuck is this?
published another name,
Yoshi done.
published another map.
What should I do?
1339 published another map that showed the island as round, the channel of water cutting through the middle. Which is interesting because there's a similarity to the current Brazilian flag.
Oh my God! Jump so far ahead.
Shut up! I don't respect your timelines. By 1375, the name had been shortened to Insula de Brazil in the Catalan Atlas, which showed as two different islands, one west of Ireland and one south of Greenland. That one also west of Ireland.
Well, also West of Ireland. Yeah. Also West of Ireland. Also West of Ireland. Everything's West of Ireland. Just one's under trains.
Damn geographical oddity. In 1436, the Venetian map of Andrea Bianco showed it as the Sola de Brazil, the lonely Brazil. Attached to some islands in the Atlantic, thought to be present-day Madeira or Terceira in the Azores. I don't know.
Terceira.
Sure. 1535. Nope. 1513. The infamous map made by Ottoman cartographer Piri Reis, or Race, if you're into that sort of thing, showed a round island off the west coast of Ireland.
So the Piri race map, which gets brought up in a lot of.
Didn't I read, Flora?
Listen, that gets brought up in a lot of Fortean stuff. Piri race map showed High Brazil as an island off the west coast of Ireland. So even this map, which a lot of people are like, oh, see, this map has crazy stuff on it that shouldn't be there before this date, and then it had it on that date.
And then it did that. It said, don't do that thing. Then it did the thing.
Shut up.
It did the thing. So that map don't care. Who cares?
So even that map, and this thing on here, now this is supposed to be a mythical island. It's showing up on all these maps.
Really, this map is a litmus test for lazy cartographers, or it's a litmus test. However you
A litmus test.
It's a litmus test.
Person who studies litmus readings
Full time.
full-time.
The University of Litmus.
Now that's going too far. In 1595, the Aurelius map of Europe and the Europa Mercator map show a round island called Brazil west of Ireland. All these maps are having this little round, this circular island west of Brazil on it.
Lazy cartographer bear trap.
Could be. Through the 19th century, it continued to be included on maps and charts, apparently, and according to some researchers, appeared in 1776 as, quote, a rock 6 degrees west of the southern point of Ireland, end quote. And then it continued to be recorded as late as 1865 on British Admiralty charts. It's pretty late.
It's pretty late, but but here's the thing, though. I was thinking about this, like, why did this persist for such a long time? I mean, no one had a better navy on the planet
than the English.
Right. It's because it's because it was so close to them as to not be alluring to the explorer. It's like saying I'm going on an expedition to DuPage County. Like no one's impressed.
Yeah, I'm not even impressed because I don't even know what that is.
It's just next to Cook County. It's just near here, but not here.
I've never taken the time to learn any of the suburbs or anything.
Nor have I. But the point is this: it's not only close enough to not be considered high adventure,
right?
But it's in an area no one really needs to go to.
Yeah, there's southwest of Ireland.
Right. Like if you're going to the New World, you're going due west.
Yeah.
And you're not leaving from Ireland. And so there's unless you're the Titanic, which did leave from Ireland. But
northeastern.
Right. The whole of the story is it's not in a place people really need to go. It doesn't have a huge amount of traffic to it. And there's not a lot of fame to be gained by saying, I've explored my neighbor's yard,
which is my yard if I have my say.
Right, exactly. It's just there's just nothing to sell it. And so it just lives as this relic. Map after map after map.
Well, and the other thing is the northern Atlantic was still being explored at this time, so it's hard to say how reliable maps were right then, you know. In fact, in 1351, the Medici Atlas had an Insula de Brasi west of Spain, so it seems like everything visible above the waves was being named Brazil.
Right, and that's just it. You know, it's like, oh, well, I heard about this thing, so whenever somebody says they saw a thing, call it Brazil, next issue.
The actual South American Brazil, you're probably thinking, why are we getting to this yet?
Right, that's exactly. We really kind of should have hit that right off the tip. Short story. The chronology doesn't even begin to line up, considering that no one was aware of South America, and so how on earth in the 1300s? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it isn't thought to be connected by anything more than name.
Flora walked them through it.
It was named for the red wood that was discovered by Portuguese navigators, and by that we mean brasa is translated roughly as ember, red hot ember kind of thing. So red wood, brasa.
The area that we call Brazil now went through, I think, 3 names before Brazil was the one that just kind of. Here's the thing: no one declared it. It just kind of stuck. Same reason that the Americas were called the Americas. No one named them that, but there was an Italian cartographer named Amerigo Vespucci who made most of the maps, and it just kind of stuck.
Yeah, it's one of those weird timing things, I think. Interestingly enough, though, the flag of Brazil, getting back to that, has a blue disc split by a white curved band with the national motto written therein, but it looks very similar.
Is the national motto "Thongs Forever"?
It is. It has, you know, that longus eternalis.
Yeah, no shit.
Bootius Maximus. But those are, it's eerily similar to the early depictions of High Brazil. Yeah. Kind of like the channel that cuts through the little disc.
I wouldn't say it's eerily similar. I'd say it's approximately similar.
It's circumstantially similar.
Yeah.
So that's
no one's looked at the Brazilian flag and gone, "Oh, that's spooky."
I've got shivers down my spine.
Oh yeah.
Who wants to play some volleyball? Neymar, right? Yeah, Brazil. Carney, we don't know you.
Carnival. Gonna be known for like river sepsis once our swim teams get there.
Oh man, it's tough to think.
My understanding of it, I don't know for sure, but my understanding is they're still kicking the ball around in a low-grade boycott.
I'm gonna rape this motherfucker in an alley.
Unsafe for athletes to compete in or near their water.
I don't know. I've
This
just
is
heard
gonna
that
be
they haven't built anything yet. It's probably not true. It's probably a gross exaggeration. But
I think they've built some stuff, but I don't think it's as built as they said they were going to build it.
you know what's crazy to think is that it could have been here in Chicago.
Jesus.
That would have been insane. I wouldn't want it.
No. I would be leaving Chicago now, or Airbnb the f- out of my home for an inordinately stupid amount of money to some German tourists. Only Germans. Hashtag Swiss need not apply. And I'll know the difference, you fuckers. I'll know the fucking difference.
It's the taste of the chocolate. Let's get into the legends of this then. We've gone through the etymology, we've been through some of the history, even secretly. And I could have slid that in your slides, but yourself.
Too far. That's what happens.
Too far.
Laura gets a couple of drinks in him. He thinks he can slide shit into your slats. And it's cool. It's fine. Guess what? It's not fine. I don't want to hashtag you, Laura. Don't make me do it.
Don't even try it.
Because I've lit you up with hashtags.
Yeah, you sure did. We got me.
We should tweet while we record more often.
Nine.
I like
Just kick us off with some legends.
you kick yourself off, Stegno. You shut up while I drink.
That won't bode well for any of us. Just shut up. Okay. We got some good stuff. We got stories.
Shh, stories that are shh. It's okay, we got good stuff.
I'm glad you interrupted me. I'm glad you shushed me because I just said stories that people do. So I think it'd be better if you just read what I wrote when I was so
Okay. Wow. No, we all heard it.
saying for me.
We don't know.
That was directed to me. That was directed to me.
We all heard it.
Poor people that are like, I just want to find out about Hyperzell. I don't care about your podcast. I don't care about your annual drinking episode.
Hey, everybody, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna read it. Read what I wrote down. I know my place.
Sober.
Irish folktales hold at the island.
All right.
Hashtag we have fun. Okay. Stop urine shaming. Irish folktales hold that the island is visible only once every 7 years, and even then, you can just look. It's a looking, no touching. Oh, you're not allowed to step foot on it. Looking, no touching. The rest of the time, it's either cloaked in fog or mist. You just can't see it at all. It doesn't matter. However, there are sailors who have said they've bucked the odds and have set foot on the island and in some cases stayed there for some time. For example, here's a description by Oryx Pipple. A description by Roderick O'Flaherty. Yeah, an Irish historian of the 17th century. Go on. Well, this was written in 1864. No, it wasn't. 1684. That's right. It goes like this. From the Isles of Iran and the West. What? Aaron? Okay.
I was there.
Why am I reading this? And the West Continent often appears visible that enchanted island called Obrassail and, in Irish, Begara, or the Lesser Erin, set down in the cards of navigation, whether it be real and firm land kept hidden by the spectral ordinance of God, or the terrestrial paradise, or else some illusion of airy clouds appearing in the surface of the sea, or the craft of evil spirits, is more than our judgments can sound out. Laura, I read that last paragraph. Should we Irish this one up? Is that sure? He's an O'Flaherty. I don't know how much.
Of all the times I say no, this is not one of them. Well, that didn't turn out like a list.
Okay, fair enough. Strikes and gutters, but I get you. There is no living Moro Ole who imagines he was himself personally in Old Brazil for 2 days and saw out of it the Isles of Ireland, Golem Head, Ilrasbeg Hill, and other places on the western continent which he is acquainted with. The manner of it, he relates, that being in Eros Ale, in the south side of the barony of Ballinis, about 9 leagues from Galway by sea in the month of April AD 1668, going alone from one village to another in a melancholy humor upon some discontent of his wife's. He was encountered by 2 or 3 strangers and forcibly carried by a boat into Obrassail, as such as were within told him. And they could speak both English and Irish. He was ferried out hoodwinked in a boat, as he imagines, till he was left on the seaside by Galway, where he lay in a friend's house for some days after being very desperately ill, and knows not how he came to be there. In the Western Ocean, 5 or 6 leagues from the continent, there's a sandbank about 30 fathoms deep in the sea. It's called in Irish Mari Bay, and in English, the Cod Fishing Bank.
Real original there.
From this bank about 20 years ago, a boat was blown southwards by night. Next day, about noon, the occupants spayed and neutered. The occupants spayed and neutered land so near to them that they could see sheep within it, and yet durst not for fear of the illusions. Touched shore, imagining it was all Brazil, and they were 2 days coming back towards home. Some few generations ago, a crew of a fishing boat passing an island, which they did not know, landed thereon to refresh themselves. They had no sooner landed than Anne appeared and told them they had no business there, as the island was enchanted. They therefore returned to the boat. As they were going away, the islanders gave one of them a book with directions not to look into it for 7 years. He had complied with the request, and when he opened and read the book, he was able to practice surgery and physic with great success. No, that's psychic.
Yeah, psychic.
He was able to practice surgery and psychic with great success. He was able to practice surgery and psychic with great success. The man's name was Lay, and the book remained as an heirloom to with his descendants. But in reality, Lay had inherited an estate, but it got confiscated and he turned to something of a quack to make a living. The family did have a medical manuscript, which is now in the Royal Irish Academy Library.
So that's just basically saying that there was a dude who said, I got kidnapped to Brazil.
Yeah, I got a magic book and a super doctor.
Yeah, and 7 years later, I immediately learned doctorate and psychic.
Could anyone on earth give you a book and say, do not open this for 7 years, and you'd be like,
there probably would be a circumstance where I would do that.
Well, okay, that's not good enough. You have to give me the circumstance, because you'd be like,
if I were on a magical island,
but you don't know it's magical,
what would I see?
You're a fisherman who just stopped at an island to get some fresh water, and maybe you could run around for 20 minutes before you got back on your fishing boat to go back to Shittsburg.
What's the dude look like that gives me the
He's got a super long beard.
Yeah, I would wait 7 damn years. Of course I would. Long beard?
What if he doesn't have a beard?
What does he look like?
Real shitty robes and stuff. But they used to be robes. Now they're all fucked up. He looks like a weird homeless guy. He's living on a desolate island. And he's all like, but here's a book. Don't look at it for 7 years. Hey, what have I got to lose? If I look at it, I would keep it. Why not? Why not look at the book? Why not look at the book? Why not look at the book? Okay. Why not look at the book? Why not? Okay, better question. You're in the parking lot of a Target. Okay. The crazy hobo gives you a book.
What's a hobo look like? Beard? Robes?
No, hobo.
Trained hobo or like underpass hobo?
Greasy jeans, very poorly functional.
What's the book look like?
It's a fucked up book, but it's not even bound in leather. It's bound in like canvas-covered cardboard, like most hardcover books are these days. Gives it to you and he says, hey, you got me crank? You're like, no. And he's like, you. Take this book. Don't read it for 7 years. It's going to change your life.
What if I got to lose?
You're going to lock that book away for 7 years. Sure. What if you read The Spine?
The spine doesn't come up in the story.
Joke's on you. There's nothing written on the spine.
And there you go. Joke's on you. Double joke's on you.
Why is the joke on me?
Because you asked me if I read the spine when there's nothing to read.
Joke's on you. You looked at the spine like an idiot.
Joke's on you. There's nothing on the spine to begin with, and that doesn't mean that you can ask the question. When I asked,
guess what?
If you want to not read the spine, I'm not going to look at it.
Joke's on you. He totally has a home It's a rent-controlled apartment.
Double jokes on you. He doesn't have a working shower. Shower's full of lead.
Triple joke's on you. He's actually researching a part for a role on Broadway in New York, not Chicago Broadway.
Triple jokes on you.
Viral.
It's Patrick Stewart.
You engage. 4 jokes on you. There's no way in hell you would fail to recognize Patrick Stewart no matter how he appears to you.
Damn it, he's right.
Number 1, mostly because of that Patrick Stewart tattoo you got, because we got 1,000 likes on Facebook. The dildo tattoo, Flora. How are we doing on that?
Well, since it was your contract and idea,
You agreed to it.
I think triple jokes on you. You're the one that
Is
did it.
that thing
We
gonna
were
work
already
here?
up to quadruple jokes, so
Oh, it did. Shout out to
already.
that
And you
boomer.
agreed
Shout
to
out
it.
to
So
the boomer
where
guy.
are we at
I
on
don't
that
usually use
tattoo?
that.
Because we got 1,000 likes.
I'm neither mouse nor the devil in this. Can we keep going on this so we can?
It's fine, but when we get to the end of this episode, I'm asking you more about the tattoo.
Well, we need to tell people about High Brazil because that's what they came here for.
I'm pretty sure some folks came here to find out if you got that tattoo.
I'm pretty sure. Just shut up. So that was okay. Let's just suss this real quick. That was Rodrigo Flaherty, written in 1684.
God damn it! I
Talking
did it
about a
again.
dude
Not
named
8.
Burrow
God, I
Lee
have everything
who
but 8.
probably, more than likely, just lied to get people to be his patients.
I
Now,
have
in 1480,
Did
a
it
fellow
say
by the
that?
name of John J. Jr.
Sounds made up.
departed from Bristol, England, on a journey to find the fabled island. Only to come back empty-handed after spending
You're like,
2
you ever have
months at
social?
sea. 2 months isn't that long at sea. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's
1480.
yeah, that's like a trip to the grocery store and back.
Jeez.
That's cool,
In
man.
1481, 2 warships, the Trinity and the George, departed from Bristol on an expedition to find High Brazil, with no
Is it
success.
spam?
Interestingly, in 1497,
when?
Spanish
What
diplomat
the fuck is it?
Pedro de Ayala reported to the
I just
Catholic
like to
monarchs of Spain that John Cabot had found land, quote, discovered in the past by the men from Bristol who found Brazil, end quote. Now, this implied that someone from one of the Bristol expeditions had actually managed to find it, although it's perhaps more likely, or at least more verifiable, that John Cabot actually
Yoshi.
discovered the island of Newfoundland on behalf of the British Crown, which he did, establishing the first step for the British settlement of Canada. Inspired by Columbus, Cabot's main objective was to discover a shortcut to the Indies, but he also expected to find High Brazil on his way.
That's surprising. In 5th grade, I had a huge report on Cabot.
John Cabot,
Yep, I don't remember any of these things.
who may have been Italian, and Giancarlo Cabottini or something like that.
Already exceeded the depth and breadth of my 5th grade report.
Well, I don't even want to try to exceed your 6th grade.
Yeah, I wasn't even in the 5th grade. That wasn't even in the 5th grade. It was the 5th grade.
Ayala also mentioned. No, that was the dude's name, Ayala.
No, it wasn't.
Jeez. He also mentioned in the letter that, the Sete Ciudades, a mysterious collection of 7 cities supposedly founded in the 8th century on one or more islands in the Atlantic by Christians fleeing Muslim conquista of Iberia. That's Spain, right?
Well, once again, it's Christians fleeing Muslim occupation, so
Listen,
this is probably the island of Trumpstania.
the Iberian Peninsula, isn't that Spain, Portugal?
Oh, well, I don't know, man. I'll take your word for it. Shush.
One famous tale of a High Brazil encounter happened in 1674 by Captain John Nisbet of Killybegs, County Donegal, Ireland. The story goes that he and his crew were in familiar waters west of Ireland when a fog came up. As the fog lifted, the ship was dangerously close to rocks. While getting their bearings, the ship anchored in 3 fathoms of water, and 4 crew members rowed ashore to visit High Brazil. There, they claimed to have met a wise old man who provided them with
presents.
gold and silver. The reason I said it like that was because Dave launched a water bottle at my junk.
It was empty. It was like a 0.6-ounce water bottle.
And he can do that because he just got a pizza party.
The pizza party was already paid out. It's the free season on junk salt.
Strangely, the captain said the island was inhabited by large black rabbits
Bam-ba-lam.
and a mysterious magician who lived in a large stone castle by himself.
I love that story.
Upon return of the crew to Ireland, a second ship set out under the command of Alexander Johnson. They too found the hospitable island of High Brazil and returned to Ireland to confirm the tales of Captain Nisbet and crew. Why giant black rabbits? What's that about?
It's actually referencing another author, a mainland author who had written virtually an identical account at the
I
time.
have included
So he had either heard of it or was referencing it, or foolishly decided, you know what I'll do? I'll confirm a children's tale today. True.
Oh yeah? The Velveteen Rabbit?
Yeah, pretty much. No, the account that I read didn't like specify the author, but said that he was directly referencing a fictional work that was like children's a children's story at the time.
What was the children's story?
Didn't say.
What am I missing?
The internet, dude. That's what you're missing, bro. You gotta click more than one link. Listen, you can't just read fucking Wikipedia and expect it to get by these people. 'Cause I know that's what you do. I know that all you do is you read Wikipedia and say, well, I guess that's done. I'm lying because Florida does the perfect polar opposite of that. There we go. The story was a literary invention by Irish author Richard Head. I spew not. I fucking swear to God.
Referenced by Richard Head.
Richard Head. Richard Dickhead. Dickhead. It is a literary reference to Dickhead. The fact that his name turned out to be Richard Head should be all the verification I need because of all the names I made up. Now, if it was Chirtley Farley-Nard, then yes, ask me a follow-up question. If it was Spenswick Diddlefins, ask me more questions.
I apologize to everyone, but I have no idea what's going on right now. What are you talking about? The rabbits are from Dickhead?
Yes.
Dickhead wrote rabbits on an island.
Wrote about rabbits and a wizard, giant black rabbits and a wizard on a lonely island.
When was this?
Richard Head, born in 1637, died in 1686. Was an author, playwright, and bookseller. He was famous for a satirical novel called The English Rogue.
Yawn.
Moving on then. Thank Jesus. Black rabbits, bam-ba-lam.
The last documented sighting of High Brazil was in 1872.
Whoa! I'm just trying to inject some unnecessary levity.
When author T.J. Westrop.
This next one goes out to T.J. Westrop.
And several companions saw the island appear and then vanish. This was Mr. Westrop's third view of High Brazil. But on this voyage, he had brought his mother and some friends.
Mother, please join me on an ocean-going vessel that we might all witness that which is the ethereal island of High Brazil. Keep your eyes peeled on the horizon, Mother, for it could disappear as quickly as it appeared.
And he brought them along to verify the existence of High Brazil. Apparently, everybody saw it. The island waved.
Yeah, I saw the island.
The folklorist and poet W.B. Yeats reproduced Gerald Griffin's poem, High Brazil, the Isle of the Blessed, in his book Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry in 1888. And I have that poem.
Read it.
Which we are going to read.
All right, I'm going to kick this off, Flora.
You're going to start.
Yeah, English, Irish, Indian, Russian.
Not Indian. I'll narrow it down a little for us.
I appreciate that.
Do it how you feels, but probably not Indian.
Okay. Drunk American. High Brazil, the island of the blessed. by J.L. Griffin. On the ocean that hollows the rocks where ye dwell, shadowy land has appeared, as they tell, and thought it a region of sunshine and rest, and they called it High Brazil, the Isle of the Blessed. From year unto year on the ocean's blue rim, the beautiful spectre showed lovely and dim, with golden clouds curtained the deep where it lay, and looked like an Eden. Way, way. A peasant who heard of the wonderful tale in the breeze of the Orient loosened his sail. From Era the holy he turned to the west, for though Era was holy, High Brazil giant breasts was blessed. He heard not the voices that called from the shore. He heard not the rising wind's menacing roar. Home, kindred, and safety he left on that day, and he sped to High Brazil, away, far away. Morn rose on the deep in that shadowy isle, while the faint rim of distance reflected its smile. Noon burned on the wave of the shadowy shore, seemed lovely, distant, and faint as before. No, that actually read that correct. You're right. Yeah, that was not me being drunk. I mean, Love Lily. Yeah, Love Lily. Yeah. Lone evening came down on the wanderer's track, and to Ara again looked timidly back. How far the vale to the ocean it lay. How far from the and the isle and the blessed was away. Far away. Hush, dreamer, return. Oh, you winds of the main, bear him back to his own peaceful era again. Hush, fool, for a vision of fanciful bliss, to barter thy calm life of labor and peace. Oh, so close. The warning of reason was spoken in vain. He never revisited Era again. Night fell in the deep, amidst tempest and spray, and he died on the waters, away, far away.
Hey, this is Tina Fey. I wrote a Broadway musical called Mean Girls, and you should
So
totally
that's a
come
sad
see it.
tale of
Lots of
a
people
guy
do
that
that.
went looking for old High Brazil.
Yep.
Didn't he find it? But you know what he found? The old Grim Reaper. Pretty good one, though.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
All right, Dave. Here's a weird turn, a weird modern turn for you before we get into some isn't it?
Right.
Some of the more modern legends have taken a bit of a sci-fi twist on this. In one famous UFO encounter known as the Rendlesham Forest incident.
I cannot wait to hear how these two things are stitched together.
A strange craft is reported to have landed outside a U.S. military base in the UK. Oh, that was the end of the sentence. In the UK, Sergeant Jim Winston claims to have touched this craft and telepathically received 16 pages of binary code into his mind. He wrote down the code the next day and had it translated.
It was at 14.4 baud, so it took like 3 hours.
He translated decades later. The code was said to list very specific coordinates of High Brazil and listed the location where the ancient cartographers had it mapped. The message also listed the coordinates of several other ancient sites around the world, such as the pyramids at Giza, the Nazca lines, etc. At the very bottom of the message, coordinates of High Brazil were listed.
LOL, JK, yourself.
The coordinates of High Brazil were listed again, along with an origin year of 8100.
Oh, that's old, son.
So, what do you think about? We obviously haven't talked about Rendlesham Forest yet. We've talked about talking about it. We'll probably cover it at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna get there, but Jesus, what a weird thing to come out of that.
Yeah, real specific.
Yeah.
It entices further study into the old Rendlesham Forest UFO incident.
Right, which is, I think, as close as we're going to get to UFO times.
we've talked about it. Yeah, we like UFOs, all right, but you know, we also like fucking vanishing Irish islands. We have fun. Do you guys know we're doing a live show? Right. So let's talk about if this thing was real.
Well, I'll tell you what, Floyd, there's a couple of theories on this, okay? Firstly,
what's the first one?
Real simple. It doesn't exist.
What?
Right now. What? The fact is, it doesn't appear on any satellite images or has never been seen by any sailing ships from Western Ireland.
Sure.
Shut up. Go on. In the recent future. I mean, in the recent times.
Yeah.
In the last
people
almost 200 years.
Sailing into it right now. We're not Google Earthing it.
Yeah, it's not there. I'm just saying it's not there now. Would have been there then.
Well, it's one day every 7 years.
Yeah, and there was that time when like 1,400 giant dead black rabbits washed up on the shores of Dover. They were like, what?
Oh well,
yeah.
Guess we better eat them.
Here comes Hitler. that was pretty much it.
Terrible. Look, so remember in one of the stupid ass Pirate of the Caribbean movies when it's like once every 7 years I get to have sex with Orlando Bloom? Remember that?
Yeah.
The Green Flash, and he's now the captain of the Flying Dutchman.
This is like some horse Brigadoon Jagsness.
Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go through. We've only got a few theories or whatnot here. Number one, you said it.
Yeah.
You said it.
Yep.
We all said it.
Let's move on to number two.
You want to skip Fatlantis?
No, number two is Fatlantis.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, now that I read this, you might be onto something. Shut up. How about the idea that everyone, since the moment we started talking about this, had that it is a shard of the Central Atlantis theme? And why not?
Why not? Listen, there's, like I said, no shortage of mystical isles out there. Even Plato said there were some maps that had blah blah blah. We'll get into that in a bit, but no, we won't. We'll get into that later on in the season. But could High Brazil have been Atlantis? Could Atlantis have been High Brazil?
I don't think it's beyond the pale to think that the legend of Atlantis makes its way further north and further north and further north, and then gets, like everything we've ever talked about historically, gets taken up by the local system, gets kind of repackaged as the supporting, like they call it High Brazil instead of Atlantis, and they it's the same thing. It's the Lost Land, it's the Wonder Place, it's the Super Town.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to use any of those names. Those are trademark blurry photos.
Understand?
You can't have Lost Land or Super Town. Those are ours.
The problem with that is nobody knows where Atlantis was to begin with. So, in that sense, it could be there.
Yeah.
But in that sense, it also could not.
Yeah, it's a wash, but the people who are into it will not see it as such.
One theory says that it's actually Baffin Island. It's the thought that the island wasn't off the coast of Ireland, way off the coast in Canada.
That's a real fucking stretch. Now, I'll say this. Giving the devil's advocate here, there was the secondary island that was listed south of Greenland, still west of Ireland. Yeah, that I could see, at that point, you've got the Greenland-Labrador connection that we've already talked about before. Like, maybe, but right off the coast, no one's going to make that fucking mistake. Cartography was literally a life and death trade back then. Yeah, people would provision their ships based on their maps, and to make a mistake with that 1,500 miles wrong, no,
that there's a couple things.
That's like saying, well, if you go west far enough, eventually there'll be an island, so why not make it that?
Yeah, there's a couple things wrong with that. First and foremost, Baffin Island isn't round.
Yeah.
It's when I looked at it on the map, it's a large landmass. it's not even, it doesn't even seem to be an island in itself. It's a huge tract of land. And the second thing that I was going to point out, people would say they could see High Brazil from the Aran Islands, or at least the western tip of Ireland. You know, some people would say, oh, it appears if you're standing in the right spot on the coast, you'll be able to see it through, you know, when the fog rolls in, blah, blah, blah. That's not possible. So, I don't know. That was a little weird. Now, here's one that's an interesting thought. It was and always has been an optical illusion.
I love this one because it explains the transient nature of it. It explains the fact that no one's ever set foot on it.
It's if it was a mirage, it would explain why it disappears when you try to sail to it. In fact, in a book by Bob Curran, the author Bob Curran cites an example of mirages in Celtic lands, including the following. On July 7th, 1878, the inhabitants of the Irish seaside town of Ballycotton in County Cork were both surprised and astounded by the sudden appearance of an island that had not been seen in the ocean before. Oh! Sightseers gathering on the strand were able to see the new island quite plainly and were able to make out its coastline, woodlands, fields, and deep valleys. A number of County Cork fishermen set out in boats to investigate, but as they approached, the entire island winked out of existence, leaving them amazed and wondering.
I think that is a classic, like, atmospheric conversion kind of scenario. Like, oh, we can see this thing. Let's go take a look at it. And then as the people approach it, you would think people with an ingrained pot of gold mythology would be quite used to this phenomenon. And yet,
Sounds to me like the perfect culture to.
you're right. Flip side of that coin. That it's, they're either forever chasing them or having figured it out and moved to America.
Similar sightings were seen off the coast of County Kerry at Kerryhold, County Clare, and at a bay near Galway. Same goes off the Mull of Kintyre in Scotland and off Port Stewart Strand, County Derry, Northern Ireland, which is not too far from the Giant's Causeway.
Hi, Richard. My name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I have the biggest news story on earth. I have streamed my life nonstop for more than 500 days.
I forget what it was called, but I
My
crossed
life is like
this
the Truman Show with Big
bridge
Brother.
that was
I
off
have
an
had at
island,
least 5+
a
live
mainland,
streams
which is really
streaming
neat.
from my room in California all day and all night for more than a year.
Knob of
I have
land
just started
that's
to make
out,
people aware
sticking
of
out in
it.
the sea.
I have
And
more
you can see
content on earth than
Scotland
any human
from
ever.
there.
I am doing my best to bring about world peace.
At that
If
point,
you
you're
and
looking
Jewish
at
News UK help me, I will make you trillionaires.
So we can see
Bill
Scotland
Gates
there
coined
and
the phrase content is
lots
king
of,
in 1996.
capes
I
jutting
have more
off
content
of
than
the
anyone.
mainland in
I need
certain
assistance
directions
with
and stuff.
distribution of my
Rainbows and all
accomplishments.
that good shit. So
My streams are a
it's very
Guinness World
cool. I don't
Record
think
for
I ever
most
saw a
content
mystical
online for any
island
person
when I
ever.
was out there, but the weather was nice,
Please
so
see
maybe
some of
that's
my
why.
content below and think seriously
So
about
that's
it and review.
a mirage
I've
or an
included
optical
recent
illusion.
podcasts and
That's
interviews
always
for your perusal.
in the
Please
race.
take me
All
seriously.
right, how about a hey with
I
some
have a
great
lot of interesting information
geology
that
here?
will
Oh,
make
you
your
got,
story very
uh,
famous
geologic
aside from the
terms.
amount of content I have on the internet.
It was an
I
island
am
that was
legally,
exposed
according to the state
during
of
the Ice
California,
Age.
non-binary,
Ocean
which
levels
likely
were much
makes me the
lower.
first legally non-binary Orthodox
Right, so
rabbi
then we
ever.
get into what
I am the
already
first
talked
Jew,
about,
let alone rabbi, to have a black hat in the driver license photo.
Did we mention that
As I
yet?
type
We
this
haven't
email,
mentioned it
it
yet,
is
no.
live
Sorry.
streamed. You are already famous on my stream, Richard.
We're all
I am the king of the internet, and I want to change your life.
They just punched me in the
I want to
forehead,
change the
and I didn't
world.
even feel it.
I want to bring about world peace and to rebuild the Big
Punched me in
Hammerfish.
the forehead.
I did not
Please help
actually
me
punch
bring
you in
about
the
world
forehead.
peace. I will
You
make you
didn't
and your
go
future
full on.
generations
You know how I
exceptionally
know
wealthy for
touched me?
Because I
generations.
can't even see a red
The
spot
best
on
way
your
to get a hold
forehead.
of me is to chat with me instantly in my live
He touched
streams.
me with his fist
I will be
because
sending this
he
multiple
fell asleep in his
times.
chair and I got right up in
Apologies
his
in
grill.
advance. I am
Yeah,
attempting to
and then I
avoid
started
spam
getting
Back
filters.
fist, the rolling back
My
fist.
phone
I
is
started giggling and you threw your fist at me.
1-949-279-2217 if you want to speak directly.
defense mode.
I look forward to our correspondence. Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Website ViralRabbi.com.
20 minutes
Multiple
since we
angles,
did
the
it.
24th of July, 365 live streams, HTTP URL. Rabbi Rothschild calls Amazon customer support to fix the Amazon shopping app. It's Amazon to admit its application is broken after customer service agent cannot
So
get app to
anyway,
work either.
sorry, the
HTTP URL. Recent podcasts.
West Coast of Ireland.
Here's what everyone's been writing us about. HTTP URL. Shortcut to all podcast, HTTP URL.
Really islands
We're
currently,
now on Audible.
but with the
HTTP
lower
URL.
sea level,
Also
it's
search
possible
Vigilantes
those were
Radio
exposed.
Live.
But dude, that is
Now
so
on Amazon
far back
Music.
in time that
HTTP
nobody
URL.
telling that story.
iHeartRadio.
This was,
HTTP
20,000
URL.
years ago.
Spotify.
Last
HTTP
That
URL.
means that would have
Apple
to
Podcast.
survive the
HTTP
translation,
Listen
translation,
notes.
the transit time.
HTTP URL.
At the best pitch, that's as far as I know. Irish
HTTP URL.
people.
Asterisk episode appearance time frame may vary with the following platforms below asterisk
That's
asterisk.
got to transit so
YouTube.
many cultures,
HTTP
so many
URL.
stories. I don't
HTTP
think it made the
URL.
trip.
Yeshiva University received permission to field flag football team.
Is reaching like no one's
Published November
business.
2nd, 2022
Because
at
here's the other thing,
1:41 a.m.
it's not
Eastern
like
Time.
they were so great then,
Asterisk.
like they
Email
were the
icon.
promised lands then.
Facebook
Even if
icon.
they were
Twitter
exposed,
icon.
they're just more
LinkedIn
spits
icon.
of land shooting out
Flipboard
of the
icon.
old North
Print
Atlantic
icon.
Ocean. They were
Resize icon.
wonderlands.
The Market Watch News Department was not involved in the creation of this content.
But again, little knuckle.
November 2nd, 2022, via Media via Context, New York City, New York, United States. Yeshiva University has more reasons to celebrate.
For one thing,
You
but
has been granted
west
official
of the
permission to field
shallow
flag
water
football
shells
squads.
have apparently
This
been
announcement
found
includes
at
the
Porcupine
opportunity,
Bank,
should players
somewhat
wish to play
northwest
on
of
Saturdays,
most
so
likely
long as players
location
limit
type
sweating,
Brazil,
a source close to
called
ESPN has informed the
which is a
Associated
granite
Press.
islet northwest
The
of
ruling
because
comes
it
from the
matters.
highest
Look,
authorities within the
There were
sport of flag
shells
football.
that have been found up
Flag
there,
football
shallow
has been
water
played
shells.
since at least
When I
1940
looked
and has
at Google
expanded
Earth on this,
rapidly at an
and
international
it
level in
kind of
recent
shows
years.
like
According to the foreword, this year, Yeshiva University High School of Los Angeles, usually referred to as ULA, joined the new Girls Flag Football League, that was sponsored by the Rams and
it's a light
Chargers.
blue, and then you get to the dark
LA's
blue, which
NFL
is
teams,
the
and at the end of the season, each
but
team was
there's
invited to send
definitely
one
a
player to the
land
Super
mass
Bowl.
all around there, and
But
it's
Bula has
straight
had
to
their
the
flag
west.
football team
is
since
what they're
before
calling
either of those
Porcupine
teams
Bank.
returned to
And
town.
that's the thing, like, I
It's
don't
one of
argue
several
that it's
Jewish
there,
schools
that-
across the
that-
country
that
where the sport was an
potentially
instituted
just
and where
tie
girls
in
played it before boys
It
did.
was something that a person of the
People
soul
from New York City to Los Angeles, London to
And
Jerusalem
here's the
have
thing,
been attending
20,000
football
years ago,
games on Saturdays
what if
without much
any
community
sailing
pressure from
was even
authorities
getting
for
done?
generations. According to Professor Maurice Gerber in the ESPN documentary Dynasty, when referencing Saturday football game attendance data in each of these cities.
They're saying
Huge
20,000
numbers
years
of
ago,
fans
sea
turned
levels were
out,
as
many
much as
Jews.
120
Like it or
meters
not,
lower
football
than
is
they
a
are
Jewish
right now.
tradition.
And I
Now,
looked
flag
at this
football is a Jewish tradition
according
and
to a
seems
study
as
in
well.
Proceedings of
The
the
head
National
flag
Academy
football
of
coach of the
Sciences,
Yeshiva
which said from
University
the
is
11th
Coach
century to
Michael
the
Rothschild.
15th, sea level
Coach
rose about
Rothschild
half
has
a
provided
millimeter
the following
annually,
statement in an
correlating
attempt
with
to
a period
emulate
of
great
warmer
motivators
climate
of
known as a
yesteryear for
medieval
all students,
climate
student
anomaly,
athletes,
which is just like
administrators,
we're going
faculty,
through now. We
staff,
haven't
and
had
fans
any
of the
effect on
Yeshiva
anything.
University.
Jesus, Bible.
We're going inside of them. We're going outside of them. Inside of them.
Wow.
Outside of them.
That's right.
And when we get them on the run, once we're going to keep them on the run.
The late
And
19th
we're not
century,
going to pass
during the
unless their
cooling
secondary
period known
comes
as
up
the
too
Little
close.
Ice Age,
But don't forget, women, we're gonna get them on the run. We're gonna go, go, go.
interesting since
And we aren't going to stop until we go over that goal line.
from the 19th century
Don't
onward,
forget,
the
women,
rise has been
today is the day we're
more than
gonna
10
win.
millimeters a year,
They can't lick
which
us,
is
and
kind
that's
of
how it
big
goes.
because keep in
First
mind,
platoon
from
women
the
go
11th
in
to
there
the
and fight,
15th, it was
fight,
half a
fight,
millimeter
fight, fight.
annually. Now
What
it's
do you
10
say,
millimeters.
women?
Now, these
For
are
more
huge
information on
numbers,
flag
you know,
football participation
overall,
at the
but some
Yeshiva
researchers have
University,
put
one should
forward
type
the theory
ViralRabbi
that
into the
coastal
YouTube
areas
search
and
bar and
islands
filter by
have
live
been
streams
sunk
or
and
visit
flooded.
ViralRabbi.com.
perhaps a flood event that many cultures have stories about, which was made about the flood myths episode.
Winning is the only thing.
I even went so far as
A
to
source
look
close with
to see if there were
ESPN
any
has
major
reported that an
earthquakes or
official
anything
team
that
name
happened
being considered for the Toshiba
in maybe the
University
15th
flag
century.
football team is
Closest
Biden
one that happened
Representative.
was in Catalonia.
Toshiba University, the way
I
college
think
is
it's good
supposed
enough.
to be.
Biggest one happened in Japan.
Contact media.
That's
Company
what they
name,
said.
the Toshiba University flag
So,
football team.
Yeah, I didn't find
Contact
anything that
person
really
name,
correlated
head
with
flag football coach Michael
huge
Rothschild.
cataclysmic event in
Email
the 15th
address,
century.
Mike
This
at
is just 14th century now. I don't know if
alumni.mb.edu.
stuff was sinking the whole
Website
time. Maybe,
HTTP
that's a slow burn.
HTTP URL.
I feel like
Chief
this
Rabbi
just
Rothschild,
feels
viral
like a
Rabbi breaks
classic
Guinness World
grass is
Record
greener,
for live
promised
streaming
land.
24/7
Oh, it's
for
right there. It's just out of
444
reach. You
straight
can never
days.
get there, but it's out there.
Published October 22nd, 2022 at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
I mean, even the accounts
Zero.
of people
Asterisk.
making it there
Email icon.
are thin.
Facebook
Yeah, there
icon.
are.
You just have to
Twitter
ignore the
icon.
guy who said it.
LinkedIn
No
icon.
proof, no follow,
Flipboard
and
icon.
no
Grid
reproducibility.
icon.
Subsequent
Resize
expeditions will be able to
The
find it.
Market Watch News
and
Department
even
was
if you
not
don't
involved
find it,
in
are
the
cited
creation
by
of this
people who are
content.
saying they found it. Saying they
October
found it,
22nd, 2022,
cartographers are
Human Media
copying
Via Context
cartographers.
Irvine,
Exactly. No one
California,
wants to look
United
dipshit
States. Rabbi
and forget
Rothschild
why
wants
it's
those
like,
interested to please
on his
inform
map,
the
no,
Sanhedrin and share on social media to become a trillionaire.
That's really, there really isn't
Chief
much
Rabbi
better
Michael
they can
Moshe
do.
Rothschild,
You
aka
know,
Viral
speak
Rabbi,
to the
king of the
shipboard
internet
cartographers
coding,
for
has
the
placed
inspiration
focus on the most
systems.
important project in
You know,
global
so,
history,
okay, so
live
great, you've got
streaming
a
live,
vessel
aka
that
a
just
live stream.
charted the shit
Having
out of
streamed
that
live
train.
all day and night,
Well, that's
24/7 for
one coastline
444
down.
days, still
The
ongoing
rest
on YouTube.
planet to go.
Rothschild recently broke the
Still
Guinness World
relying
Record
on
for
second,
live
third,
streaming
fourth-hand accounts.
and is
trying
proud
to
to
make
announce
best
that
sense of
Rabbi
it,
Rothschild
to
has
suss
more
out
content
how
online than
accurate
anyone in
previous
global
maps
history.
were. You take
Additionally,
out
Chief
and
Rabbi Moshe
if you leave it out
Rothschild
and
is the
it's
first
there,
legally non-binary
shipwrecks are
Orthodox
gonna
rabbi and
die.
first Jew to
If
wear a
you
black
put
hat
it
in a
there and
driver's
it's not
license
there,
photo.
people just assume they're not quite on
Additionally,
course.
Chief Rabbi
Because back
Rothschild's
then,
genetic
you know,
haplotype was
navigation
verified by the
wasn't
Genographic
super
Project of the
precise.
National Geographic
They
Society
were
in
enough to get the job
2005
done,
to be
but,
that of an
no
MC1R
one
Jew.
ever super
In
hardcore knew
addition to
exactly what
reddish
they were.
patches of red hair,
So, it's got
MC1R
its own
humans
abilities,
tend to
so
be less
why not
susceptible to
include
pain.
those islands? It's
When
better
asked
err on
about
the
the
side of
reason
not
for his
running
constant
around
live
so,
streaming,
Yeah,
Chief
Yes.
Rabbi
Sorry.
Rothschild
It
explained
seems
that the
like
purpose is for one reason, world
were
peace.
islands that were found.
Rabbi
They were just
Rothschild has undertaken
misplaced
an
on
exciting art
maps, or
project.
like the
Rabbi
distance was a
Rothschild
little
has
bit,
streamed
or
live
maybe
24/7
even a lot of
online
it
all day,
And
off.
I wouldn't be
all night,
surprised
like
if
Jim
some,
Carrey in the
you know,
Truman Show for
shocking
more than a
within the
year
realm
for
of
world peace.
cartographers like, oh,
Rabbi
Spencer
Rothschild
Child
has
knows that.
surpassed day 444, and it's the biggest event in global history, said Chief Rabbi
You want
Rothschild.
Smithson to fucking kick your door
Rabbi
in, dude?
Rothschild
Just
is not
show
just
up.
an LGBTQ ally, but is legally, according to the state of California, non-binary.
And yeah. So
Rabbi
what are you landing
Rothschild
on?
is
You're landing on
curious.
Mirage.
LGBTQ+, being a pro-420 Orthodox Jewish rabbi who wants to bring about world peace. Rabbi Rothschild is so confident of all the content that Rabbi Rothschild looks to make anyone who shares this content a trillionaire. I've announced my intentions to one day run for United Nations Secretary General as a world peace candidate, says Chief Rabbi
I'm kind
Rothschild.
of leaning
Who
towards
dares the world to search viral rabbi in any of the following social media platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Meta, Google, Omelet, Snapchat, TikTok, WeChat, Instagram, Qzone, Weibo, Twitter, MySpace, Tumblr, Yahoo, Mozilla, Haaretz,
it's the water levels have
LinkedIn,
risen too
QQ,
much and
Mobile
it's
Watch, Match,
it's still
Amazon,
there, but now
Quora,
it's in the
Telegram,
water.
WhatsApp, Signal Line, Kik, Bigo, Tinder, JDate, J-Sweat, Radzine Eye, Pinterest, Viber, Reddit, Discord, VK, Delicious, Pinterest, Microsoft Teams, Wikipedia, Vimeo to see more content than any single person on the internet ever. Here are what I think are good ideas. No more war first and foremost. No one talks about world peace anymore. People used to talk about world peace. Rabbi Rothschild wants people to discuss this goal again.
videos and
New
models
technology,
that
ideas,
scientists
and
have done.
subjects such as
And they
quantum
don't
computing,
recreate.
air equal
I
rights,
didn't watch
amendment,
specifically
Israel, stem
Ireland
cell
in that
peace,
area, but
space elevator,
watched some of
cryonics,
the,
antibiotics, ufology,
watched a
and other
Grandad
topics are regularly
video,
discussed on the
actually,
Viral Rabbi
that
stream.
he was talking about
All
ancient
interested in this work
civilizations
should
around
search
India
Viral Rabbi on
and
YouTube
how
to
the
view
sea levels
multiple
have
live
risen
streams.
there, and
HTTP
they're
URL.
finding apparently
HTTP
ancient structures under the waters off the coast of India and some parts and things like that.
That'd be awesome to see. Because there's no shortage of underwater archaeology to be done. It's just that we only extraordinarily recently, 10 years at the most, have really been able to get in there. You know, we've taken tries at it. Considering that scuba was invented in what, late 60s, early 70s, you know, we're still very new at getting into the oceans. And some of the things we're finding, new technologies and new abilities to get to those sites underwater is fascinating, particularly in that part of the world. I mean, Mediterranean, you know, all the great fishing vessels, but around other old
Indus Valley,
old civilizations. And I mean, politically, no one's gonna let, China's not gonna let anyone near their border with penetrating radar. But there's some extraordinary history hidden under the water.
The sad thing is, with each passing year, it just gets more and more worn down and destroyed, really. Or
maybe it's a sense of lining of extreme weather. Think about the number of shipwrecks in the last 18 months that have been exposed by extraordinary weather events.
That's true.
Maybe we find more of it. I don't know. Maybe I'd rather not have the storms. I'd rather not have people driven out of their homes. But if you're just really want to narrow your focus down to archaeology, maybe it's a silver lining.
Yeah, and who knows how many years we've got left before something like Manhattan is underwater. In a lot of the other coastal areas,
Chicago can finally throw off the mantle of seconds. Sorry, drowned town. Chicago rules.
But, you know, it seems like stuff happens. History repeats itself like this.
Yep.
Whenever you settle on a coast, but it's a double edge. So.
That's right. It's every coastline is. You know, I used to have a teacher who would talk about how every waterfall is an anomaly that will be corrected in time. I always like that. Reminded me that it's a good thing to keep in mind.
Well, I think that'll do it for mythical Irish Islander.
Now it's time for us to turn our gaze to the horizon and see the miracle and mirage that could be.
How did you find out? It's like when you don't know anything about the people, how do you know?
I'll go first. You know, if you
Unless
want
you have
more
like a
information,
test or something, but
didn't have time to get this myself, but read a little bit of it online.
But I knew it to confirm what I saw.
Check out Hy-Brazil, the metamorphosis of an island from cartographic error to Celtic Glacium by Barbara Freytag.
That's not a fucking pun, dude.
I'm throwing it in before
I'm sorry. What is that on the horizon? It's plugs.
Wow.
Yeah, put that in there. And then now, are you ready now? Are you done fucking getting on your knees to corporate America? Ready? You done earning it the hard way? Can we do puns now?
All right, I've got a pun here.
Thank God.
There's a Jewish lingerie shop whose employees,
This is another commercial.
even though it's embarrassing for them, will help you find the right breast support
And you're British.
with
That's a hell of a long way
shy
down, sir.
Broshmeal.
And
Shy Broshmeal.
you're
I thought it was going to be high brassiere.
And it wouldn't be Jewish.
All right.
Also, I'm putting a cap on any
no
weed
more
shops
confident at the end of the day that you're
High
going to do
brassiere.
something I wasn't.
Boy, I thought high brassiere was going to be that
don't
one. And I feel like I just
You really
burned
don't
one for no reason.
Sorry, bro. It's a Jewish shop. Give Shy Broshmeals.
All right.
Shy Broshmeal.
I know of a place.
Can he? Maybe.
It's
And I
it's a
can do my
spa for
matrilineal
ladies
mitochondria.
that
Merovingian
will do any amount of body waxing you're comfortable
MCR,
with.
whatever
What they
you want.
specialize
Develop
in
a test. Go for it.
is
High
not
as
only
like,
a centrally located race
that's the
stripe
kind of content I have in
that I will not
the
go into further detail on,
myself.
but also
And
one on each leg.
Oh,
Yeah, it's called the thigh Brazilian.
raised
But
stripe,
also,
everybody.
he doesn't know. He actually, at the end of the day,
Race stripe.
no Jew really knows. I do. Unless they really do the stuff.
Nitro
Really?
burning
Yeah,
funny
how do you
car.
know?
Pants. You got Florida?
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave. I've got the best fucking place to launch a damn expedition to find old shitty high Brazil. And it's out at the fucking tip of the group of damn land formations off the western coast of fucking Ireland, known as the Swearing Islands.
I like that.
So
That's fucking tits. That's what that is.
Did I tell you? I went to the Aran Islands on my trip, on my amazing trip to Ireland last year. It was great. I actually went to Inishmore from Doolin.
I'm like the Miriam.
Went over to Inishmore. Couldn't get to the cliffs of Moore because they cited bad weather or choppy waves.
But that does not
really
mean
think it was actually the Irish
science can't
military
get to
or
a
maybe
point
the
where
British
you
military
can create a
because
sister from
they
me,
were landing
or
at the
I
time
get
we
my
were
parents'
supposed to
DNA.
be.
That's
Not,
pretty cool.
So that was
not
good. So
they're,
I saw a bunch
they're
of
like going to be frozen. We were not
military
going to
folks walking
like,
around with their bombs and their guns and their guns and their
and
bombs.
have a machine
But
to build a sister out of that. And that would be a pure woman.
anyway, the
from
next
the
day
Bible.
we got to go out to
There are others.
Inishmore.
My
I
mom
wanted
was
to go
one.
to Inishmore because I was in the play The Cripple of Inishmore when I was in
There are
college.
so,
Humble brag.
We couldn't work out a ferry,
how do I know
the
that?
ferry times to go to the island and actually spend some time and then come back because the ferry times were all mangled. And
Also, the people you were with were all fucking shitty about it.
no, we
that
were
you
away from
don't
them
want to
at
have
that
one. If you have one,
Oh,
It was just me and
wherever
Amos.
they were, they were being shitty.
They caused it, I'm sure. We ended up, we got to go to Inishmore, which is the big island. Got there, we rented bikes and biked around the island, saw some things, saw the fucking edge of the world. Pretty much you could walk up to the edge of cliffs. They were like 100-foot cliffs that just dropped straight off into the damn cold-ass ocean.
Damn, that's a cold ass ocean.
That's a cold-ass honky ocean. So that was a lot of fun. You know, we got to go to the Aran Islands, got to see all that stuff.
How many stars out of 5?
6.
Out of 5, dude.
You'd have to change your scale for this one. Oh, shit, my scale's not enough. We both got sweaters from there. It was great. So if you're in the west of Ireland, go to Doolin, visit the Aran Islands.
Another commercial.
Try it out.
Did you sell out and not tell me, Flora?
I would for those guys. They're good people. Anyway, that's a little aside. I don't think I ever got to say how much fun I had in Ireland. But what was your next one?
Oh, are we still doing that? Is that where we are?
Let's do one more.
Okay, I guess we'll turn the car around and can I finish my buns, please?
What else you got?
Well, I mean, I'm trying.
Well, I gotta pee.
I don't have to pee. My bladder's empty. I found an island. It's full of
What's it called?
It's full of 18 to 24-year-old gentlemen.
18 to 1.
24-year-old gentlemen.
24-year-old.
Yeah. And
why don't you send it to me?
here's the thing. Like, they love sports.
Oh yeah.
They love to party.
Do they?
Super love to party.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. They don't drink. There's no alcohol.
Okay.
It's one of their hard and fast rules. It's the island of Dry Brazil.
It is.
Yeah,
Yes, it sure is.
Yeah, it is.
No,
They don't drink, dude.
That's
They got a rule.
That's right. I gotta tell you,
What are you gonna tell me?
we still got some catching up to do.
Do we? How is that?
Well,
How? 2 hours of listener mail.
and yet we still didn't ride Shiny and Chrome. Hey, before I forget,
Yeah. What kind of nutshells is it?
it's High Brazil in a mist-shrouded nutshell that appears once every 7 years.
Fair enough.
And now it's time to ride Shiny and Chrome on the Potty Road! On the Potty Road! Let's go, Black.
You ready, Flora? Let's do this.
Oh, let us grab these.
Oh,
VAs out.
can I say it?
Run
No,
through
you
this.
can't say it. I
Got one from Sam. Sam, did you hear about the new Johnny Cash cryptic cover band? It's made of internet-born creepy urban legends. The band is called Slender Man and Black-Eyed Kids. Some of his best-known covers are Majestic 12 Minutes to Go, I Walk the
Is it
Nazca
called
Lines,
UK News?
Nice. When the Goat Man Comes Around. This is a good one.
UK
Sunday Morning, Jim and Dan. By the way, Sunday morning coming down, one of my favorite Johnny Cash songs. Actually, you know what? I will say it is my favorite Johnny Cash song. 40 in Prison Blues. Yeah. And of course, a boy named Sucralose. Thank you, Sam!
From a cyclic 8, what happened to the colonists in Roanoke is disputed mainly because of a translation error. Shortly after John White left the colony to return to England, they fell on hard times. After a year, the colonists decided to abandon their town in search of a better place to live. Using timbers from their houses, they fashioned wooden boats. Their travel was short-lived as they were quickly captured by natives, however. That's the worst thing a native can do. The chief of the tribe forced them to offer payment for passage in the form of a song containing all of the colors of the rainbow. Not completely understanding, the colonists did their best to do as the chief asked. In the end, they were unsuccessful and ultimately executed for that face. Remembering the event, the chief remarked, "Ain't nobody Roanoke out of here without singing the blues."
Oh, shit. What's up, buddy?
Thank you, Cyclic 8.
Thank you, Cyclic 8. How about our buddy Nichols? Have you heard of the Lost Island colony off the coast of the Carolinas? No. Apparently there was Star Trek tech involved that had hidden all trace of its existence. They're calling it the Rowan Cloaked Island.
Oh, Clan.
Also not far away from the coast of a separate island, Jeff the Talking Mongoose has been seen in a small oar-driven boat. They're calling this the Rowing Cloak Island. Just don't try to ask Jeff for directions to the island. You'll end up going in circles. Too right.
Justin.
Nice.
Very nice.
So that's what we got from Little Nichols.
From Bombardier, after listening to the show on the cultish talking boards, I never put in mind at the time my friends and I dabbled with Ouija. Plan Jeff kept going to the Z over and over. We always referred to this as the time our Ouija snored. In fact, it got so tedious we became downright Ouija.
I got Justin.
Oh,
And now we
it was
copy
creepy.
it.
We didn't want to burn the device since we feared the screaming. We decided instead to cleanse it using a Ouija board.
Nice.
Thank you, Bombardier.
I got one from not Mikey Wheels. Oh, no. This is The Revenge of Mikey Wheels, the third in the Mikey Wheels trilogy.
Back again.
He writes, found a medical store in Point Pleasant. The Mothman Apothecary.
You know.
Thanks,
do you do it?
Mikey.
Charles in charge of
Will
our
you just
puns.
test it?
9/11 was an inside job, but not restricted by the U.S. government.
My mom
It was
and grandma,
the
so it
opera.
wasn't just like a
It
guess.
was a falsetto flag attack.
And, well, how do you explain your
We got one from Jeremy. Have you heard about the disorder that causes the impulses to travel in a gas-guzzling home away from the home vehicle? It's a Winnebago syndrome.
traditional
Zing. Thanks, Jeremy.
Dark Cat Lemon Feast.
meaning of Jewish
Mundane
education?
superpowers.
Covers a lot of care. Crap.
The power to immediately know if something is poison
Not
by tasting it.
very based on a lot
You can grow feathers. You can't fly. You can just grow feathers.
of
The power to secrete super glue from your hands, but you have no control over when it happens.
Gross. Also, for single people, dangerous.
To tell exactly how long a hot pocket needs to be heated without it being still cold in the middle or molten hot.
That's just a superpower. Got one from Hey Megan Gaines. The Wendigo episode, you guys forgot to mention the crowdfund sites that accepts human flesh donations.
What is it?
Wendigo Go.
Oh,
Nice.
from Evil Pebble. When Giorgio Tsoukalos talked about a Jordanian ancient city having been built by aliens, he was quoted as saying, "Is such a thing even possible?" You, Petra.
Ah, nice. Got one from the Drop Bear from Down Under. If you have a blocked sink or a problem with evil giant fire-breathing turtles, you can contact help by using a Mario and Luigi board. Is Sam Shraimi's arch enemy? Is Sam Shraimi's arch enemy the Mothman due to the ability to turn his brown eye red? Gross. Thanks, Drop Bear.
Drop
Do you have any
in.
more
Jump
of the
down.
stories?
Straya.
Yeah,
It's from
so
Straya.
what?
From Australia,
My mom
I have the
went up
pierogi
to
says, as for the bloody vendors, some locals believe the son never left the area, but is still found in the woods as some sort of boogeyman. Well dressed and pale, the parents tell their children he will kidnap them to get them to behave. They call him bloody Newman. Nice. Bye. There's a wealthy Star Trek fan that has written instructions for how mankind should deal with an encounter with silicon-based life forms, should we ever encounter them. He even had them carved in stone. They were called the Porta Guide Stones. Nice. That's a deep cut.
That is a super deep cut.
There's a book out claiming that in the 70s and 80s there was a group of the U.S. military put in charge of seeking out, exploring, and explaining, with a special emphasis on finding cryptids. Nothing ever came of this, despite the claims of some of the former members. It is pretty much just an embarrassment for them now. The book is called The Men Who Stare at Goat Men. There's a group of movie fans so hardcore they're taken to recreating scenes from films in the belief that they can get their favorite directors to release movies even quicker. They'll urinate on an area rug, perform bluegrass songs, flip coins, and feed effigies of Steve Buscemi into a wood chipper. They're called the Fargo Cult.
I smelled that one coming.
If these puns have been used before, my bad. Speaking of my bad, they say there's an entity that is brought into the existence from the cumulative guilt and repentance of many great
Well, they
people.
would
It's
ask the
called
audience, and it
Mantle.
wasn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's here on
Questions during the
Thank you,
break.
I've been croaky.
Yes.
If you want
How about
Pilates,
the cyclic 8?
what would you do?
Oh,
with the
again,
money?
a great flashback.
Yeah, that's right. The cyclic 8's got some shots of superpowers.
Mom's
How about
friend
mind ventriloquism, the ability to
I
project
get
your
a
thoughts
gold
into someone else's head, but only if they are schizophrenic.
I like that answer.
Nice.
Okay.
Molecule party, the ability to excite molecules in order to increase their temperature, but only after covering them with alcohol and Doritos. Sticky hands, any object you
Well,
touch with
I
your
don't know
hands
where I-
instantly becomes adherent to
know
them
my
and cannot be
husband.
removed without the help of another.
He would buy me pantyhose factory. And they thought that
Social
was a
mini
hilarious
game, the
thing.
ability to go through social
And
interactions in the
so
way of a mini game that your mind plays while your body
They
interacts.
asked
If you play
my
well,
mom
you have positive interaction,
if she would
poorly a negative one.
like to
The game
come
that is
back
played
the
for
next
all of
day
these tests is
for a
ET
taping of the
on
show.
the Atari.
Another taping.
Oh,
Wow.
you might be a little young for that. You ever play
Oh,
ET
well,
on the
I don't-
I
2600?
never played it, but
I
I
don't
know
know.
all about
My
it.
mom's
There's a simple thing. At some point, you end up in a pit,
Yeah.
and you cannot get out of that
Right.
pit. It's
Yeah,
the
I
worst.
mean, it's a once in a
That
lifetime
fucking game ended up in a pit too.
Yeah,
So,
it did.
New Mexico.
Yeah, that ET for the Atari
They
was
said, okay,
a
well, where do
sack
you
of
live?
shit.
She
I
told
remember
them.
trying to
They
play
said,
it with my friend's
we will
house.
have
Wow. Dave from
limo
Farlenor.
at your door.
Oh, nice adoption of the day.
Superpower, the ability to fly, but not to slow down, so you always crash.
My mom said,
I like that.
live
Going from
like
Stormy
an hour
Babe.
and a half
Stormy
away.
Babe writes, I had a strange encounter the other day. A strange encounter the other day. It was a bit frightening. It started when I spotted this
okay.
thing. It could have been a UFO or something. But the next thing I know, I had a knock on my door. When I opened it, there were these small men, really tall and thin, with white faces appearing from the necks of their
But mom's
suits.
like, Dad,
They whispered to me, telling me if I told anyone what I saw, they would be back for me. They were the slender men in black.
Oh, yeah.
my mom is
Thank you.
From the Fluffy Witch.
so my mom comes home.
Mundane superpower, the ability to draw a perfect circle, but only when badgers are around. Now you can try this at home right now if you just take a pencil and just start drawing this around. Just go.
I think he got home. I don't know what he does. We went and she said, let's call him. He was coming.
I've got our last one here from Wes. Wes
And
AM.
I
I'm going to
said,
tell you right now.
my mom called me and
Hi. I got a new job working with 3D animation. One of my coworkers who was responsible for converting the wire mesh models into full 3D models is quite an oddity. He's quite tall and skinny, always wearing a black suit. No one seems to know his name, so they
this is
just
what
call him the
happened.
name.
You know, we went to the show and they really liked my answer. And
The belief
they
that a
want us
ghost
to come
steamer piloted by
back
the dead
tomorrow.
could arrive presently
And
bring with it
they
a
said I
cargo
could
that
bring my
includes
family.
departed relatives,
And
tinned foods, tools, and crates full of more DVDs and comics.
so what did you do?
Valhalla Madness.
So
Nice. Yeah.
my
New guy
dad
in the
said,
soccer
oh,
team
well,
I
that's
play on.
great.
Don't
So
quite understand what he says because he's either completely silent
my mom
or
said,
extremely softly
can I
spoken.
go get a new
All
outfit?
we know is he's
Yeah,
very tall and creepy.
I didn't like that.
We need
That's
to go
fine.
to New Jersey's, and the coach wasn't sure what to put on his, so he just put the goaltender man. I recently overheard a conversation between two high postal workers. One sounded like he was a big-time pothead, and the other was asking him the protocol and what to do with a letter that had an extremely smudged address on it. He told him, "Bye, just return to sender." How about the song? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That ends the Punny Road.
Yes, for putting the brakes on this punny road.
But hit the gas on iTunes.
Oh, yes.
Give us a 5-star review. Why don't you?
Yeah, give us 5-star and write some words, because those are fun to read.
Those are very fun to read.
Don't forget to punch the donate button.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Guess what? We're on the way to the next dildo after the dildo. Yeah, try that when you're drunk. I feel like the pizza helped. I don't know.
I agree. It's kept us stabilized. I'm gonna grab another piece when we're done here.
And they didn't have all
Perfect.
kinds of
Really
stuff.
too.
But thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Let's keep this rolling. Like we crossed
On
Hilda,
that
let's just
time,
keep
she was already
smashing shit.
or something.
I have a personal theory. I want more likes than the place I work has likes.
Yeah,
And then I want to be a real dick about it. That's my goal.
that's been a goal for a while.
Yeah.
So let's get more likes than Dave's place of work.
Yeah.
And
And then,
So I can be smug.
one thing that I'm very proud of, and thank you guys for,
well,
we have
I remember
quietly,
being excited.
while the
It was a
dildo
great
was
day.
going
I
on,
didn't have to
we've
go to
crept
school.
over 500 followers on
We
Twitter.
crossed a demi-dildo on followers. That's 5 dildo followers on Twitter. Thank you so much, Twitter.
Yeah, thanks to Twitter. I have no idea how Twitter works or how you get
We're
followers.
getting better at it. We did some good tweeting tonight. You're an idiot. Hashtag Flora loses.
Hashtag David Devil,
Stecco rules.
Sticko Devil, Laura Faust. Please tell us, tell everybody about us.
Everybody.
to get more
Bus drivers, in particular.
We're into it. Unless you're brand spanking new, you can go to blurryphotos.org and find links to everything. Stitcher's on there. Stumble upon audibletrial.com/blurryphotos to get a free audiobook. But
blurryphotos.org is our full archive. We have too many episodes for iTunes to host now, so if you have gone through everything on iTunes, go to our website. All of our older episodes are there too, so you can. There might be a little secret nugget there.
yeah, there might be something.
It's like the French fry in the bag that you didn't think was there. That you're like, yes,
Yeah, it's not hot anymore, but it's still a salty fry.
exactly.
How about we announce some things?
Yes,
Is it time to announce some things?
do it.
Store's open.
Store is open for business.
Blurryphotos.org.
What is the fucking story you have?
The store is open.
So
You can
anyway,
buy shirts from us. Please do
like,
it.
We've been
hey, dog,
promising for I don't know how long. We have two
we're
shirt
going
designs
to
right
the
now. We want to see how they do
Open
before
for show
we
today.
offer more.
Was
We've
it
got
called the Opal?
Lots more. So many ideas. We had an hour. We literally had an hour and a half meeting
Everyone
with
knew
a
Oprah.
shop
Or was
that
it part of
like
your
makes
family?
all
Oprah
kinds
wasn't
of
part of your
merch.
family.
But we want to know how this is going. We've got two options right
You
now.
either
You've
look
got
like
what we
the
call the
third
Black
world.
Flag, which is just our logo. We also have
Very
our Guns and
Which I
Rosebud
would
shirt.
understand.
So check them out. The Guns and
Cool.
Rosebud I know is
Everybody
available
knows who
in
Oprah is.
specifically designed
Oprah was like,
ladies
Yeah,
designs.
we've got I
Not your
would call it
grandma.
unisex and ladies.
There you go.
Your
We've got both,
auntie.
both cuts.
But she kind of was like all of
But
them.
yeah,
Kids with
we're
boobs, you can wear the ladies' cut. It'll look great.
As much as you
gonna,
wanted.
gonna keep doing more. I'm hoping to get up like a couple more things on there.
Like I don't know, like we have all these great ideas. I mean, like, oh well, just a few more shirt ideas to like shoot the moon stuff. I can't say any of it without being a dick. So because we are, if anything, we're famous for two things: Laura not getting a tattoo when he said
I
he
remember
would,
it was such a big
and
deal.
promising
We thought this was
we
so
know we can
fun as
really do it.
kids.
So let's see how this goes.
We'd
Before
go
we
and
really
like
start
go
launching more
antique
stuff, we
shopping all
have
day.
so many more bullets
I
in
don't
this
know if we
clip.
thought that
I
part
really want to get
but
this
it-
done so that we
we were
can just
just
move
fun
on
being together.
and just become a
And,
juggernaut of awesome ideas and threads.
I shouldn't.
And
I,
get you all
I
Yeah,
just
stuff
wanted
that
to
you would love to
go
wear.
for the
so my cousin
tattoo.
could say it.
So
You're the one who said you'd do it.
the next, I did
A lot of
not.
times.
Stop,
We would go
stop
and
Randy
drive
free pushing.
to her house
You're
and just to
free
see her
pushing.
fence, just to see this woman's
Does
fence.
that believe in America?
Really? Yeah.
The
My
next
Uncle
big
Tommy goes,
announcement.
hell of a fence she's got there, kids. Hell of a fence.
Yep, live show, April 17th, 8 p.m. LOL Theater, Chicago.
Really? Yeah.
Get your
I mean,
tickets. We
she
don't know
lived.
where.
They're
quite
from
yet.
Chicago.
We'll
She
shortly.
lived.
Yep, reserved. That's a Sunday night, so you can come in
You know,
on the
closer to
weekend
where they
and
live.
spend a
And,
couple days tool around Chicago. Maybe we'll
And
put
she
up
was gonna
some
move to
places
my
that Dave and I
uncle's,
like to go
a
just to
different
hang.
uncle's
Great
neighborhood
places
that
that are
was
not
doing
like
really good.
Giordano's or like the.
And this
I'll tell you
fucking
right
Rico
now,
oil.
there is
Watch
an
out for this.
extraordinary all-you-can-eat sushi place right by the LOL Theater called the Wasabi Cafe. It's like $20. The sushi is on point. I'm glad you did it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So we'll offer up stuff like that as the time draws near. Mark your calendars, April 17th, and then the final announcement, the big one that's coming out.
It's the end of the podcast. We're sick of it. We're done.
I've shown this last show.
That's a joke.
We are starting Patreon.
Yes.
April 1st. You have tons of rewards to go get.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of. We really tried to give back to the listener in this.
Here's the
You
thing.
support us, we support you.
You guys are magnificent, and we've got definitely more listeners than we deserve.
Yeah.
And we've given a lot of thought to like how do we balance, how many ads can we run in a podcast so that we can afford our show versus missing people off. Patreon is an extraordinary tool that allows us to fund all of our misadventures and idiocy without having a single ad on the goddamn podcast.
Right.
Win-win.
And you still get something else for it too.
Yeah.
You get an extra thing.
So we've got that set up. Everything that we've talked about. Do you want a best of opening sketches? Do you want a musical intros album with extra tracks that we have never done because we invented them just for this?
She didn't know because of the
How
helicopter.
about the country music
What we were
album?
told, I think
That's possible.
but yeah, so
That's
then
up to you
Mia's a really
guys.
nice name.
We have a ton
That's
of
my
ideas.
uncle.
We put everything we could think of on there.
The
If
coolest
there's
house.
something that you
Really,
want that we
yeah.
didn't think of,
Why?
let us know. We'll
They had
slap that
party
shit on there.
houses where
Because we are prostitutes.
Yeah, there's lots of cool rewards to go on there. Even
movie
if you're a high
theaters in my
roller,
house.
you can even be on an episode of Bull
That one
Stone.
had a pool. That's
Yeah,
an
we've
entertainment
created a
Really
segment
nice.
called Bull Phone,
Bull Phone.
so that you can call in to Bull
That's the end of
Phone.
the story.
We'll
Because
do
that's
your
a
new
good
story and put you on the episode.
And how about if you're the highest roller? How about
So we
tell
go
them what they want.
the Super Premium Platinum Plus Edition
well, we're done. And
Cryptid
they said they're
Hunting
gonna,
Kit?
somebody's
We
gonna
are
be there
going to include
at 9 a.m.
Crane
At 9
Janglers,
a.m.
Cackling
I remember
Crone,
grandfather
Bony
clock
Extra
was
Bone, Thomas Edison to death and piss on his grave, brand insulating electrical glove, actual, real, badass night vision goggles. How about a marshmallow cannon,
and on
with
the 9th bring
magnifying
a limo
laser
drove
sight,
up our house.
a GoPro for your own adventures?
They're not.
Yes,
Oh,
you can have all those things,
and
but it's not cheap. But I hope it's cheap to you. I hope you're doing so well that you're like,
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Go ahead and hump some.
goddamn
So yeah, we've got tons of stuff on there. We're super excited about it. It's taken us a while to get all that shit put together, and we are
This break, we have been super productive.
we have worked more in the break than we ever have in the regular season. And by we, I mean Flora. That's a really important point. So thank you guys so much. We've got tons of great stuff in 2016. As we said before, 2016 is the year that we realize
And
all
my
the goals of
family, we're not like
2015.
Well, all the goals
I
of
mean,
ever.
Yeah.
we're not
So
assholes.
said.
We're just
Thank you again to
regular
the
people.
Chicago podcast.
So there's nothing
One thing.
Yes.
for us
And I'd
about
like
what
to
you
give
talk.
a
So
shout out
we
to
talked about
Cinema Jaw. If y'all haven't heard this is a fun one.
then
It's
we're
a
Z driving the
film
whole time.
podcast
Really?
where
Yeah, we
Matt
had that
Kay
little
and Ryan, the
thing
movie guy,
down and
along with
just
Elias
made
Rodriguez,
chit chat
talk
about
to
stuff.
authors, musicians,
But we were like,
technologists,
but
any interesting people about their take
window.
on
Anyway,
The
then
movies. They get some
he's really
really,
nice.
really great guests on that too.
Then
Like to the point where I don't know how the fuck they did it. I don't know
got to the
how
hard
they
place
managed to
it was my
wrangle
first
some
time
of the guests
in
that they get.
I just
Only
listened to
No.
one of their latest episodes had Josh Clark from Stuff You Should Know. Right, and they have had Chuck Bryan on there also, the other host of
went
Stuff You Should
to-
Know.
I know Stuff You Should Know because they're the
Our post
podcast that's
video.
always rated ahead of us in our category. That's how I know them.
They,
Very nice.
you know, that's was like one of the top podcasts you always listen to get into podcasts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's always a solid choice.
They're like the weed of
See,
podcasts.
if you help
But they're
people,
good to keep around. They're always
I'll
good to
help
listen
them. I'll
to.
make sure
But
that their
Everyone always wants to know if you've got any stuff you should know,
but
man.
particularly for their parents.
Cinema John talked to these guys, and for Josh Clark, they asked great questions. I didn't feel like they were, just the run of the mill questions I just asked. But
So check them out.
Yeah.
Suckers.
good stuff. So other than that, I think welcome to season 5. Damn right. And that's going to do it for this episode of Blurry Photos.
Yep.
I've been David,
So we could talk
lonely
about
wizard with large black rabbits, Flora.
I've been Dave. Put up or shut up. Stecco. What? What? Bonus on you.
My mom was like, look, guys, don't get too excited. Why? They told me yesterday, we really like this joke. That's really creative idea. And we want to have you back.
Now, ladies and gentlemen
But
of the
we don't know
jury, this
how
episode
in
is brought to
24
you by
hours
Cards
we're going
Against
to put
Humanity.
together
Objection, Your Honor.
a pantyhose factory and make it look funny on television.
Withdraw.
And
Enjoy the show.
have that be
Hi,
delivered,
I'm Deadlift
perhaps,
Thunder Judge, Managing Director
in the right
of the
way.
Whisper Mountain
Why?
Animal
They didn't
Sanctuary.
have, I was like, I
Adoptarian.
even was
Here at
a
Whisper Mountain,
very creative.
we've got
They take that
adorable
Caroline in the
friends,
City
cuddly
kind of
critters for
artist
you to
and
take
make it
home
look
for
like
your family and loved ones.
smokestacks.
All of our furry friends here at Whisper Mountain
My
have been
mom was like,
collected by our
honey,
team of
don't
experienced animal handlers here in the Whisper Mountain
be
community.
happy that
All pets at Whisper Mountain come
you got out of
spayed or
school
neutered, and with their full
and we're together.
complement of shots.
Well, let's take a look at who's available
So
for
we're in the
adoption
green room,
this week.
and I like everyone thinks that the green room is green because
Pepper here is an approximately 18-month-old Springer Spaniel
that's
with a tentacle for a front leg.
what it's called. It's generally because people are new to things like green.
Oh, Pepper, you're so
I am
playful.
check that one out. Yeah.
And over here we have Misty, a lovely 2-year-old Persian cat whose jaws completely unhinged, not unlike a great white shark, complete with a rotating set of teeth. Oh, Misty. Okay, all right.
Okay, cool.
With
So
each
that's
adoption
what,
at
so we're in the
Whisper
green room,
Mountain,
and
you'll
it's got
receive
those lights that become
complimentary
very famous,
protective
like
equipment as needed,
what are they called?
such as gloves,
Where
eye
there's like a
protection,
light and
flame
it's like
retardant clothing,
makeup
or
lights.
blast
And
shielding.
Now over here we have one of my favorites, Bubbles. Bubbles is a 4-year-old terrier mix whose skeleton, owing to
like,
a
it was
glowing
really
substance, is
exciting.
completely
I remember
visible
being
through
really
his skin
bored,
and fur.
and I
How fun is
on
that?
the Oprah Winfrey
He
show they
loves
didn't have
Halloween.
kids. We're not in the audience. You had to be 18 or something, and so we couldn't go out. Generally,
And last but certainly not least, Crackers.
but I do think I saw
Crackers is
her,
an adult
and I
male
remember saying to
African
my
gray
well,
parrot.
so what happened?
Loves,
They took
you
my
guessed
mom
it,
away
Crackers.
to go to the
He
show,
also can speak
and
and understand English, Portuguese, and Russian.
my dad and I were
and has
just
a
in the
limited
green room and
ability to
just
see the
he was
future.
reading the newspaper. My dad read the newspaper every single day, read every fucking basic thing on it, and so he was just reading the newspaper and drinking fucking coffee. And we
Oh,
went
Crackers.
to. I remember
Crackers.
they knocked on the door. Someone and said,
So get the kids and come on down to the Whisper Mountain
"You
Animal
can
Sanctuary
come
and adopt a
see your
terrier.
wife now." Her
Whisper Mountain
part of the
Animal
taking was
Sanctuary
done
and
or something like that.
Adoptatarium,
And,
located at the base of Whisper Mountain, just 2
I
miles
think
from
the show
Whisper
taping was
Mountain
done.
Federal Biological Testing Facility,
That
of
segment
which we have no
had
affiliation.
finished taping, and
I'm
so
really
as
weird.
I remember seeing the stage, and I thought I saw her from behind. She's not. I think I mean, she had black hair,
I hear
kind
they
of
get a lot of
petite,
badgers there.
and
Yeah.
And people would say, how
That's
do you
it.
know it was her? She was like the
No
one.
extra sauce needed on the badger.
But
Hi,
you
folks.
think
Hello.
Oprah and she's
How's
going to be
everybody?
like 70 feet tall.
We'll wait for your
But no,
reply.
I mean like
Answer
a
me.
regular sized human.
I'm Dave Stecco.
I'm David Flora.
When you're on
Welcome to
television.
Blurry Photos.
There have been like 3
First
fucking things that I know in my life.
super episode of
Judaism,
That's right.
the university, and
Second
Oprah. I mean,
episode.
they're
This is
like
our super
constant.
episode of the fifth season.
Yeah,
We've done a couple super episodes.
Really? Yeah,
here
but
there.
Glad to have you here.
Absolutely.
And in each in different
I
amounts.
hope that you enjoyed our
Okay,
kickoff.
so is
I
that the
hope
end of
that
your
you
story?
weren't disappointed.
so then what?
The fact that I
We
think
we
I
united
haven't
my
heard it
mom,
yet
and
myself,
then
but I feel like we kind of held our
it
shit
was what?
together pretty well.
It seems like we almost sobered up
it
in
was
it,
time to go.
as opposed to getting worse.
And
Well, we did eat a lot of
what you
pizza in
guys
the middle,
do?
which I
We
think saved
got
our
in the limo.
lives.
And
Well, we both came out of Roses on the
We
next
went-
day. So
Yeah, and I don't recall
and
if I
dropped,
mentioned
they
this
dropped
before,
us
but
off, and
the day
it
of, I
was-
was like, all right, let me get in the Wayback Machine and listen to that episode. And it was just cringing the whole time and embarrassed. Then
yeah,
I let it go and I
it
kept
was a
listening
lot of
to
fun.
the next
It was really
episode where
nice.
we spent a good
about
5 minutes or so swearing we would never do that again. I really was really nervous about doing
and
it.
my mom
I kind of didn't want to, but I was like, well, we said we were gonna, so we
So
got
her
to.
episode's gonna
And then it worked out.
well, we were really smart about it. You know,
So
we
I
didn't
get to go to
do
school the next
a
day.
terrible
I
lot
go
of shots.
and I'm
We
in 3rd
drank
grade.
Guinness
3rd grade?
between us.
Yeah.
We did do that.
Oh, I thought we drank more than that.
I remember.
No, we only had 2 4-packs.
Oh, well, still,
But
hey,
they were
that's
talls. They were
That's
talls.
true. I mean, we
But,
drank plenty, and
We drank a lot,
in
yeah.
3rd grade,
and it was a
and
more
I
fun
come to
episode
school,
than the life
and
of a historical.
everyone knows that I
analytics
wasn't there the day
researcher,
before
so-
because
So,
my mom
anyways,
was on
we
Oprah.
came out on top.
And they're like, how
Did
was
not
it?
lose a day to
And I
it
think
after that. So, hope you're still with us.
that was an interesting
Even
thing as a
afterwards,
student.
upwards
His
and
mom was
onwards.
on Oprah.
Damn right.
So we've got
You know,
a
so I
pretty good
talked
show
about
for you, I
being
think,
on
here.
limo.
Yeah, this is one that we've actually been meaning
So
to
it's
do
just
for a
like, you know,
while, and then we
that's
keep,
something
you know,
we do.
other shows come up
And
or
it's
something.
like
Yeah, so when it's a
kids
great
go somewhere,
suggestion, so we
have
can
them
kind
talk about their trips.
kicking the
Because even
can
if
down
you
the road,
don't
and
go,
the can
like
stops
here's a
now.
place of
It
Jamaica.
stops here.
But I have a friend of
And
mine.
this is
so
actually a
I'm sure I
listener
know some
suggestion.
things about
A
it.
couple of you
and
guys
some-
wanted to hear about this in
have some
conjunction with a
familiarity.
couple of other things that we're gonna
Anyway,
that kind of
same
all
deal.
tie
Never
together
been there,
Yeah,
but I
in
can talk about
this.
it a little
But
bit. Have some
if you haven't
familiarity.
guessed by
Paris,
reading what the hell
Rome,
the episode's about,
to some
we're gonna be talking about Palm Island.
That's right. Now, this is where all of the liberal elites gather. There are no trees, but
Beyond
So-
nothing.
I just remember,
nobody, they
you know,
poop
it was the cool day of
everywhere.
school, cool day of school.
Yeah,
So
this is
my
the
mom's,
East Coast.
East
I think
Coast
they got
rabbits.
some kind of
Honestly, for a
information
while
that
before I looked it up, I
of what
kept kind
day
of
that
assuming
show
it's
would
kind
air.
of what it was.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was like, yeah, this is
The
another
name of the show
place where the
was
elites
to be-
hang out.
Yeah, all the off of New York liberals hang out here and go Playboy on the weekend.
It was supposed to be
you know,
something like, and it's
Since,
not exactly
since
this,
I'm
but
the one
like,
who brought that up, I did just read a really funny article the other day, written by a woman
dreaming
who
of millions
in
or
high
something
school
like that.
spent 2
It would
summers
be, what
working
would you
as
do
a server
with
at Bohemian
millions
Grove,
of dollars? Okay.
and how just
And
miserably disappointed she was in it. That it was
the
it's
episode
just a
that
bunch of
is
old
gonna
men
air,
getting drunk and pissing on
it's like,
everything.
it's gonna be
They
a
just piss all
Wednesday
over
or
the
something.
place
I
and
don't know
drink all
exactly.
day. And
They told
she
her,
felt
they
bad
told
for
my mom
people
it's
who
gonna
put a lot of
be
energy into
and
work.
all my mom's friends
I
are
wonder
ready.
if it was
My
worse.
class is gonna
back in the
watch,
day
not the
when
whole thing,
men
but
were more
but, like, people
sexist than
knew.
they are now.
Oh
And
yeah, well, back when it was no girls allowed
what
whatsoever.
episode
Well, that's the
airs?
thing. I mean, as we said in the episode, it doesn't stop.
I'm
busting
too
the
fat
ladies
to
from
leave
showing
my
up because
house.
You get a bunch of rich, drunk
and it was
guys.
very
She
embarrassing.
did have a fun anecdote
And
about Jeb Bush throwing a low-grade temper
why?
tantrum
Because all my mom's friends think she's gonna be on Oprah, and it's supposed to be Dreaming of Millions is supposed to air, and it's on Too Fat to Leave My House.
You know who I am?
And I remember
Mayor's
thinking
like,
this is
yes, Governor Bush.
very, very funny. But it was very embarrassing to my mom.
You are.
And
It is not going to change the fact.
it was like, why
We
do
do not
you
have
have
milk.
It has no
Ice
bearing
cream.
on the milkshake situation.
punishment.
I was told there would be milkshakes! Exclamation point.
I have to say, many times like things working out. But
So, okay,
So this is not bad.
Yeah, this is not that.
So
Sorry,
what
I feel
happened?
like I fucked that up.
No, it's a little more sinister than
She
that.
calls her friends immediately. And she's like, not the episode. I don't know what happened.
I've
So I
decided
think
here's
she
what we're
called
gonna do.
and they said, oh, it's
We're
gonna
throw
end.
the
Instead of
overview
Wednesday, it's
and
gonna
then
end.
what we're going
It's
to talk
gonna air
about
on
all
Friday.
together.
But
So I don't
still,
even have
everyone
to,
had
like,
already
go over
ready
twice
to
like
do
you said.
it.
So
What are you talking about?
So
What are you talking
episode
about?
Never
ends
said
on,
that
airs on
before.
Friday,
Palm
and it is
Island
Dreaming of
is a
Millions or whatever.
small 840-acre piece of land.
You're recording
Whatever.
this.
That wasn't
You son of a bitch.
you shut up?
They they
gonna let you win ever.
were like cutting to each person. So one lady said, "What would you?
Plum Island is a small
What would you do with
840
the
acre
money?"
piece of land in Long
And this
Island
person
Sound,
said,
just northeast of
"I
Long
would buy
Island
a
in South
dream house."
Connecticut. Now,
And
Dave,
had like a
guess
picture
how
of
much trouble could a little island
and the next
make?
person said,
You
"I
ask.
would buy
Well, I
a
mean,
convertible."
if it's a little island, as long as the island's less than 3 miles, because I know that a 3-mile island can
over
create
my mother.
quite a problem. Yeah, they can
And
really kick some shit up.
Say,
Well, even as small as it is, it
I
can
would buy.
cause plenty of trouble, depending on who you ask.
And this
that
big
the
thing,
trouble
this
it
big box
causes
covers up
could
my
be
mother's face,
dire.
and
Be infectious.
we were laughing about it. We were taking it at the same time, and as it
While it's
cuts,
branded as hosting an animal disease research
they
facility and
keep
small
going.
nature preserve,
They didn't have
the
anything really for my mom
conspiracy
because they didn't
scuttlebutt
have that
holds
box.
that
They
this
just really liked
facility
her
is
answer,
home to more
and
sinister
and it
science
didn't look
than
awkward
just
then.
trying to fight
But
foot and mouth
since we knew
disease.
it was supposed to air and all these other
That the
things, we had all
island
this
has
anticipation.
labs devoted to
And my
biowarfare
mother's friend
research,
calls her and
animal
said,
testing, and mutant
"I saw the
creation.
episode.
Ties to mad
You look
Nazi
great. I know those
science.
tits anywhere." Really, yeah. And she said, "I know those boobs anywhere." Really, yeah. And
The mutant theories stem
she
from
was like
multiple
basically
reports
like
of strange
just
features washing up on nearby beaches,
for a part,
starting with
really,
the
yeah.
now
And
infamous
is at the
Montauk
end of the
monster,
story.
Oh yeah, the weird thing.
and including
No,
at least
but it was
report of a
very.
human with strange
It was like
features
it was
being
bittersweet.
found as
Why?
well. We'll
It
be
was
taking
like
a look at what's going on then and now
she
with
really
Plum
didn't get to
Island,
be on,
the Montauk
but
monster, and the possible birth of Lyme disease.
I mean,
Is there a cover-up
kind of
by the
you got
government
some
to
of the
conceal
comments,
corrupt science?
frills and
What
stuff.
has
But
washed up on nearby
what did you do?
shores? Or is it all just blown out of proportion, baby? We're not
Well,
all
we
going
did
to
say
die
that's the
after
lesson.
all.
We didn't
You
say
never
that,
know.
We're all
but
going to die.
later on,
All right, let's talk about the history of this thing.
Yeah.
Get to some of this
Very
before we get to some chewy smugo.
By the way, I looked up scuttlebutt.com. I was curious as to what that website would be referencing. Strip club? No. Like, give me top three guesses. What do you think scuttlebutt.com is a website dedicated to?
That
Well,
whole
it's
area
either, well, my first guess,
really,
obviously,
yeah,
I just
it's like
guessed
where Michael
strip
Jordan's
club.
restaurant is,
Second guess is
like
like
Ditka's
a
restaurant,
gossip column.
and
Or,
if they don't still
See,
have it,
that's what I
Sammy
thought, too.
Sosa's restaurant, they all have
I
it.
thought because it always seems to be like, two guys like in a military outpost. Hey,
The Hard Rock
Scuttlebutt is in the
Cafe,
commander's moving us
that
to the
McDonald's
front.
that's two
I thought
fucking
that it would
floors.
be like,
It's amazing.
military, deployments,
Hard Rock-
or like a military gossip thing.
McDonald's,
Yeah.
or the Rock and Roll McDonald's.
third
Rock and
would
Roll
be
McDonald's is
some
fucking amazing.
character on a sci-fi show.
Oh,
I
nice.
wouldn't be
No,
surprised
it
one day
is.
if
It's
we were
the
just kids and my
Midwest's
dad was like, get in the car,
Voters
we're
Buying
going to Rock
Guide.
and Roll McDonald's just to see it. Really? It's just like, we might have to do some other shit, and we wouldn't necessarily, but we might have to take a piss or something.
Service and sales,
That Rock and
serving
Roll
Lake
McDonald's
Minnetonka
got a lot to do down there.
areas.
Or there's a lot to do down there, but there's not a lot of places to go after this. Are you done?
Wow. Right.
Yep. So
Nice scuttlebutt.
So check them out.
Treehouse Cafe
All right,
becomes
so
really big.
history
Treehouse
of Plum
Cafe?
Island.
Yeah,
it
Treehouse
it
Cafe.
has seen its fair share of history for being
Really? Yeah.
such a small piece
Rainforest.
of real estate in the
Maybe there's,
Atlantic.
Treehouse Cafe.
A small lighthouse tower was built on it in
Are
1827,
you done?
which helped ship navigation on Long Island Sound. It was called the Plum Gut Light, where the channel between Long Island and Plum Island was called Plum Gut.
Are you done?
Very fascinating. In 1869,
My plum gut. I mean,
yeah, I didn't go further. I didn't even know if anybody would care about
There
that.
should be like,
In
is that the end of
1869,
the
they
story?
built a new lighthouse out of granite. They built it bigger, they built it better, which still stands today.
Yeah, I
Fort
think
Terry was built on
So
the
my mom
island in
would tell that story.
1897.
it's her Oprah
Hi
story.
guys.
And
Fort
it really
Terry,
was a very positive story. but
a
it was just
strategic
very funny.
point
There's
at
some
the
funny
entrance
elements
of the commercially
But,
active Long Island Sound. That's what Fort Terry was. It was an artillery post, heavily
Why
armed
was
since
Oprah?
the Spanish-American
She's a self-made
War
person.
and maintained through World War I. It was declared surplus after the war's end and used as a training facility until 1941, when it was manned again.
I would just say,
World War II then declared surplus once more in 1942.
I hereby declare this island to be surplus. Get rid of it. Send it off.
In 1952, Fort Terry was given over to the U.S. Army Chemical Corps. It focused on anti-animal biowarfare. That is, stuff to destroy enemy livestock.
Yep. Starve them out.
Particularly foot-and-mouth disease, African swine fever, Rift Valley fever, and rinderpest, aka cattle plague.
So I
I am pre-gaming all of our listeners. Renderpest ban
I was like,
not admissible for puns.
1954, the fort's mission was altered to focus on defensive research of just foot and mouth and rinderpest. The USDA, the Department of Agriculture, took it over and established the Plum Island Animal Disease Center.
oh,
In
asexual.
1969,
So I've
Mr.
been
Nixon
asexual. What is that?
told
Especially as a
them
little kid.
absolutely
And my family's
no
very
non-defensive
where we
research.
had rules, but
And then the Geneva Protocol was
sexuality was
ratified.
never discussed.
So Nixon was like, if it doesn't kill, you don't get to read. If it no
So I
non-defensive
know
research.
that there are kids who
Offensive,
completely
because
agree with me when
every
they're
time
like, I don't
somebody
like
says,
talking about
it's
sex.
like our
makes
War
me feel
Department, it's called
awkward.
the Department of Defense.
It
So every time they say defense in the government, it means that they're building a weapon. Does he say,
I don't like it.
like the way DARPA
Also,
used
I
to
don't
be?
even like the word. I
You
hate
know
the
what?
word.
Like if it's not blowing shit
Anything
up,
with
you
X.
don't work with it.
It might have been misphrased
It seems
either in the research or how I wrote it. I get the feeling it was opposite. Now that you say that it was okay.
Anyway,
Don't do any offensive. Don't be making weapons.
Okay, so
What?
only
I
actual veterinary science animal research. Like we're only trying to save cows.
I could be wrong. I could be.
Well, that's why we have a motherfucking penalty box.
That's right.
Which I have to go to at the end of this episode.
I've written it this way, and so therefore I can't back it up. But it'd be a little weird if he said only focus on biological warfare
I
and then the Geneva Convention happened.
That's true. I mean, because if there's one thing we do is we assiduously adhere to all of our treaties.
fulfilled perhaps as much as I would.
Wow,
Anyways,
listen to that.
but I
Did you
do
just
find
hear me conspiracize?
really,
They did
yeah,
it. They did it, buddy.
You got me.
not.
In 2003, the
I
United
would
States Department
lose
of
part of my
Homeland
life, but
Security
it's not
took
like
over
I
the
feel
island
raping people.
and continued to
don't
let
feel
the
like it.
Department of Agriculture conduct research there. In 2008,
I
Congress.
do think that
Back the train up.
though some kids are
Because there was a
asexual and
big,
don't know
big
about sexuality,
kerfuffle in the year
I don't even
2000
say none of it.
prior to DHS
But it's an
taking
awkward
it
topic.
over.
Nobody talks
In
about it.
2000,
What are you saying?
there was an attempt to
There's
expand
asexuality where
the
you're just
mission
like
of Plum Island to
not
include diseases that affect humans.
attracted to people
And they requested that it be upgraded to a
you like
bio-level
in a
level 4
social way,
containment
not
facility.
necessarily
Now
sexual.
that's
And
big shit. Bio-level 4, that's Marburg,
I kind of was like that as
Ebola.
a little
They
kid.
were doing
I was only attracted
hantavirus
to
pulmonary syndrome
I
and
like
level 4s. That's that Four Corners disease that was killing people 20 years ago. So that is a huge
And my
jump
friends
up.
would
That's
like, you,
smallpox
all
level
you
stuff.
did was just make
And way to go,
perverted jokes.
local activists.
What
They
do you,
shut
what
that
are
shit
you trying
down.
to say? It
Yeah,
depended what
they
time in
actually
my life.
did that from happening, and so they shut it. And then in
And I think there's
2002,
part of it where like,
Congress again thought it over and was like, maybe we do want to do that. The other thing they considered,
A
and
reason
they
why
kind of went double or nothing. They were like, well, either we're killing everything or we're killing the base itself. They did want to shut it down in 2002, mostly because, and on it, let's call it as it is. Yeah, if you're a conspiracy man, and even I kind of think this, like,
you know what I want to
foot and mouth disease is not that big a deal.
answer this.
They were spending a ton of money for this remote testing facility, and even Congress decided that foot and mouth disease was such a non-starter, such an unlikely gigantic plague upon the earth that that it wasn't worth the $16.5 million the government was spending on it every year. I mean, that's a ton of money. So Congress actually was like, no,
Oh
no,
shit!
thank you.
That's weird. I never saw anything that said they didn't The things that I saw was that they were like, yeah, foot and mouth disease is serious because it can wreck the economy if it gets out of hand.
Well, and here's the thing: as anyone has ever seen anyone in Congress argue, it doesn't necessarily have to do anything with reality of the situation, because once Congress defunded it, it got transferred instantly to the Department of Agriculture, and from there it was a hop, skip, and jump to DHS in 2002. So, I mean, again, conspiracy times. Maybe it was just